Line level A check. Podium mic check.
Hey, Quentin. The mics aren't working.
All right. Okay. Got the mics working. I'll call the meeting to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are going to move the approval of minutes down on the agenda, and today we will not have the approval of commission expenses. We'll move that to the next meeting. So I'm going to start with commissioner reports. Commissioner Tabor, would you like to start, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very busy time up in Region 1. Great crew up there. Just a couple of highlights. As you can well imagine, the fire season set in, and probably one of the most significant fires was up by Elmo. And so there was a tremendous amount of coordination with FWP and the tribe, Lake County, and all the incident teams. And they really went out of their way to help guests and everything else. Did an awesome job on that. Got a new administrative staff team up there. They're just kicking some butt and they're doing a really good job. And the neat thing about it is we're getting caught up on all our administrative things. And there was a celebration up in Region 1. If you didn't catch it, the secretary was actually in the state celebrating the Lost Trail Conservation Area up in Region 1, which is a pretty significant new addition. Region 1, we've got quite a bit of the elk planning discussions going on. There's a series of dates for the region for folks to attend those meetings and give their input. One of the neat things that came out, some of our earlier decision making, is they're now going to start a black bear monitoring strategy. And quite a bit of this monitoring strategy came out as a result of the request from the commission, talking about trying to hone in on black bear population and setting season lengths. So they're just starting in on a fairly significant project, and we hope to get great data from that. We're in search of another biologist up in the Thompson Falls area. It seems like across the state, we're in search of biologists. Like every other aspect, we need some folks. The fisheries have a pretty significant EA going on right now for Rainbow Lake eradication of non-endemic species. And then one of the other really interesting projects that's underway is the possibility of doing some nutrient additions to get rid of the Didmo algae blooms that are out of the Kootenai just below the dam. And then they're going to be starting their red counts for bull trout very shortly. The Region 1 access, most people don't think about Region 1 for access, but it's really been on the grow. We've got 24 block management cooperators now. For those that aren't familiar, once there was Plum Creek and there was Major, and then Weyerhaeuser, there was major chunks of land that all got chopped up. And the region has been working conscientiously to try to get all of those folks to come back into the program, because historically that was all land that was considered public hunting ground. And then probably the most significant thing we've been dealing with is a lot of bear encounters. In fact, I had a meeting with region staff just last week, and they had just brought in a bear that had to be captured and released elsewhere. This is happening at a high level of frequently. There's a lot of conflicts going on. We kind of have a bit of a hero of a warden, Ben Chapello, that came in on horseback, came into the Bob and resolved several pretty significant issues that were being caused by a black bear and all the float camps and all throughout. Ultimately, those bears did have to be dispatched, but that was after going through a very conscientious process of everything. But Ben did a superb job of handling all that conflict. And there just continues to be great outreach with regards to the community. The trapper education program is now up in full swing. There's a field day on October 15th, and there's quite a few other classes. And so real strong recruitment, trying to get as many people. I think everybody in the community understands that SB 64 took place. And so trapper education is instrumental in all of this. So the folks up there are doing a super job. Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Commissioner Walsh. I'm going to go out of order here.
Good morning. I just want to, as chair of the Madison River Work Group, I thought I'd give a brief update on the work group. It's now been almost 12 months since we had our first meeting, and a lot's gone on. I think the work group's accomplished a lot. Several members met with the commission for a working session on August 4th. And I want to give special thanks to Dan Larson and Brian McGeehan for their outstanding leadership at that meeting. Lots of public feedback came into the FWP website and also through email and voicemail in response to the recommendations of the work group that we made at the June meeting. And FWP staff also hosted a live input session on August 2nd. I would describe, having read all of the feedback, I'd describe it as divided and a little more divided than I would have hoped to have seen at this point. But we have 5 more public meetings scheduled now between September 5th and September 14th, and several of the work group members will be attending those meetings. On to Region 4 and the Region 4 update. On the wildlife side, Region 4 has been busy with scoping meetings for the elk planning effort, hosting 8 meetings to date and 3 more in the coming week. The participation has been moderate to low, with landowners, sportsmen, outfitters, and general public discussing what should be done with the objectives at the meeting, the elk objectives. One consistent takeaway from all who attended was the issue of access, lack of access to elk at the appropriate times, creating the difficult issue that we have now with management to objective. Habitat quality on public lands was also an issue that was noted by several participants. Elk surveys now show that many hunting district populations have again increased, except in a few. Hunting district 410, 420/448 have declined. Game damage hunts, I think I've approved 3 of these in the last couple of weeks, are on the rise with hot, dry conditions and poor grass. So we expect that to continue through the end of the summer. Wardens also have been responding to black bear complaints due to dry conditions as the bears have moved into beehives and closer to town. We've also confirmed a grizzly observation in the Central Plains near Hobson, but conflicts so far have been relatively low. Antelope archery season is in full swing and the harvest looks good. And on the fisheries side, Region 4 staff are working on the Smith River assessment project, now identifying the right contractor to meet the needs of the project. As I think we all know, hoot owl restrictions are in effect on several Montana's rivers with still high temps. In Region 4, the Sun and Smith rivers are both on hoot owl, and the Missouri River below Holter has been close. We're watching that carefully, but the cool nights have helped. Wardens and the parks and outdoor rec staff report water-based recreation very high on rivers and reservoirs in Region 4. Fishing regulation scoping went well, but we had limited attendance with Region 4 only having a few suggested changes. On the parks and outdoor rec side, the access team is all hired, including hunting access technicians for the block management program. The region met with the Smith River Habitat Group on August 16th to discuss future vegetative management on the Smith. And I assume that it covered also noxious weed control. Smith River environmental assessments are completed for the Camp Baker project and the Eden Bridge project. And the decision notice is out for Camp Baker. The other final topic is that the Parks and Outdoor Rec staff and fishery staff are now looking at the fishing access site priorities for Region 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the other regions, it's been a really, really busy summer in Region 5. Probably most importantly, starting with the wildlife side, we've got a number of biologists in Region 5 that are attending a pronghorn antelope conference in South Dakota. Learning, obviously, research projects, final publication are presented at this conference. So a lot of sharing, a lot of information on managing pronghorn antelope happening there. And with that, our counts are completed in Region 5 in July. And the good news is for our region, we had less than about 50 total license reduction across the entire region for antelope. So I think good news overall for the antelope, for the pronghorn antelope population. The staff on the wildlife side, Ashley, Taylor, and others have been really busy working on the Big Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area proposal, which is in Region 5, which we'll see today is on the agenda for final approval, I believe. I'm doing a ton of work on grazing plans and water development, fencing projects, and continued work with the livestock grazer. Again, we'll talk more about that later. Big Lake addition of adding land to the Big Lake Wildlife Management Area will come up in December, working on that. Good news from the wildlife perspective is it's been an incredibly busy year for bear specialists, but it's mostly been black bear conflicts, and it tends to be young subadults that have become food conditioned. And the good news for our region is that we've had very, very few grizzly conflicts or calls. On the enforcement side, lots going on, of course, lots of training happening this summer for our wardens. We did have a lot of wardens that took their time and did a lot of work with FEMA disaster relief centers during the flooding that we had earlier this summer. So I commend those guys for doing that, and they were a very important part of that effort. On the Parks and Rec side, they're working diligently, obviously, to get everyone signed up for block management. And Region 5 currently has 104 block management areas enrolled, totaling about 511,000 acres. So it's a good year. It's a strong year so far in block management, and they're continuing to sign some up. On the fishery side, probably there's lots of sampling happening. It's been happening this summer. The biggest news on the fishery side is still working a lot with landowners in Carbon, Stillwater, and Yellowstone County as an aftermath of the flooding, both from the fishery side and the departments involved with some of the removal of debris and actually permitting some of that. I'm learning about that process, especially on the Stillwater River. So there's a lot of structures, a lot of bridges that floated down, and so there's a lot of questions about who's responsible for cleanup, and so there's a lot of work happening there on that to try to get that done and try to get the fisheries and the rivers back to normal. On the administration side, I guess the important part, lots of calls about changes. There were a lot of changes, as everyone knows, to Region 5 as far as districts go and combining districts and simplification. And with simplification, comes lots of calls. So the office in Region 5 in Billings has been very busy with calls, a lot of clarification about lions, whitetail bee licenses. Probably the most important one is and I'll bring it up publicly here, is that the 005-00 elk B, the cow license, is valid in all of Region 5 except for 555, which is the Priors, and 565, the Upper Boulder. So there's a lot of confusion about that, and the department in Billings is trying to make sure that all hunters know that before they go out in the field with that tag this fall. We have some events coming up. We have an open house for fisheries regulations on September 14th at the regional office, 4:30 to 6. I encourage everyone to attend that has comments or thoughts on that. We're fortunate we'll have the director Director Warshak there on September 14th from 6 to 8, I believe, for 6:30 to 8. I don't know if this time is right, for an open house in Region 5. And we also have a Citizen Advisory Commission meeting coming up, committee meeting coming up on September 15th. And last but not least, I'd like to congratulate some people on retirement from Region 5. First of all, we have Bob Gibson. He's been 14 years at Region 5, well known. He's our communication and education manager at Region 5. He'll be retiring. There's also a reception for him, I believe, on the 15th in Billings. So congratulations to Bob. Also have a retirement with Earl Radonski. He's a senior fisheries technician. He's been there 20 years and retiring from the department. I hate to hear about these retirements, but congratulations to Earl as well. And I'd be remiss to not mention the fact that earlier this year, Sean Stewart, biologist that many of you know, actually received an award from the department for 50 years with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And as of May of this year, he's 51 years with the department. So congratulations to Sean, and he's still going strong. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Had a lot of meetings with a variety of the special interest groups in Region 2. This Monday, I met with the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association, great group of hunters and anglers, and a fun meeting. Met with Region 2 office this week as well. One of the things they were really proud of is the collaboration on one of the agenda items today, the Sharon. It's really a collaborative project, Three Rivers Collaborative, but born from conversations with the DOT, the city, the county, FWP, Five Valleys Land Trust, the Clark Fork Coalition, now Lolo National Forest has gotten involved, including the university and even the Mountain Lion Bus Company. But they're trying to find solutions to manage the traffic along the Clark Fork in that particular area. And no one entity seemed to have the perfect solution. So it's really been a collaborative effort. Talking about building the lot, which is basically on just the right of way off the highway there. Building looks to be proposed to be paid for by the county, but management would go back to FWP. There's been a lot of support for that project, a lot of river use right there since it's kind of close to Missoula, a lot of college students. The parking lot would hold about 60 plus spots for vehicles. Also, the bus services is going to be busing people there for free. So there won't be as many vehicles, but an incredibly collaborative project. On the fishery side, we've all been experiencing the drought effects. We have hoot owl on all of the Bitterroot at the confluence of the Clark Fork and the Bitterroot, full closures on the mouth of the Fish Creek and the Rattlesnake because of the concentrations of the bull trout, but hopefully with these rains that we've luckily had and early temperatures dropping in early fall that can be removed. We have 3 new biologists, one in the Blackfoot, one in the Upper Clark Fork, and one in Missoula. And congratulations to Captain Joe Jakewith, who is retiring from Region 2. He's got 30 plus years, and they gave him a nice knife and sort of a nice little send off at the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife meeting on Monday. Kyle Miller has been hired as the new captain. And we have a sort of fun grizzly update. They put out a press release just a couple days ago, but they're a pair of grizzlies seen in the Bitterroot. They believe it's a younger pair of siblings, and they haven't gotten into any conflict, but according to all the reports, they've come out of the Blackfoot and they've been seen in Florence eating on some roadkill. Last I heard at least, was a couple days ago, seen in south of Lolo, but interesting, more and more sightings of grizzlies, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Byers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Down in Region 3, I won't repeat, we have, as the other commissioners mentioned, we have the elk scoping and fish management scoping, and the director's office will be down to visit as well. So we look forward to all those. Two thank yous. The first to the director's office. I really appreciate, I got word that you've approved a Bighorn sheep study. It'll be a long-term, 2 large-scale research efforts to look at commingling and how we can work with the landscape and manage disease between domestic and Bighorn sheep. And I think that'll have a profound effect on our ability to manage Bighorn sheep, not just in Region 3, but statewide. So thank you. I also want to congratulate the I&E division. I saw that the I&E division won a bunch of awards at the Association for Conservation Information. And so congratulations. And as always, nice work on that front. You heard a lot about hoot owl closures and fishing closures due to water temperatures and low flows. They're scattered about. We have 2 full closures on the Big Hole River right now. We have hoot owls continuing on many of the rivers. I think been watching the gauge stations that I have access to, and temperatures are coming down with cooler nights. And just today, we'll lift a hoot owl on the upper Madison between 8 Mile and Ennis Lake. So we're trending in the right direction, but it is important to take care of the fish when the times are tough. Lots of game damage hunts. I think we're up to 5 down in Region 3 that are approved, which is actually a little lighter than last year at this time. So that's a hopeful sign. We had a great discussion at the Region 3 Citizens Advisory Committee. Regional Supervisor Marina Yoshioka did a great job of facilitating a discussion. And kind of the focus was, there's just more and more recreational use in all our facilities. And it was really comforting to hear from the Parks and Recreation Department, their expertise and how how it's not going to necessarily change the management focus of any of our lands. It's just going to professionalize, I guess, the way we can manage these crowds. There was an elk symposium down in Bozeman that I was fortunate enough to speak at. I look forward, they're going to produce a report on some of the shared values and recommendations. So I look forward to seeing those, the outcome of those discussions. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, the conditions have been pretty good in our region. There are some dry areas, but now the thing we're dealing with is a lot of fuel for fire. So we're just being vigilant as far as that is concerned. As with all the other regions, we held 6 elk objective meetings in our area. Common theme is landowners are looking for some assistance and hunters are looking for access. So now hopefully we can make something happen there to where it'll work best for both sides. We have approved several game damage hunts that have been occurring due to the heat of the summer. Hopefully, as temperatures go down, those animals will disperse a little bit better. The Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation held a ribbon cutting at Intake Fishing Passage, and Fish Wildlife Park staff attended and were recognized for their 25+ years partnership with this project. And so far, multiple Pallas sturgeon have already passed through the barrier. So overall, this is a huge success. And then Director Warsick, he was in Miles City the first week of August, attended a CAC meeting focusing on the increased demand for outdoor recreation in the state. And then following that, had an open house. I think he was well received. I unfortunately was not able to attend that. Other things, block management's looking good so far. There's good partnerships going through with that. They're currently taking reservations for the upcoming season. They have 12 public access land agreement projects in the region so far. And the lower Yellowstone River acquisitions, they're currently going through due diligence on 3 different parcels. So hopefully I'll have more updates to follow as this progresses. And I also wanted to recognize and thank the Mcdaniel family who made a sizable donation in Makoshika Park for a picnic pavilion. And so they've been longtime users of the park and enjoy it, and just wanted to thank them for their donation and their assistance. And then as far as enforcement overall, it's been a pretty quiet season. Todd may disagree with me, but we can visit about that later. There are a couple of warden positions to be filled yet, but they're confident that should be filled soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do a quick Region 6 update. We did have our elk scoping meetings in Malta, Glasgow, and Havre, and there was a very good attendance and lots of discussion. It was very helpful to listen to everyone that was there. Region 6 is working with the communications team on outreach and promotion of the upcoming youth pheasant hunt. And the CAC meeting for Region 6 is in Culbertson on August 30th. And Region 6 will be looking for a couple of new members for the Region 6 CAC. So if anyone is listening or anyone here from Region 6 that's interested, I would encourage you to contact the office in Glasgow. Some of the counties in our region are very dry. Phillips County has gone into stage 1 fire restrictions. The staff is working on fishing regulations and the Fort Peck Fisheries Management Plan, and the public meetings will be scheduled in September and October. The region is investigating possible fishing access site locations in the Havre area. And also, we're also looking to fill 2 resource specialist positions, one in Havre and one in Glasgow. There are 35 new upland game bird habitat projects in Region 6 this fall, totaling 7,050 acres of improved upland game bird habitat. And it opens up an additional 8,296 acres of hunting access. There's lots more, but I'm gonna keep my report brief because we have a long day today, and I will turn it over to the director for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I appreciate the commissioners once again for doing most of my work and seeing what's going on within the region. So I really appreciate the interaction that you do have with the regions and your updates. I was able to knock at least 5 things off my list to listen to this. So first thing is the open house tour. I am again going out on that. I really enjoyed that last year, learned a lot. The way I look at that is we go out and talk to people, and not what I want to hear, but what I need to hear. So I want people to be upfront and be honest and ask me questions, and I'm there to answer them. So I really do appreciate doing that. As far as the awards, we do get that it's Association for Conservation Information, and our website design won first place, and so did the Montana Outdoors magazine won first place in that. And they had a great article from Warrior to Warrior honoring Chief Plentyclew at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. So pretty interesting. This summer, the department finalized the water call process. This process is online for everyone to see. And call to date include the Blackfoot, Gallatin, Shield, Smith, and Jefferson Rivers. And let's see what else here. Staff around the state preparing for the youth pheasant and waterfall opener on September 24th. We're planning to release pheasants in several spots in the state and looking forward to that. We're also getting staff and working with partners to get mentors in the field. So it's all hands on deck for that this year, and trying to get kids back into hunting with the R3. And let's see, we've also hired some new key positions in the past few months. These include shooting range coordinator, fur bearer coordinator, carnivore coordinator, and black bear population monitoring coordinator. And the other thing I would like to bring up is it was taken off the agenda, but it was an issue with the habitat leasing. That is still going forward. We're still receiving until the 15th. The only thing that we're regrouping on that to make sure that the commission has the ability to approve this. This was a look at the approval of the whole process, not individual leases. So we're going forward on leases full speed on that, and just another option of trying to get access and different things with conservation. So we're working on that as well. And last thing is something that I received a couple of weeks ago that made me really appreciate working for the department and the staff we have and the great people we have working here. It came from Lewis and Clark Caverns. We had some visitors from out of state that were there, and their little girl had lost her stuffed bunny, and was all upset, just all upset about it. They traveled all the way to Grand Teton before they realized it was gone. So they called back, and the staff was able to find it. So they went above and beyond with that, and they actually texted the daughter pictures of the bunny doing different activities at the caverns. So selling entry passes, going through the caverns on tours and stuff like that. So it was a really, really great letter to receive from the family and how much appreciated. So those are the type of things that our staff does day to day that never heard about. And it's just, I'm blessed to have a staff that is dedicated, that loves what they do. And I just want to do the best I can for them, because we all enjoy what we do, and it's a great opportunity to work for the state. So that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go back to the approval of minutes. We have minutes from previous meetings that have not been approved. So everyone has had copies of the minutes. We're going to start out with August 20th of 2021. Are there any corrections or additions to the August 2021 minutes?
Move to approve.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we're just gonna go through these real quick because I'm okay. September 24th, 2021. It was a short meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to the September 24th Zoom meeting? 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. October 28th, 2021. Are there any corrections or additions? Okay, is there a
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the October 28th minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. December 27th, 2021, it was a Zoom meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to those minutes?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, January 28th, 2022. Any corrections or additions?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. February 4th, 2022. Any corrections or additions?
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, our last meeting, June 22nd of 22. Any corrections or additions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Right, we'll move into our first presentation.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners, Director Warsack. My name is Deb O'Neill, and I'm the Special Projects Director for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. One of the special projects I'm lucky enough to manage is the R3 program for pheasant releases, and that R3 stands for Recruitment, Retention, Reactivation. And this was authorized and described in House Bill 637 last session. And before asking you to approve the department's recommendation on pheasant releases for R3 for years 2022 through 2026, I'd like to ask your indulgence and so I can address some misinformation that's been circulating since House Bill 637 was introduced. Undoubtedly, you've heard much of this, and I suspect you'll hear more of it today from opponents. But I'd like to walk you through the misinformation point by point so you have all the accurate information you need to make a decision today, and so that everybody here is on the same page and hears the same message. So I'm going to start with House Bill 637. The R3 pheasant program was in the first version of House Bill 637, and that was available on March 12th, 2021. The bill was heard and passed in the House Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and Senate Fish and Game Committees, as well as both finance committees. And the language for this appropriation never changed throughout the life of the bill. This point is a little odd for me to address, but it's out there and the department asked me to address this anyway. There are concerns that the skills that the prisoners are gaining from working on this program are not applicable after their release, after they leave prison. And we've heard questions such as, are they going to be raising pheasants after they get out of prison? The answer is probably not, but they're probably not going to be making license plates either. But they are learning a soft set of skills there that can be applied to many different disciplines. And the prisoners absolutely love this program. They're just crazy about it. And there are people lining up to be a part of this program. They wish they signed up earlier. So they're very happy with it. Of course, the heart of this program is R3, the R3 initiative itself. That's recruitment, retention, reactivation of hunters and anglers, and it's a nationwide effort. We've gotten criticisms that this really isn't an R3 program, and I'd like to address some of those right now. We've received comments and read editorials claiming we don't need to recruit hunters. And that might be true for big game. We do have plenty of big game hunters, but our licensed sales have shown a decline for upland bird hunting and migratory bird hunting. And so that's probably an area where we need to work on recruiting some hunters for that type of recreation. We've also heard that this is all about the money. And of course, we need money to operate. We need money to manage the recreation and fish and wildlife resources for our public. But it goes beyond that. Hunters historically, as you know, have been the biggest part of conservation. And we want that to continue. So by recruiting new hunters, we're recruiting conservationists and we're recruiting an engaged public. The last point opposing the value of R3 had to do with giving new hunters, unrealistic expectations by shooting pen-raised birds. So I don't remember the very first fish I caught, but I do have a photo of it. I was about 3. And I do remember the first pheasant I shot, and that was actually last fall. And I have a photo of that too. And although there's 40 odd years separating those photos, the same thing in those photos are my big smile. I was super happy to harvest that fish and harvest that pheasant. And both were raised for release, for harvest, for hunters. And I've continued fishing my whole life, and I'm likely going to continue pheasant hunting as long as I can. The reason I'm telling you this is because if we're going to determine success by smiles, last season, the youth opener, kids were smiling ear to ear. The director has received so many photos of parents taking photos of their kids and they're smiling ear to ear. That was successful to me. But I do have some data too, just in case you're interested in that. We didn't interview many hunters last year, new hunters. We just didn't want to interrupt their days. So we just surveyed a fraction of the hunters. And 72 of 78 kids interviewed said they were satisfied or very satisfied, and only one said they were not. They didn't harvest any roosters that day, and maybe that contributed to their dissatisfaction. But what is more key, or what is a bigger key to this, is that 17 adults, accompanying adults, said the pheasant releases did not influence their decision. So most of the people were influenced by pheasant releases on where they were going to hunt and take their kids hunting. And then another thing was all youth hunters just said they were going to hunt this year as well. Now, we do acknowledge that the pheasants were not super high quality last year. We knew that was going to happen for a variety of reasons, primarily because they were so young. And that was out of our hands. This year, we're going to be releasing hopefully older birds that are about 18 to 20 weeks old. Their tails are hard, they are fully colored. And the prison also procured broodstock from arguably one of the best producers in the country. And I visited this producer, and his birds are definitely raised wild. We took EQC members and we visited the prison facilities, and these birds are not tame. They want nothing to do with you. They fly away from you. They just are pretty wild birds. And I just really predict that this is going to be a fun and challenging youth hunt this year. The next point is highly pathogenic avian influenza. I'm going to call it HPAI because that's much easier to say. Now, pheasants are very susceptible to HPAI. They succumb very quickly to it. I want to say that we've never had any evidence of sick birds at this facility, the prison facility. Even so, they were tested. They have to be tested every, I think, 3 months. I'm not sure about that. To keep their certification at the prison for a hatchery. None were found positive. And I want to say very clearly that if we did find sick birds, or if they did test positive, we would have killed the brood stock, but likely not the eggs or chicks, because they were kept inside away from outside elements. However, if they did show signs of sickness, we would have killed them as well. Now, there were calls for FWP to proactively kill the healthy brood stock and destroy the eggs at the pheasant facility at the prison. And this was over the concern of HPAI. And given what I just shared with you, it just made absolutely no sense to kill healthy birds. Even so, we consulted with Dr. Marty Zalewski from Department of Livestock, and he concurred. He said there's no reason to kill healthy birds. And I might add, the birds are still all healthy, and we have about 15,000 chicks this year. Another concern was other disease risk. FWP has transplanted from our own facilities, pheasant raising facilities, which are no longer in operation, and other facilities since about 1930, and we've never documented any disease transmission to wild bird populations. I also will add other states do release pheasants at a far higher rate than we do. and they've never documented disease transmission to wild birds either. I'm going to get onto funding quickly. The R3 pheasant program last year did release pheasants using Upland Game Bird Enhancement Project program money, and that was just 1 year to purchase pheasants in 2021. The Upland Game Bird program is required by statute to release upland birds every year, and they have not been meeting that requirement. So we decided to use the earmarked funds to release the R3 pheasants last year. Connected with this is that there's an arm rule that prohibits pheasant releases in Richland, Roosevelt, and Fergus counties for upland game bird releases. This does not apply to R3 releases. However, going forward, we have decided not to release in those 3 counties as well. The second highest number of comments received on the environmental assessment that we did earlier this year and the proposal before the commission had to do with claims that releasing pheasants will not augment the wild population significantly. And FWP does not dispute this. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in wildlife science. I've reviewed all the literature, and I can't state this strongly enough. We listen to our biologists. We hear what they say. We believe what they say. They tell us that pheasant survival over winter is poor. We know this. Population augmentation is not the goal of this program. It's not the goal. While it is probable that some pheasants will overwinter, I mean, think about it. We have a wild population of pheasants right now. At some point, they overwintered and succeeded in breeding. The goal, though, for this program is to recruit youth hunters to harvest birds and provide more opportunities. We do know that a bird in hand will inspire hunters to continue hunting. And it's always FWP's hope that by offering increased opportunities, those hunters that we recruit and retain will support conservation in Montana by just staying engaged. The second to last, but by far the most comments received on the environmental assessment and the proposal before you today was about spending $1 million on improving habitat instead of spending $1 million on the releases. While these comments are very, very important to commenters, they were outside of the scope of the EA and really irrelevant to the proposal before you. FWP cannot spend that $1 million on anything else but pheasant releases on state-owned lands. So those comments weren't relevant to this proposal. But given the volume of the comments we received on the habitat or on the money issue, I want to assure the commission and the public that funds that have been earmarked for improving upland bird habitat is still available and being used. We have never denied, at least since 2002, a habitat project for the Upland Game Bird Program based on lack of funds. The R3 program has not and will not ever touch that money. Additionally, to support this habitat program, because we heard loud and clear from the public they wanted more money for this program, we are proposing legislation this next session to repeal the requirement to use upland game bird funds for releasing birds, and instead adding that to the pot of habitat improvement funds. And that will vary annually how much that is. Last, I want to address a new view or new to me view that I heard this week. There was a claim that the R3 program was, and I quote, shielded from public scrutiny. And this couldn't be further from the truth. I already mentioned that this program was heard in both of our committees during the legislative session and both finance committees. And as you know, the public's invited to engage and comment at those meetings, at those hearings. The EA also earlier this year went through a 30-day public comment period. Again, I mentioned the vast majority of the comments were relevant to the EA. However, FWP still posted those comments and responded to the comments, though they were outside of the scope. And lastly, the proposal that is before you today was posted on our website on April 20th, and we took comments through July 21st. That is 3 times as long as we normally ask for comments on a proposal before that comes before the commission. And so I can hardly say that this was shielded from public scrutiny. You might hear that while we took public comment, we didn't hear it or listen to it. And that's patently false. I have to say the public needs to be responsible as much as we need to be responsible. Providing public comment outside the scope of what we are asking leads to public frustration and leads the public to believe that we're not listening. If comments are better directed towards what we are actually asking, there likely would be less frustration on the part of the public. So thank you so much for letting me take the time to set the record straight and provide you the accurate information. And I'd like to present the department proposal now.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Is there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Ms. O'Neill, and maybe you're going to address this in the proposal, but as I understand, we're being asked today to approve 5 years worth of this program, correct? So we won't necessarily see this again in 5 years.
Correct.
And could you go through a little bit more? I saw last year there was about 2,100 pheasants released in 4 different regions and 7 wildlife management areas. Can you go through a little bit more about how this $1 million is going to get spent in the next 5 years?
Sure. Most of the money right now, I'm searching for it. Most of the money is spent at the prison, developing the infrastructure that we need for the program. And I could give you an example for this year. This year we spent about $600,000, and that was because we started from scratch at the prison. We didn't have anything except a shell of a building. So in addition to actually raising the pheasants, there's salaries at the prison, supplies and materials, and this would be fencing materials, travel for training, travel for delivering the pheasants, travel for picking up food, utilities, of course, repair and maintenance, and a variety of other equipment maintenance like UTVs and tractors and things like that. And so this year it was about $600,000 that we spent. I don't have a real good estimate for future years yet. The prison has not provided me that, but we cannot go above the 1 million, and I don't anticipate that we even come close in the future years.
Go ahead.
Follow up, Madam Chair, just to clarify that it's $1 million per year that was authorized by the legislature for this program.
Correct.
So potentially there could be more birds planted under this program.
Yes, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, absolutely. This year we only have about 15,000. They got a late start, but it's up to 50,000 birds.
Are there any further questions? Commissioner Byerth?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. O'Neill, I have a question about the financing. So first, it's a 5-year program where you're asking the commission to approve for 5 years. Was it a 5-year appropriation that came with it, or was it just for the biennium?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byerth, that's a good question. It was just approved last session, but the legislature intends to have it be part of its base going forward.
And so the base I'll follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the base going forward, it'll enter the governor's budget or enter the budget and could be altered or could be omitted.
Madam Chair,
Amended.
Commissioner Siebel, yes.
I want one more follow-up.
Go ahead.
And so the funding that was appropriated and authorized is both DJ or PR money and license dollars. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Byerth, yes, that is correct. It's 500,000 apiece.
So in other words, that funding could be spent on other department activities.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, no, this was appropriated for this program only. Is that your question?
Right.
I think Deputy Temple would like to address this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Byerth. So back to your first question real quick. So this is part of the base, has become part of the department's base budget. So it's in the starting point going forward. So it's there unless there's a deliberate action to change or remove, as you suggested. Certainly the legislature's prerogative to do so. With regards to whether or not these funds can be used for something else, as they're currently appropriated, the answer is no. But if your question is the cash underneath that authority, could that be reallocated? Should the appropriation be changed to other eligible department activities? The answer to that is yes.
Are there any further questions? Commissioner Walsh?
I just had a few. Thanks for your presentation this morning. What's the targeted number of birds for release, and what's the target cost per bird?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, The maximum number of birds that we anticipate is 50,000 birds per year. And that was basically, we determined that by the cost of birds that we typically purchase, which is about $20 per bird. And so we just divided that number into 1 million. And that's how we came up with 50,000.
Go ahead.
If you were going to advise some of the groups, BHA and others who have advocated for reallocation of these funds for habitat rather than releasing birds, is that something they should take up with the legislature in the upcoming session, or what would your advice to them be? I mean, my sense as a commissioner is that we're implementing a statute here and that this commission can't reallocate these funds from the bird release program into habitat. So before we do a bunch of public comment advising us to do that, I just want to be super clear that my perception is that's not something we can do.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, thank you. Yes, that is true. We have to spend these funds the way they were authorized, and that is spending the money on pheasant releases only on state-owned land.
Would you mind just repeating the statute part of the mandatory release, please?
You can just find it. So, Madam Chair, in House Bill 637, Section 26, the appropriation was subject to the provisions of subsection 2 for the biennium beginning July 1, 2021, and each fiscal year there is appropriated to the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for the purchase of pheasants to be released on state lands the following: 500,000 from the state special revenue and 500,000 from the federal special revenue fund. And then it goes on to say if federal funds are received by the department for pheasant releases in excess, then federal funds will be expended first.
And the release of the birds, wasn't there a portion in there?
Oh, yes,
Is that separate?
about the commission approval. Yeah, and I probably don't have
Madam
that
Chair.
one.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, it's 87.5,
Thank you.
714.
Okay. And it what do you have what it states?
I have it right
Okay.
here. Madam Chair, it says the 87.5, 714, authority to release pheasants for introduction or transplantation. And the following wildlife species may be introduced or transplanted by the department based on scientific investigation and upon approval of the commission. And then there's a list of 30 some odd species.
Thank you.
So that's
Commissioner-
what we're here before asking
Sure.
you today.
Commissioner Walsh, do you have a follow-up?
I guess the one follow-up I have, it's really a comment for the commissioners, and that is, I think we ought to create some accountability on the cost of this program so that we're not spending $1,000 per bird. And I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but rather than just approve this for the next 5 years, and let's say not even get close to $20 per bird, I have an issue with that.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just to add to what Commissioner Walsh said, I wanted to commend Ms. O'Neill and the department for having done the surveys you did. One of the things that if this is approved by the commission, one of the things I want to make sure is we continue annually to get those surveys, and I encourage you to do as many as you can. And with that, I guess I would like to request either now or if the motion or if this motion actually carries, that we have an annual report from the department on harvest satisfaction and on costs.
Commissioner Byerth?
I wanted to circle back to Commissioner Walsh's question as well. So this is all contingent upon commission approval, which means it's discretionary on the part of the commission. We are not bound by statute to spend that money. We're bound to consider whether or not we want to spend the money. I think would you clarify that in the statutory language?
Because isn't there a statute that says that it's mandatory that you have to release so many birds? That's the statute I'm asking for.
Chair Robinson, there is a statute, and I do not have a computer in front of me, so hopefully Deputy Temple can.
Madam Chair, that statute is 87-1-247. And in subsection 2, it says at least 15% of the funds collected under 87-1-246 must be set aside each fiscal year for expenditures related to upland game bird releases. goes on to say in subsection B, at least 25% of the funds set aside for upland game bird releases must be spent each year. Now, this is the upland game bird program. So this is a different program than what's before you today, but under the statute as it currently lives, and this is the one that Ms. O'Neill referenced that the department's proposing to change in the upcoming session to repeal that section to allow that 15% set aside for planting to go into the habitat pool, which it is statutorily unable to do today. But the department does currently have a statutory obligation to plant birds under this statute, under the upland game bird program. Program before you today, the R3 program, not subject to this. Certainly if this statute, were to change, the intention of the department is to allow these funds in the upland game bird habitat program to be used completely for habitat and use the program before you today to continue bird releases. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And from what I understood what you said, a lot of the initial funding will be to get the program set up. So that's, I guess, to me, tough to divide that by a bird when you're very first setting up a program. I mean, you'd have to wait till the 5 years were over, I think, to truly get a true cost. Is there anyone?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the release of pheasants on state-owned lands for calendar years 2022 to 2026 as proposed by the department.
Seconded.
Would you like to add to your motion for a yearly update?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I hadn't written that down yet. So let me restate my motion. I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the release of pheasants on state-owned lands for calendar years 2022, 2026 as proposed by the department, and right way to word this, looking for some suggestions, and also request or require an annual report to the commission on both satisfaction and cost, program cost.
Oops, I don't think you're.
Agreed.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions before I go out to the public for comment? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Thomas Baumeister. I'm the vice chair, volunteer vice chair for the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Really very much appreciate the conversation here. And I'd like to just draw your attention to the fact that the statute says may. It does not say shall, meaning that the department is not obligated to invest $1 million into raising pheasants and putting them out on the land. If that was the case, then you wouldn't have to have, this discussion this morning and to be thinking about whether or not to approve or disapprove the release. It does not say shall. And there are lots of reasons, and I don't want to go into a point counterpoint with Deb O'Neill, although we agree fundamentally on every point that was raised. I used to be the R3 coordinator for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for many, many years. It's wishful thinking to sort of put thousands of birds in the landscape and somehow sort of magically turn these teenage girls and boys into hunters. It sounds good. It feels good. Folks, it doesn't work. It takes a lot more to recruit hunters and to retain hunters. So I urge you in your decision-making space, and I really appreciated Commissioner Walsh, raising some questions about, money spent. And I agree, you don't have the authority this morning to redirect these funds, but you do have the authority to say, no, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's send those dollars back to the legislature, to the general fund. Let's talk about what we can do as far as public access. Let's enroll more properties into block management, set them aside for some young hunters. There are lots of willing landowners out there. Let's put some shelter belts out there. Montana is the last best place to hunt wild birds. So with that, we just urge you to just exercise your decision-making space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Okay, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have Christina Gaylor.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone there's a 2-minute time limit, and Jasmine, do we have somebody taking care of that? Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Christina Gaylor. I live in Colorado, Livermore. I am a frequent visitor in Yellowstone National Park and all over in Montana and Wyoming. And I'm opposing the whole wolf hunting trapping plan. It is senseless.
That's not the motion that is on the table right now. We're talking about pheasants, so that will be later in our agenda.
I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Chuck Alvarez.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Charlie Osborne. I'm an outfitter. I've been here for 30 years and here in Colorado. Pheasant hunting is very important for the sustaining of families and the health of the biodiversity. And I just want to say what you're doing right now is good for pheasant control and population. I just want to say that you guys are doing the right thing, and I hope to God everybody listens and understands what it's about when it comes to hunting. I've been a hunter and a guide for almost 35 years, and Commissioner Walsh, I suit up every day in your gear every day, but I want you to know that pheasants are very important to the biodiversity, and thank you for helping control that and populate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Marilyn Marler.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have an audio issue here. Just bear with me. Thank you. My name is Marilyn Marler.
And
I'm a hunter and a state representative from Missoula. I served on the House Fish and Wildlife Committee last session. I've also previously served on the Upland Game Advisory Board, and I currently serve on the Environmental Quality Council, or the EQC. I'm speaking today to urge the commission to please vote no on the motion. Just because the funds are budgeted for this biennium does not mean that you have to vote to spend it. I'm urging you to please be fiscally responsible and vote no. I appreciate Ms. O'Neill's presentation, and I don't disagree with many of her fine points. I've discussed my concerns with Ms. O'Neill before, and I appreciate the chance to share with the commission now. Although this is presented as a legislative directive, as a legislator, I can tell you that this idea came from the director's office. This was included in a so-called housekeeping bill 637 that had a lot of things in it, and was included at the specific request of the director's office. The legislature could alter or omit the funding next session. Allocating $1 million to a new program is not a housekeeping issue. This new program is well-meaning, but it's misguided and expensive.
And so your time is up. I let you go a little bit longer just because it took a minute or a little bit to get going, but thank you.
I thought we had 2 minutes.
Yes, and you did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have William Gear.
Sure. For today's meeting, when we start, could you let me know at the beginning how many people we have to speak? Would that be possible?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. As just information, we have one left after this.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gear. Mr. Gear, you look like you're unmuted. Oh, now you're muted. Yep, go ahead. Nope, we still can't hear. Recommendation. Proceed.
Madam Chair, I think they might need to attach a microphone or a pair of headphones that have a microphone attached, because maybe what device they're using, the microphone is malfunctioning.
Okay. I'll give you just one more chance to have our audio, and then we're going to have to move on.
Hear me now?
Okay, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me to hook up the microphone. I apologize. I agree with Mr. Baumeister and Marilyn Marler, so that will condense my comments a little bit and save you some time. But I would also like to add that I'm a former fish and wildlife biologist, retired. We addressed this about 40 some odd years ago in Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. And we find that pheasant releases were not an effective or desirable means to introduce youth to hunting. It became a put and take program in reality, nothing more than target practice, and doesn't teach the values of fair chase hunting that lead to long-term investment in and passion for hunting and wildlife conservation. We think that the program is fiscally irresponsible, and we realize that there's a legislative intent here, but I recommend that they fight for the $1 million allocation in the future, but the money be reallocated through legislative change, not for put and take canned pheasant hunting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, last we have Mike Mershon.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your guys' time and your conversation surrounding the R3 efforts. I just wanted to bring up a few concerns because the program monitoring has got to be identified to assess our return on investment for taxpayers, along with the methods to determine long-term R3 effectiveness, along with HB 637 not allowing the redirection of this money towards proven habitat work. I'm recommending that the commission not approve the release of pen-raised pheasants. Thank you.
Thank you. One more chance to comment. Okay. All right. Are there any questions or comments before we go to a vote? Commissioner Byerth?
Thanks, Madam Chair. There are some great intent around the program, including, recruitment of young hunters, I think is important. But I think this is the wrong approach. I feel like we're going down a road that Montana, bravely turned away from back as early as the 70s. And I heard some assurances in Ms. O'Neill's presentation that this was not the trajectory of the department. It was heartening to hear that the Director's Office hopes to introduce legislation to redirect some of the other upland bird money to habitat. But I'm opposed to this because of the slippery slope of creating the impression that stalking hatchery reared pheasants or trout is a way to sustain our hunting heritage in Montana. We are one of the only states that relies almost strictly on wildlife in wild places, and I don't want to see us turn away to become like other states that I think don't offer the same benefits that we do.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just I appreciate the comments on this, and I do want to say that I agree with one of the commentators online that we are looking for a return on investment, and I think that's going to be the hard part to really determine what that is for this. And that's why, as part of my motion, I made the recommendation, number one, that we have that annual report, both on satisfaction, which is going to be part of the way that we determine the return, and also on the cost per bird to see if we're getting good bang for our dollars for the $1 million a year that's allocated. I think from my perspective, I've planted birds, I hunted over planted birds, planted birds for population augmentation, I've hunted over planted birds on different hunts. And I don't think a program that was in the 70s, we can't relate. I was born in the 70s, can't relate to kids today necessarily. And I'm willing to do, I think this is a great idea, targeted on these wildlife management areas targeted at the youth hunt. So I'm going to support the motion and just want to say that, but we have to be really careful and really thorough about measuring these results. And I want to make sure that we get that report every year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments before I go out to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. All right, next we will go to Parks and Outdoor Recreation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. For the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. Next in front of you this morning is a proposed amendment to ARM 12.11.6705 to extend the implementation date of the Madison River Commercial Use Cap. Just as a reminder, this came out of a December 2020 Commission decision. The commercial use cap was scheduled to be implemented on January 1st, 2023 as a result of that decision. This proposal requests that you extend implementation of the cap upon allocation of upon adoption of an allocation method or a comprehensive river plan and rule package being put in place. The proposed rule amendment was posted on July 8th. We had a public hearing on August 2nd. Comments were taken through August 5th. We received about 40 comments. There were about 10 people at the public hearing. Comments ran the gamut, represented both commercial and non-commercial interests. They supported extension of the cap. They opposed extension of the cap. There was comments in support and opposition of the cap itself, and then other specifics of the overall recommendations from the work group. Madam Chair, I'll stand aside.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have a question. Since this is the motion that we passed last time and went out to public comment last time and it hasn't been changed, does it still have to go out for public comment when it hasn't been amended from before?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the rule has not gone out for public comment. Is that right?
The proposal has gone out for public comment. The
Okay.
comment period closed
Then
August 5th.
no, you don't need to send it out again.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I move the Fishing Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed language amending ARM 12.11.6705, extending implementation of the commercial use cap upon adoption of an allocation method or a comprehensive river plan and rule package.
I'll second.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions before we go ahead, Commissioner Byerth?
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I read the amended rule, Ms. Stockwell, I see that the only amendment is to the subsection 3, and that's the removal of the word January 1st, 2023 upon adoption of an allocation method. In section 2, the total number of fishing, outfitting, and guided trips per individual outfitter and guide is capped at the number of trips reported in 2019 or 2020. So just to want to be clear that the caps still remain at 2019 and 2020 under this rule.
That's correct, Commissioner Byerth and Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Right, but it's just not implemented until these steps are made. Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Having spent a lot of my time in 2022 and 2021 on this issue with the Madison River Work Group, first I want to thank the work group for their incredible effort and the number of meetings. In addition, I think some work group members committed extraordinary amount of time to this, and I share in frustration in seeing this date moved out. However, based on public comment that we've received to date, I think we need to be as thorough as possible. And what we're trying to do here is not just address the Madison, but create a template that will work on other major rivers in the state. And so for that reason, I'm going to support this motion this morning after careful deliberation. And I've read and listened to many comments that have been submitted since our June meeting. And I appreciate the public getting involved and look forward to attending at least a few of the meetings in the coming few weeks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. I just want to, I didn't see anybody in, we didn't take comments on this one, but to the regional offices, if you do have somebody that wants to comment, just make sure that you speak up so I don't miss somebody in the regional offices also. Just a reminder. Thank you. All right, we will thank you, Ms. Stockwell, and we'll next move to enforcement.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Warsack, good morning. For the record, I am Phil Kilbreth, proud to represent the Law Enforcement Division at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. First item that I have for you is what could be a final action on the Commission's part for the rulemaking to list the caracal cat as a prohibited species. The department's collected public comment after the April meeting, which has been transmitted back to the Commission. And Madam Chair, I'm here to answer any questions from enforcement, and we also have the Wildlife Division present for any wildlife-related questions.
Okay. Any questions from the Commission?
Madam Chair, I move that the Commission not classify the cat as a prohibited species.
Is there a second? Okay. We have a motion and a second not to classify the caracal cat as a prohibited species. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, the reason for this is I looked through the comments very thoroughly, and I don't think most of us are quite sure why we didn't put out all three options in that motion. I just can't recall. Most of the people are talking about what my proposal would have been, and I'm going to ask the department to put this up in the next cycle, but that we move to classify this as a got to get the language right, a controlled species, and that we can move to public comment for the classification of this cat as a controlled species.
Is there any other comments? Commissioner Byer?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think in reading the comments, I think there was a lot of confusion on the part of people that these are just pets, and these have not been domesticated as pets. And it's an important distinction. You know, having a caracal cat that can jump up on your lap and be part of your family like a pet is a different thing than importing a species that is not domesticated. It's still, at best, still feral or wild. And that creates a much heightened responsibility on the part of the owner. And that's, I think that's the important consideration here.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify. So as a controlled species, they cannot be brought into the state without express permission from the Fish, Wildlife and Parks, correct? Or enforcement.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, a prohibited species cannot be possessed unless you have a zoo permit or something similar, roadside menagerie permit. A controlled species can be possessed through a permit, and usually that permit involves stipulations for or conditions for the permit. So on the spectrum of a non-controlled species, which you could say buy at a pet store, to a prohibited species, which you'd have to be a zoo or a scientific institution, a controlled species would fall in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Waller?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just specify if it is a controlled species, what type of enforcement is put in place? Like if they are to obtain a permit, are there home visits, for lack of a better word? And are you checking up to see if the species is can have more? Sorry, I can't think of the. Yeah, spayed, neutered. Could you just specify a little bit about what those steps are?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller, I don't. So to answer your question, yes, we can put stipulations or specifications on there. And some of the things that you mentioned would be things that I would think would be reasonable things to put on that permit. I'm hesitant to list out exactly what those are on the spot because we would want to do more research to make sure that what we would recommend is appropriate for that. But we would certainly do some research into what reasonable and appropriate permit stipulations for public safety, natural resources, first responders, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, would either council or Mr. Kilbreth, would you clarify whether it's within our authority to change the classification here today rather than from a prohibited species to a controlled species?
Madam Chair, and
Go ahead.
Commissioner Bauer, this, you would need to put the proposal for a rule out today. And then because of the prohibition on adopting new rules in 90 days before session, you wouldn't be able to adopt the rule until after January. So you can't adopt a rule today. You'd have to propose it and put it back out for public comment.
Thank you. Along that line, why kick the can down the road to some other later meeting? Would you entertain initiating that rulemaking today?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, originally I was thinking it would have been as simple to just classify, but because we didn't go out for public comment for that, we started all over again. So that's exactly where I'd want to go, but I don't know that I make a motion to start rulemaking today because I don't think that's within the realm of today's agenda. We can ask the department to do that as a request and put it on the next agenda. But today, I think the only vote we can do is an up or down with regards to the classification of prohibited. That's my understanding.
Madam Chair. Go ahead. Madam Chair, Commissioner or Vice Chair Tabor, you can propose the rulemaking today if you want to with the amended language. And then we put it out for public comment, or you can push it down timeline wise. It's not going to make much of a difference because of the January deadline.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Byworth. I didn't realize that was possible. So I would like to amend the motion to say that I would like the department to go back out for public comment. But at this point, we are asking for the classification and for it to be controlled species. Yes or no, controlled species.
Okay. So the motion has been amended to go back out for classification as controlled species. Any comments or questions from the commission on that? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Do we have anyone online who would like to speak to the motion?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Not seeing anybody in the regional offices stepping forward. Okay. All right. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the final item enforcement has for you is the final adoption of motorized boating restrictions on the Boulder River as proposed by the Boulder River Citizens Advisory Committee. As you'll recall, we missed a filing date on this originally and had to go back out for public comment, which we did. Those have been transmitted back, and this is a final decision for adopting that rule, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Siebel, or Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed rule closing the Boulder River to use of any motorized vessels, except any motorized vessels powered by machinery of 10 horsepower or less are permitted from April 1 through September 30th from the confluence with the Yellowstone River to the Natural Bridge.
Second.
Okay. I have I guess another clarifying question. Since this is our final and there were no changes made to the motion, do we go out to public comment?
Yes, you should.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the commission? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Okay, do we have anyone online who would like to comment on the motion?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Kilworth. Okay, licensing.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Emily Cooper. I'm the Licensing Bureau Chief with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The agenda item that you see before you is to select the organizations to auction the 2023 licenses for moose, sheep, goat, mule deer, and elk. We've received proposals this year from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for the elk license, the Mule Deer Foundation, and Backcountry Hunters and Anglers for the mule deer license, the Wild Sheep Foundation for the Bighorn sheep license, Safari Club International, Great Falls chapter for the goat license, and Montana Ducks Unlimited for the moose license. Representatives from these organizations submitting proposals were invited to attend today if commission members have questions specific to their proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Go, Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just recluse myself from this vote in particular, simply because I have a connection with volunteering and being a lifetime member of MDF. So I think there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So I'd like to just step back on this vote, please.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Madam Chair, based on what Commissioner Waller just indicated, does it make sense to take one group combined and then do the mule deer separately?
Yes, that would make sense.
So I'm going to make two motions. First of all, I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation be awarded the 23 elk auction license. That the Wild Sheep Foundation be awarded the 23 Bighorn sheep auction license. That SCI Great Falls chapter be awarded the 23 goat auction license. And that Montana DU be awarded the moose auction license.
Is there a second? Okay,
Then my second motion will be, I move that the Mule Deer Foundation be awarded the mule deer auction license.
okay. Any discussion or questions from the commission? Okay. All right. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motions? Oops. Go ahead.
My name is Kurt Alton. I'm with, I represent both Wild Sheep Foundation and Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. And I just want to thank you for considering our application again. This will be the 38th consecutive year that we've been honored to auction Montana's permit. And again, last year was the highest permit auction in our sheep show last year of all the states and provinces and tribes. And I might add the year before was the highest, and the year before was the highest. So I also might add that the money that this auction license raises, combined with federal aid, Pittman Robertson in Montana generates about 3/4 of the money that is spent on wild sheep. And I want to echo Pat's earlier comment and go on public record in thanking Hank and of course his left-hand man, Quentin, for shepherding and approving 2 huge sheep projects over the next 5 years in Montana. No other state or province is going to be doing the work that Montana is doing to solve some of the real issues that prevent us from recovering bighorn sheep. And I'll leave with one thing. There's probably more white-tailed deer in the Gallatin Valley than there are bighorn sheep in the entire state of Montana. So they're really important work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Kevin Farron. I'm the Montana chapter coordinator for Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I just want to make myself available for any questions that you might have. I think the important part of these raffle or auction tags is that we just generate a lot of money for mule deer conservation, specifically for this tag. And if you guys had any questions about how we plan to raise that money, why our strategy is a little bit different than the auction, and why we think it's important to give, the blue collar hunters amongst us an opportunity to put their name in the hat for that sort of opportunity. I just want to make sure you guys know that I'm here and happy to answer questions, but if I was a better salesman, I wouldn't be working in conservation. So I'm not going to get up here and plead my case too much. Just want to make sure you guys know I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further commenters?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Director, Commissioners. My name is Chris Fortune. I'm the Montana Regional Director for the Mule Deer Foundation. And I just want to thank you for considering us once again to be the recipient of this coveted tag. Mule Deer Foundation has been in existence since 1988. Every year, this tag has become more popular and popular at our Western Hunting Conservation Expo in Salt Lake City every February. Last year it raised over $40,000. We expect that just to keep getting higher and higher as Montana, the word gets south that we have some pretty big mule deer in Montana. So we just want to thank you for that. We have a history of having great partnerships with other conservation groups. And we have developed a way of leveraging our dollars to where we can, create a lot more money for conservation. Example, 2019, we turned $125,000 into $1.8 million for conservation work in Montana alone. And we just have a great history of that. And we're also very proud to say that because of our low overhead and not having a lot of employees within the Mule Deer Foundation, we are able to put approximately 88 cents on every profit dollar that we raise back on the ground in conservation work. So with your help on this, we can do a lot of work with this tag as we create more conservation dollars with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters present?
Morning, Madam Commissioner. Thank you. And thank you for your time, everyone. My name is Adam McDaniel. I'm a biologist with Ducks Unlimited. I'm based out of Great Falls. Just want to thank you all again for the moose tag for the 2023 auction. That'll be auctioned off sometime in February or March in Helena at the DU banquet. But again, with waterfowl and moose habitat from the far west side of the state to the far east side of the state, between wetland and riparian habitat, both waterfowl and moose habitat is crucial. And with these funds and the opportunity to fund this or auction off this tag, it does contribute to our efforts with Montana Ducks Unlimited. I want to greatly, again, thank you, and we greatly appreciate what you guys have done for us. And we look forward to next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any commenters online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised.
Okay.
Chuck Alvarez.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Alvarez.
Once again, Madam Commissioner, thank you for your time and all the commissioners. Once again, this is a good project. And we're trying to make sure that all is protected. But when it comes to ungulates, it's very important to preserve their population. I don't believe as an outfitter and hunter and tracker for 35, almost 33 years, actually, that honestly, that the population isn't in any threat. But honestly, that's what I want to say. And thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone in the regions that would like to speak?
We do in Region 4.
Okay, go ahead. Please state your name.
My name is Randall Knowles, and that's Knowles, and I'm here to represent Safari Clubs International, Great Falls, and thank you for awarding us the honor to auction off the goat tag. I'm sure we can do as well in 2023 as we did in 2022 with raising money for goat work in Montana.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters? Any questions or comments from the commission? Okay, we will vote first on the mule deer. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And please make sure you note that Commissioner Waller didn't vote on this one, please. Thank you. So we will vote on the next motion, and Commissioner Waller, you're eligible to vote on that one. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. Dr. Rice, I'll let you, you guys let me know when we do need to take a short break. So, but go ahead, Dr. Rice.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, for the record, Fisheries Division Administrator Eileen Rice, that's spelled RYCE. I'll start off with our drought update. Many of the commissioners have already mentioned hoot owls enclosures that are going on in their region. Hopefully we're coming out of the need for drought updates with longer evenings and cooler temperatures. We do have some significant closures related to low flow right now. Commissioner Byerworth mentioned the Big Hole. We've got 3 sections closed on the Big Hole. We're also watching the Beaverhead River. That's likely going to need a flow closure starting September 1 because of drop in flow from Clark Canyon Dam. Other than that, it's likely that we'll start lifting hoot owls. Commissioner Byerworth mentioned the Upper Madison hoot owl being pulled, and we're hoping that many others will come off soon. And also I'd like to mention, since this is likely our last drought update of the year, if any of the commissioners have comments on our process this year, we'd like to hear them. We did change things up this year. We thought it went fairly smoothly from our end, but please let us know if there's anything you'd like us to change for next year. And you'll be hearing more about our drought rule in a minute. Our first item today is the future fisheries improvement projects. And before I give a very brief presentation, I did want to introduce Michelle McGree, our future fisheries improvement program coordinator. In past meetings, Michelle's been mentioned a lot for the stellar work she does, and it was great to be able to have her here today and introduce her to you. So I'm going to embarrass her by making her stand and wave. Michelle does a great job of running the program. So as a quick reminder, recommendations from the Future Fisheries Improvement Program Citizens Review Panel come to you for consideration twice a year. This cycle, the review panel is recommending funding 8 out of the 9 proposals they received for a program cost of about $240,000 and total matching dollars of about $950,000 for a match ratio this time of 4-to-1, and which is close to our long-term average of 5-to-1. As we mentioned, every time this program brings in a lot of matching dollars, which is a huge plus for the program. This is the third of 4 funding cycles for the biennium, which leaves about $430,000 for the winter cycle. No public comments were received during the public comment period. The department recommends funding the recommendations from the Citizen Review Panel, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Byerworth?
Would you like to entertain a motion?
Great. Yes, please.
I move to approve the Citizen Review Panel funding recommendations for the summer 2022 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments before I go up for, let's see. Yes, for public comment? Okay, thank you, Dr. Rice.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Let me just say first briefly, I know many of you have reached out to me about a dear friend of all of ours, my family member, Abigail St. Lawrence, who is not here and had some health issues. And just thank you so much for that. It reminds me so much of the family that we are here. And sometimes we may disagree. And at the end of the day, we really care about each other. So thank you for that. And I also just wanted to briefly touch on the hoot owl process that Dr. Rice mentioned. I just want to commend the FWP staff and the Fisheries Division for a really great process. I hope that you all as commissioners found it helpful this year in those changes. as constituents and interested parties, I definitely can say that I think the process worked better and smoother this year. So just thank you to the Fisheries Division. Quickly on future fisheries, I will save you all for, I know you've heard my spiel here before on future fisheries. It's a really incredible program. Thanks to Michelle McGree, staff person. We work closely with Michelle and she's just a rock star in helping get these projects out the door. I wanted to highlight again the 4-to-1 match. So we as participants of this program, and we have a couple projects here. I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has any, but go out and raise money from various sources, private sources, federal sources, other state sources. And these future fisheries dollars help become a cornerstone to bring in even more money. So it's one small investment through future fisheries that enables much larger projects. And that 4-to-1 match is just really great. And lastly, I just end on saying these are win-win types of projects. Often these projects are good for irrigators. We're working with Golden Sunlight, a mining company, on one of these projects. They're good for irrigators. They often hire local contractors, people in local communities, small communities like Dillon, to put people to work. And at the end of the day, my interests are also good for fish as well. So thank you for your consideration of these. I'm available for questions if anybody has any. And just thank you for your service in looking through these.
Thank you. Any other commenters present here? Okay. Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised, but I would like to mention, if with your pleasure, Madam Chair, to remind people if they do want to speak to raise their hands on Zoom. If you're calling in by phone, it's *9.
Okay, great. Thank you for the reminder. Anyone in the regional offices? Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. All those in, Commissioner Byers.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to have the record show that I will abstain from voting on this as my program is engaged in a couple of the projects.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I also want to, I think that the drought, the implementation of the drought management seemed like it went very smooth this year. So thank you. And thanks for all the updates, keeping us updated.
Chair Robinson, our next item is the administrative rule for the restrictions and closures related to droughts. I'm going to hand that item over to Mr. Roberts, who's the Fisheries Management Bureau Chief.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Eric Roberts, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief. Today, I'll give you the highlights of amended angling restriction and fishing closure administrative rules 12.5.507 and 12.5.508. These are our drought-related fishing restrictions and closures. These were first implemented by the department starting in the late 1990s and then through the early 2000s in the drought of the early 2000s. The Fisheries Division, we were working off of just a division policy that was adopted in the administrative rule in 2008 just to gain some efficiencies and allow us to quickly and efficiently put these restriction and closures on the ground. These rules are intended to minimize fisheries impacts from angling during periods of extremely high temperatures, low flow, or a combination of the two. We're proposing amendments to these administrative rules to address a few needs. One is to implement temperature criteria specifically for cutthroat trout. That's related to some information we've gained on some of our more popular cutthroat trout fisheries, especially in Western Montana. And that criteria is set at 66 degrees for implementing a hoot owl or a closure restriction for cutthroat fisheries. Another intention of changes of these rules are to add some flexibility to implementing and lifting angling restrictions. The intent here is to avoid the on-again, off-again scenarios. So say we have a restriction in place, we get a rain event, we might drop below opening criteria, but that would just be expected to be for a brief period of time. And so what we want to avoid are these scenarios where we'll put on a restriction, then we'll pull it for a few days, and then we're putting it back on again. The intention is once we put a restriction in place, we want to leave it in place until the resource need is passed, or the the critical time for the resource need is passed. And then the third piece of this, the third big piece of what we're changing here is to lift restrictions on August 31st instead of how they're currently written as September 15th in the current rule. And the reason for pulling this back is we have years of data now. We've been monitoring this. We keep track of when we implement restrictions and when we pull them off. And pretty consistently, we're pulling angling restrictions back off of these waters by the end of August. So rather than waiting till later in September to pull these, we're now proposing to just put a sunset date of August 31st rather than September 15th. There's other language clarifications that we cleared up just throughout the rule. And then there's also several mentions of the statewide fisheries management plan in the proposed rule. And the management plan is sort of the stage 2 of implementation of the changes we're making here. And the intent is in the statewide management plan, we will define the non-native salmonid waters where we most expect to apply these rules, as well as define the water bodies and specific reaches where we'll be calling these cutthroat trout waters, and the same goes for bull trout waters. And we'll be very specific and deliberate in the statewide plan on how that is all described and make it clear. So sort of a 2-step process here as far as getting this back out and a rule on the ground. These proposed amendments had a public comment period from July 8th to August 5th. We had a public hearing on August 1st. No one provided comment at the public hearing. We received 106 comments. This is the very rare FWP proposal where it was 100% accepted, and a lot of really thoughtful comments with this. A lot of people supported this program. They had some criteria or some different critiques that they would like to see, but they do, our angling public, the commercial industry, everybody really supports this whole hoot owl and fishing restriction, the criteria we have in place here. Some of the critiques you may have seen in the comments was moving the reopening date from September 5th, or the lifting dates from September 15th to August 30th, 31st. As I mentioned, we're typically pulling those by the end of August anyway. That's a brief rationale on why we propose that. We had quite a few comments on the criteria for cutthroat trout. A lot of people would like to see different numbers as far as when we're implementing restrictions or closures for cutthroat trout. Some people would like to prefer to see a lower temperature. Some would prefer to see a higher temperature before we're implementing any of these restrictions. We chose 66 degrees because that's on the ground in our most popular Western Montana cutthroat fisheries. We found at 66, that's kind of that sweet spot where we can reduce the stress of angling before fish are just dying from hot temperatures. And then another comment you likely saw is related to, as I alluded to in the statewide plan, what reaches of water will these be implemented on? And as I said before, that'll be stated out, and that'll be specifically stated in the statewide plan, which we expect to get out to you guys later this year. So today, in brief, we're asking the commission to approve these amendments to Administrative Rule 12.5.507 and 12.5.508. I'm available to answer any questions you guys may have. Dr. Rice is here. We also have Pat Saffel, I believe, is in the Region 2 office. He's well acquainted also with hoot owl restrictions and these fishing closures and restrictions as well. So he has a lot of history on this too. So with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick question, Mr. Roberts. On that August 31st date, would the ultimate flexibility just to be whether items 2, 3, or 4 are met, just not have a date? And the only reason I ask is every so often, we get that Indian September going on. And so I'm just a little bit worried that, we take that flexibility away from the department. There may be a time in the future, especially if we're in this warming trend. So I just wonder if and this will be ultimately, I think, up to Commissioner Waller, motion made, but rather than having a hard date, just not have a date at all, and whether that concept is acceptable to the department.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, it's one of those things, the data tells us that we're typically lifting these before August 31st anyway. I believe that date was in rule just to keep the department from abusing it, for lack of a better word, where we put a restriction on and we just leave it in place. I think we've demonstrated over time that we do track these pretty close. We don't want to close or restrict these waters any longer than necessary. So to answer your question, functionally, it really doesn't change the intent of this rule if there's a date, as long as it's within that critical drought, high temperature window. The front end of these rules, when they're implemented, is more critical than when they're lifted, as far as from a fishery perspective.
Okay. Questions or comments?
After speaking with Dr. Rice and some of the members of the fisheries department, there was some language that they weren't that they wanted to see change. So I'd like to move. May I have your permission to
Yes,
amend?
go ahead.
I'd like to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed amendments to the administrative rules 12.5507 and 12.5508, except changing the language in ARM 12.5507 to state that the daily water temperature equal to or exceeding 73 degrees Fahrenheit instead of reach or exceed 73 degrees Fahrenheit.
Could you just repeat that, equal to or?
Yes. To state that the daily water temperature equal to or exceeding 73 degrees Fahrenheit instead of reach or exceed 73 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Rivera. Okay. Commissioner Walsh, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my comment is relates to Commissioner Tabor's comment, and that is I'd like you to consider an amendment to your amendment to remove the or until August 31st date entirely.
Well, you could make a separate motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that to amend the motion related to the reopening criteria by striking the new language of quote, or until August 31st in subsection 1 of ARM 12.5.508.
Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Lane. Okay.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. Was Commissioner Waller's an adoption of all the recommendations with that slight change? So are we?
I think that was how you began your motion.
Would you like me to read it again?
Yep, that would probably.
I was just asking, you're moving that we adopt the entire motion with.
Yes, I agree.
With the amendments, yes. So then Commissioner Walsh's would amend what was put out. Yes. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, would you like to comment, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Appreciate the discussion and really appreciate the thorough process that got us here today, starting some time ago. I'll bifurcate a couple of my comments. Just one, speaking to the 66 criteria for cutthroat. I think this is a good move from the department to move to creating that specific temperature. Mr. Saffel, a fishery biologist in Region 2, has done a lot of great work and study on the impact of those warm water temperatures and creating that criteria. I think it's well grounded in science and science that was really driven by your department. So kudos to Mr. Saffel and the regional staff there. So we support that. We're looking forward to being engaged in the fisheries plan process to determine where that criteria would be relevant and apply to. I know that it was a little bit of a chicken or egg thing here, but we are committed, and I know all the other stakeholders are committed to staying engaged in that fish plan process. I just wanted to speak briefly, and I've spoken to all of the commissioners about this issue, and I support in some of that conversation the question that Mr. Tabor asked, and it's reflected in Mr. Walsh's motion to just get rid of the date. I think providing the ultimate flexibility to the department When there is the need for hoot owl, they can go on. When there isn't, we will be standing first in line to get those off and to get angling opportunity. As an angler myself, I have a little bit of self-interest in getting those regulations off. So I think that criteria helps provide that ultimate flexibility. Commissioner Tabor is exactly right. We're seeing changes. I mean, we just heard today, you know, the deteriorating conditions on the Beaverhead because of Clark Canyon releases. Yeah, we never thought we'd have hoot owl in May either. So I think providing that ultimate flexibility with just removing that date is the right way to go. And we'll work to monitor those. And I just want to commend, it goes back to the statement that the Fisheries Division staff, I think, is really working well to keep their finger on the pulse of these temperatures. So I support the motion as a whole. I support Commissioner Walsh's amendment and also Commissioner Waller's cleanup piece there, just some language stuff. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission. For the record, Marcus Strange with the Montana Wildlife Federation. For the sake of brevity, I will just point you to our comment letter and the conversations I was able to have via email and phone with all of you, and then just simply echo the comments from TU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mike Bias, BIAS, Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. We too support the idea of a new criterion for cutthroat streams. However, we were concerned over the corresponding identification of those streams and reaches, and also the idea of limited access for the public to view temperature gauges online, et cetera. There's limited water temperature gauges throughout the state anyway. And as we further divide these water bodies into cutthroat or bull trout streams, the availability for the public to plan or see what's coming temperature wise on these reaches is challenging. I guess we'll take that up when we talk about the statewide fisheries management plan. We continue to support also the 60-degree threshold for bull trout as we're seeing some bull trout closures already in the western part of the state. We strongly support the idea of excluding dates altogether from this rule amendment. Something were to happen in the off season or shoulder seasons, it would be important to protect the fishery in that regard. And lastly, we also support Commissioner Waller's amendment to the rule language. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yep.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard, Executive Director of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. Speaking specifically to the date, I think it's a great idea. As a former fisheries manager myself, it would have been important to have that flexibility. And I think the department is well positioned to be able to exercise it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Chair Robinson, commissioners, my name is Kevin Farron. I'm the Montana chapter coordinator for BHA. While we certainly appreciate fishing opportunity, our priority is the resource. Our members and many Montana anglers recognize that even with hoot owl restrictions, we can still fish half the day or head to the high alpine lakes in the backcountry. Sacrificing some river fishing outings in the heat of the afternoon during the hottest summer months to make sure our future opportunities remain seems like a reasonable trade-off. The proposed change specifically for the cutthroat trout fisheries is one that we fully support. We really appreciate the department bringing forward, and we appreciate the consideration from the commission here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any commenters online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised, William Gear.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Gear.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very mumuch. As a board member of Hellgate Hunters and Anglers and a former state chief of fisheries in Utah, I support the department's current move to make that a flexible day as reported by Clayton Elliott, Marcus Strange, and Mac Menard. And I think it's a good recommendation. I will support the proposal.
Thank you. Doesn't look like we have anybody in the regional offices. All right. All those in favor?
Madam Chair?
Oops, go ahead. Yep.
Madam Chair, it's me.
Oh my God, go ahead. Where is it coming from?
Just like a point of clarification for the record that the change to the reach or exceed language, we would characterize as administrative as opposed to substantive. This is for Commissioner Waller's
Okay.
amendment.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Madam Chair, a follow-up question to that. Does that also apply to Commissioner Walsh's amendment?
Yes, and that language was put forward for public comment. The piece that wasn't put forward for public comment was Commissioner Waller's. And so that's why I wanted to clarify that it's only administrative and not substantive.
All right. Any other questions before I call for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Chair Robinson.
Oh, go ahead.
Just a quick comment before we wrap up fisheries. I just want to let the staff know how much I appreciate the weekly reports that we've been getting on water temps and fishing quality. And I think we ought to carefully consider Mr. Bias's comment about making the temperature gauge data available to the public. And I just reiterate my concern that we have visitors coming from out of state or Montana citizens trying to plan their fishing for the weekend or whatever. And the more advance notice and warning that we can give them that hoot owl restrictions may be going into effect, the better.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, we appreciate that comment and we will contact the USGS to see what we can do to get more of that data available. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Rice, one of the things that perhaps you or maybe the director's office might comment on, because I think it's new and it's exciting, is this process of trying to gather all the input relative to the new fishing regulations going into a kind of a biennial program. I know that, in talking to Region 1 Fisheries staff, this is new. They're kind of sorting their way through this process, but would you mind just taking just a few moments and help the public understand how they can get engaged and involved? In particular, one of the things I heard from Region 1 is, and it's the same thing we heard during the biennials for wildlife, is if we think we got a great idea, how do we put it in the sausage making factory to make sure it gets due consideration and comes out the other end with some kind of ruling? So if you wouldn't mind, at the chair's willingness, just to address that briefly.
Sure, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Taper, thank you for that question. Yeah, it's very timely. So tomorrow, the fishing regulation package will be released for public comment. We'll be putting out a press release. We have open houses in all of the regions. And myself and Eric are also going to try to attend as many CAC meetings as we can during the public comment period. Either myself or Eric or both of us will be at each of the open houses, and then we'll also have the regional staff available. We have changed the system, as Commissioner Tabor mentioned, where we did used to do our regulations on a 4-year cycle. We've changed to a 2-year cycle. And part of the reason for that is to be more adaptive as the fisheries change, to be able to respond in a quicker manner to those. In terms of the public process for ideas for proposals, that occurred earlier in the year where we had an extensive scoping period. And I will be sending all of that information out to the commissioners tomorrow. We received, it was in the region of about 100 different proposals from the public. And what the commissioners will receive is a spreadsheet with every one of those proposals and what the department action was and why we took that action. There was several of those proposals that got incorporated into a regulation package that you'll see tomorrow. And for those that didn't make it into the package, we have a rationale that's on that spreadsheet. So I encourage you to look at that. The other thing I'll mention is there's about 42, or there is 42 proposals. They'll be up on our website. The public will be able to see them on our website. You will all receive a package tomorrow. And then the public we're trying to make it, with so many proposals, we're trying to make it as easy on the public as possible to find a specific proposal they want to comment on. So on our website, the 42 proposals are listed. They can pick a specific one, just comment on that, or work their way through the entirety of the 42, and they can submit their comments right there online. The public can also email in comments or do them in writing. And as I mentioned, we'll have open houses, and then we'll be also talking at the CAC meetings. And all of that will be in the press release that will go out tomorrow. And the other thing I would mention for all of the commissioners, when you see that package, if there are any of the proposals you want to talk about, please reach out to either Eric or myself. We'd be happy to talk through any of the rationale or why we decided to go one way or the other. And I think that's, sorry, a very fast review of the process. I hope that answered your question, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I just want to, just for house cleaning here, which motion, we had two motions on the table. Which motion did we vote on and approve there?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And just as a point of clarity, Madam Chair, the amendment that I saw that was out there for public consideration, I believe was Commissioner Waller's and not Commissioner Walsh's. So I just want to make sure we voted.
Yes.
There were two motions on the table.
Excuse me. So it was Commissioner Waller's and Commissioner Walsh's, I guess we still need to vote on. So thank you for that clarification. So all those in favor of Commissioner Walsh's motion to remove the date signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna put it out there that we're moving along quite a bit. I will definitely we'll take a break for a teeny bit, but I'm going to move the fur bearer and the wolf trapping to the last item on the agenda. So it definitely will be after lunch. I want it to have enough time for us to, do it properly. So we'll move through the agenda and then move the fur bearer and wolf trapping to the last item on the agenda. So however, but it definitely will be after lunch to make sure that there's enough time. Okay, let's take just like a 10-minute break. Or do you guys need a break? Okay, 10-minute break. Okay, if everyone could be seated, please, we want to get started. Everyone, either if you want to visit, you can go out into the hall or please be seated. Yeah, I don't have a gavel today. Oh, yes, I do. Could everyone please move into the hall or please be seated? Yeah, no kidding. Director Warsick. Thank you. All right, we will move into the land and water. Okay, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Bill Schenk. I manage the land and water program for the department. Have 3 items for you this morning. The first is the proposed Big Snowy Wildlife Management Area. It is a 5,677 acre fee acquisition. The seller on this is the Shodare Children's Hospital. I just want to very quickly, you'll hear from them today, but I just quickly want to mention that it's been a pleasure to work with them, and they place a high value on this project. The project is a habitat oriented project. Elk, white-tailed deer, mule deer, antelope, black bear, all winter and summer on this acreage. It also provides excellent and much needed access to the big snowies, both BLM and Forest Service, where access is very limited. The appraised value of this property is $8.22 million. It would be paid for with 75% Pittman Robinson dollars and 25% Habitat Montana dollars. We spent $22,000 on diligence and closings, and a closing to come if this is approved. And the initial development is estimated at the high end of $714,000. That would include weed treatment, extensive exterior boundary fencing, some cross fencing, parking, and road improvements. I just learned yesterday that the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation Board has approved a $250,000 donation to go toward that initial development cost. There is a grazing lessee on the property and a lease that runs through 2034. That lessee has been excellent to work with. We've developed a grazing plan that calls for cross fencing and rest rotational system, and very comfortable and looking forward to having that grazing lessee continue their operation. An EA was published on March 24th and a public hearing held April 12th. There were 107 comments received, 104 in favor and 3 against. A decision notice was issued on May 12th, recommending that we proceed with the acquisition.
Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to, I was one of the fortunate people that got to take a private tour of the proposed acquisition with Ashley Taylor, the biologist in the area. And just want to say that the property itself is, and I mentioned this at the previous meeting, the property itself is fantastic. And having hunted the snowies for many years, it's really a jewel. So I want to thank the Shodare Children's Hospital and the Elk Foundation and other groups that have worked to push this forward in the department to get this to where it's at today. So it's an amazing property, and probably more importantly, the planning and the thoughtfulness of the process that the department has gone through with the help of these other organizations has been incredible. The fencing plans, the water development plans, the parking plans. Ashley went through everything with us, and just really well thought out. Doubt there's too many details missed. I think it's going to be just an absolute treasure for the public, absolute treasure for public access. It's not going to be an easy place to hunt, but it's not bad. It's, there's walking, but it's pretty easy topography until you get up in the BLM and the Forest Service. And so I as being the commissioner for Region 5, it's certainly something that I highly recommend. And with that, if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's acquisition of about 5,677 acres of land north of Rygate as proposed, and to keep the property closed to public access until May 15th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor?
I just wanted to compliment the department on the work on this. This is a pretty exceptional thing to bring forward. It's one of those projects where I can't imagine a member in the state of Montana isn't going to be high-fiving when we get this all through. So I know how much hard work you guys put into it, and I just want to congratulate you from Ken and the whole staff. Unbelievable.
I think, can we do all three of these and go out to public comment at the same time on these three items?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and present the other two, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The second of the three is would be a new proposed fishing access site just west of the town of Dillon. It is 3.5 acres that would be donated by the Beaverhead Trails Coalition. I'm sorry. It is a site that is right now open to public use, that has been under their ownership and with volunteer maintenance by local groups, including the Kiwanis Club. And it was donated to the Beaverhead Trails Coalition by a generous private landowner. There is a planned development of the property of a gravel boat ramp, stream restoration that would leave plenty of access to the stream itself for the public, new picnic sites and latrine, and new parking area. Again, it's the Kiwanis Club that cleans litter and it plans to continue to do so at the site. Funding, while a donation, there is some $6,000 that's been dedicated to the due diligence and title work and for the closing. And the site development is estimated to be $65,000. There were 11 public comments received on this proposal, and all were in support. A decision notice recommending that we proceed with the acquisition was issued on May 26th.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walsh?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize the department to acquire the Cornell Park FAS on the Beaverhead River.
Second.
Okay.
And the third item, Madam Chair, members of the commission, is the Sharon Fishing Access Site Expansion recreational permit. This would be also a no-cost permit, and it is a site that would be operated in conjunction with the existing Sharon Fishing Access Site, which is just east of Missoula. In fact, I think it is in East Missoula on the Blackfoot River. This project came about as a result, initially as a study from Montana Department of Transportation, who identified considerable traffic, parking, and along the entire old highway and other traffic related problems along the old Highway 200 corridor. The site is viewed as overflow parking for the Sharon site. It gets very heavy use in the summertime, and folks have been parking along the highway and causing congestion and unsafe conditions. It has been a joint project of MDT, Missoula County, and FWP. The county will actually pay to develop the parking and a trail, a walk-in trail to the river for hand launching, for tubes and the like. It won't be another boat ramp. FWP will manage the site and hold the recreational use permit from MDT. That management expense is estimated at $4,000 a year. An EA was issued in June, a decision notice in July. There were 4 public comments received by FWP. I will note, and they were all in favor. I will note, however, there were other public comments received by the county and MDT along the way. And there are concerns with the development of that site from neighbors, but the county and MDT are very much in support and thinks it'll help solve a problem with parking and safety issues on the highway.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor?
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize department to obtain a no-cost recreation management permit from MDT to add parking and access to the Clark Fork River near the Sharon FAS.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any questions or comments before I go out for public comment on any of the motions? Okay, to be clear, we are going out for public comment on all three of the motions, the Big Snowy Mountain WMA land project, Cornell Park fishing access site acquisition, and the Sharon fishing access site MDT recreation permit. So go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director, my name is Mike Mule. I'm the Senior Lands Program Manager for Montana with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Obviously, we're extremely excited to be talking to you about this proposal today. I want to congratulate and thank Region 5, Mike Ruggles and his staff, and Ashley Taylor and all the work that she's done for this, Bill Shank and the Lands Department. Thank you for that. And especially want to thank Shodare Children's Hospital, and Craig Asfed, the CEO, is here with some of his staff. I want to thank them. So this is a story about Montana. Forrest Allen, a homestead traditional Montana rancher, upon his death in 2019, donated this ranch to the Shodare Children's Hospital. Shodare wanted to sell to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to benefit Montana and Montanans for generations to come. And if this project happens, those funds will even continue to benefit Montana's families and children. So we talked about the diverse habitat where the prairie meets the forest. What wasn't mentioned is that the population, the elk population objective there is over 900% over objective. And Fish, Wildlife, and Parks does attribute some of that to lack of public access. This is a public access project beyond your wildest dreams. It's located next to 95,000 acres of public land. However, I do want to stress the land is still private right now. There is no public access. The public is excited about this, but there's no public access. And if this project's completed, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks would get it ready for use next year. That would be important. So the Elk Foundation's raised money from Gamella Bass Pro, $175,000. The Elk Foundation's thrown in $150,000 so that you can leverage your funds. And of course, Bill stole my thunder. The Elk Foundation just awarded the largest grant to Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in our 38-year history for $250,000 as startup costs to help with water developments to implement the grazing system, boundary signs, wildlife-friendly fencing, wildlife areas, and weed treatments. So we've done wildlife management areas with you all in the past, Robb Creek and Garrity WMAs. We're excited about this one. We ask for your support to help create the newest Montana WMA, the Big Snowy Mountain WMA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Craig Asved. I am the CEO of Shodare Children's Hospital. And it is a pleasure to be in front of you today. I mean, I'm just going to echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. This has been a fantastic project working with various stakeholders and everybody bringing their best foot forward to really make property available to Montanans. So I'm not going to duplicate a lot of the things that have been said, but I think it's fair to just share this story. Is Shodare Children's Hospital has been around for 126 years. It's a nonprofit hospital with our mission is taking care of Montana kids, and that has not changed from 126 years ago. So our mission, and this becomes important because I really think this supports this project and our selling this property, is to help heal, inspire hope. So what Shodare is, and a lot of people don't understand, we are a Montana facility taking care of kids. So for example, 99% of the kids we take care of are Montanans. And last year we saw kids from 53 of the 56 Montana counties. So when the call was made about this property, I have to tell you, I was elated because I'm a Lewistown kid by heart, and I knew exactly where this property was. And I spent a lot of my growing up years in the Big Snowy Mountains. But Shodare is not a real estate company. That's not what we do. But from the beginning, we were very intentional of this being a piece of property that would benefit Montanans. And so the first phone call was to Mike Mueller, and the story has gone on from there. So that's a little history of the why. And then the other part of it is we are right in the middle of building a replacement hospital, again, for taking care of kids. And obviously the proceeds for this project goes back into investing into Montana and Montana children. So I'm sure there'll be questions later. I'll be happy to answer any of y'all questions. But again, it's a great project. You've heard that over and over. And I just glad that Shodair could be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELL IOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. And I certainly don't want to steal the thunder of the Big Snowy acquisition. And we work closely with Mr. Mueller and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. They're great partners in our work. And I would extend my support and MTU's support for their great project here. I think there's a lot of win-win. But I'm here actually to speak specifically to Cornell Park, a great FAS acquisition opportunity in the town of Dillon to provide really tremendous fishing opportunity for everyday Dillon residents, and right there in town, the Beaverhead River. Often for those of us who are anglers, think of a very different section, but how important this park acquisition is right in town to provide working class folks in Dillon an opportunity. And TU has partnered in this coalition to help coordinate some of the stream restoration components that come after acquisition to help improve the riparian corridor and habitat there, to improve the fishery. Just think this is a really cool story in Dillon and want to ask for your support there. And also, I just wanted to reiterate our support for the Sharon FAS recreation permit. I think Commissioner Waller hit the nail on the head in her opening comments this morning during commissioner reports about the really great partnership and collaboration and the give and get. Every solution is not easy. Nobody gets everything. I think this is a good solution moving forward for a very highly used FAS site in an urban corridor and a popular river. There's many more conversations to be had, but this is one step in the right direction. And I'm in the business of taking one step and having some faith that the next one will be after that. So thank you for your opportunity today. And these are really great projects, and just wanted to offer our support.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, again, for the record, Marcus Strange, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. And I'm excited that we're finally here. You all were getting a lot of emails and phone calls from me about this. So it's very exciting that we can be here today to talk about this. This is an incredible project. Obviously, it protects habitat and wildlife resources. It improves access. That's something that we're very excited about. This property is obviously almost 6,000 acres, but it opens up thousands of more acres that are currently very hard to access in that part of the state. And then there's things like supporting working ranches. This will obviously keep that lease intact until decades down the line. There's broad support and a willing seller. We're very grateful to Shodair for their patience through this process. It's an arduous process, and they were brave enough to go down this road with us. And finally, we have the funding to do it. So we should put that money to good use for a project like this. And I'll just add that maybe the hot fudge, whipped cream, and cherry on top of this project is that we get to help kids. I mean, what a better way to do a project that literally helps everybody in Montana. So we would ask for your support on this. And then very quickly, I will just add that we are very much in favor of the Cornell purchase and the improvements to Sharon. Those are great projects, and I would ask that you support those as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Thomas Baumeister again, Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. On behalf of our 3,000 dues-paying members in the state, I'd like to say thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Shodair. I'd like to say thank you to the partner organizations, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and a big thank you to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for an outstanding, flawless process. We echo Commissioner Tabor's comments earlier. This was really well done. Thank you. We urge your support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis, representing the Helena Hunters and Anglers Association, and we are delighted to support, the Big Snowy acquisition, and most grateful and thankful for the people that are really. It's the right thing to do. And what I'm asking is a unanimous vote from this commission to support this, a unanimous vote. Now, this will be part of, if you do that, this will be part of your legacy of this commission for Montana. And it'll be part of your personal legacy for doing something good for Montana. And it'll mean something to you when you drive by or you fly over and you can say, I was part of the decision to acquire this. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay. Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, the hands are raising. We're up to 7 currently.
Okay.
First will be William Gear.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gear.
Thank you. Hellgate Hunters and Anglers joins with the other supporters in this. We think it's an outstanding project by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for the fishing access sites and the Snowy Mountains acquisitions. And thank you, and we will support you strongly.
Thank you.
Please approve this.
Madam Chair, next we have Tim Stevens.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Madam Chair, Tim Stevens here. I live in Livingston, Montana, not representing anybody but myself, but I'm an avid hunter. I spend a lot of time hunting in Region 5, and I have spent quite a bit of time rooting around the snowies to try and find a way in, and it's difficult. And this is an incredible opportunity to increase hunter access to an incredible area. So thank you for your consideration of this, and thanks to all of the nonprofit organizations who have been partners here. It just looks like a great opportunity to really put a gold star in the state's acquisition. And so thank you for that. And I urge a unanimous vote, as was just previously mentioned. The other thing, I wasn't thinking about commenting on this, but just because I'm well aware of the project in Dillon and well aware of the Beaverhead Trails Coalition, they're a solid partner organization who is well thought of in that community and a very, very good partner here. So I would urge your consideration and support of that project as well. So really appreciate the time and the opportunity to comment for the great work you all are doing.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Mike Mershon.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, thank you for the opportunity to comment here. I just want to offer my enthusiastic support for the Big Snowy proposal. This is just a shining example of how Montanans want to see our conservation dollars spent. With that, I just urge the Commission to approve the acquisition of the SCH property for the creation of the Big Snowy WMA. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next, Zach Owen.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm speaking on behalf of the Cornell Park project. This is a great project. It's got broad stakeholder agreement, county commission support. It's a small project by acreage, but it's a really huge project for the Dillon community. It's a very, very popular local park, and got a bunch of good partners that all agree that FWP management is really the best fit. So I just urge your approval of that project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, Dan Downey.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commission. Am I muted?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, thanks for letting me speak. I'm the president of the Beaverhead Trails Coalition, which is a nonprofit group. But Cornell Park's a real special place. It's along a nice bend of the Beaverhead River to the west of town, just about 5 minutes from the edge of town. And the stream banks are severely eroded, but it has beautiful cottonwood trees. There's lots of bird habitat. We've owned the land since December of 2020 and have been working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to ensure public access into perpetuity to this property. In Dillon, we're fortunate to have the Beaverhead River run through our town. However, there's only one public park along the river as of now, which is guaranteed into perpetuity. That's Selway Park. And we worked with Fish, Wildlife and Parks and the Montana Department of Transportation to create that park. But Cornell Park is a little bit bigger park. But I think it's just one of the best projects to happen in Dillon for the people here to be able to go and enjoy the river, and also to restore the stream banks at this site is very important. So it's just been a very exciting project with lots of great partners. And I want to thank the Fish, Wildlife and Parks for their expertise and their enthusiasm and energy. And I just have been very impressed since we started working with Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Thank you. Your time is up. We appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Dick Raths.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Big Snowies Wildlife Management Area. I'm from Lewistown, grew up in the area. I'd really like to applaud Ashley Taylor and her crew for detailing all the attributes of the land, Forest Allen's land, and especially thank Shodare and Craig and Keith for their diligence in pursuing this project. You can see when this project came before the committee on this small screen, the enthusiasm level just jumped up tremendously. And as a landowner in the area, things have changed a lot. Didn't think access would ever really be a problem, but now access is a problem. And this is an opportunity that provides for that access for recreation and hunting. And so really appreciate the commission to vote positive on this. One other thing too is you all realize you're not the final step in this process. So if you feel strongly on the wildlife management area in the Big Snowies, I would urge you to go to the State Land Board meeting and support this process through to completion. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next Chuck Alvarez.
Go ahead.
Hi, again, as an angler, I think this is a great movement for that area. I'm also a member of the Kikialis tribe. Sorry, I have a disability. I have lung disease, so bear with me. So I'm sorry I've talked a few times, but bottom line is this is a good thing as long as we have access to public and to the tribe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Francine and Amari Faulkner.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. Is there a map you could put up so we could see the area, exactly what you're talking about and access to it? I apologize if you showed it earlier. I may have missed it, but it would be helpful if you could show a map showing the existing land, what the access land is. Is that possible?
Quentin, would the map be on the website? Yeah. So we don't bring things up during our meeting online. You have to go to the FWP website and look at the materials for the meeting. And we wouldn't have time to do that today.
And Chair, that might be embedded in one of the documents, so it may not
Okay.
present itself as a map.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look.
Draft environmental assessment.
Okay.
Madam Chair, finally, we have KM Kepler.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you need to, what is it, *6 to unmute? There we go.
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
now? Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Kevin Kepler. I've been hunting the Snowy Mountains now for 30 plus years, both the north and south side of the mountains. Fish, Wildlife and Parks priority, along with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, along with other support organizations, their mission is to provide access. This single acquisition provides that access. I've seen how you worked in the past. I was involved in an acquisition of what's now known as the Red Hill Public Access, which was a 40-acre parcel on the Red Hill Road. I've witnessed the use of that by sportsmen. I've seen fathers, sons, daughters, mothers walk through there. This acquisition by itself does so much more than just even that little access. And to put it in numbers, in the biannual data provided during last year's discussions, the Snowy Mountains have 2.5 million acres, of which only 457,000 provides fall and winter elk range. Of that, only 64,000 acres guarantee public access, so it's very limited. This single access acquisition increases that by over 9%. So what you're doing is providing access, which is your mission, provides access to the hunters, and it provides an elk management tool. And I think more importantly, it provides opportunity for the next generation of hunters to have access. And I appreciate your support in this project.
Thank you. Was that the last one then for sure? Oh, go ahead.
No other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the landowners and the different organizations and all the staff that worked hard to bring all three of these in front of you. I just think it's particularly an effort by everybody involved on this, and I really do appreciate their efforts.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments before we start voting? What was that? Oh, region. Is there anybody in the regional offices? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Thank you for the reminder though. Okay. The first one that we will vote on is the Big Snowy Mountain WMA land project. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next one is the Cornell Park Fishing Access Site Acquisition. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next one is the Sharon Fishing Access Site, the MDT Recreation Permit. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Great, thank you. All right, next we will move to the approval of request to translocate sage grouse to Alberta, Canada.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Director Warsick. My name is Brian Wakeling. I'm the chief for the Game Management Bureau, and I'll be presenting this morning. This is a request from the province of Alberta. It's a continuation of a project that has been going on for quite some time. Montana has provided 3 translocations of sage grouse to Alberta previously. We've transferred about 118 birds, I believe is the total number so far. Alberta has been working proactively to try and keep sage grouse on the landscape there. That's for them, it's a pretty endangered species. It is an endangered species. It's one of our collective kind of challenges that we work with as a wildlife profession is to try to keep the wildlife present on the landscape over a broader range. And so it's important to biologists from Montana to keep those populations in other areas going as well. So we believe it's in our best interest to continue to support this effort. The province of Alberta has been involved in some aggressive habitat work to try to capitalize on the populations that we've already received. And they've also taken on some direct lethal removal to try to manage predators in those areas. It's something that has been evaluated earlier in a environmental assessment, and a record of decision that came from that in support of that translocation. Comments that we've received specifically directing or addressing this translocation are largely in support currently. However, there have been some concerns about the impact to Montana's sage grouse population in the process of doing these translocations. The populations are monitored annually. We look at that, and that was part of the evaluation that went through the original environmental assessment. And the region also completed a supplemental evaluation this year prior to bringing this request forward to the commission for their approval. And it's well within the range of what our populations are capable of supporting. And so the department is very supportive of their request, and we would recommend that the commission authorize that translocation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the translocation of up to 40 sage grouse to Alberta in 2023 as outlined in the 2015 Sage Grouse Translocation Environmental Assessment and Supplemental Evaluation.
Second. Okay, thank you. Okay, with it. Yep. Are there any questions before I go out for comment? Okay, is there anyone present who would like to comment on the sage grouse translocation? Do we have any? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warshak, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I say this respectfully, but I resent the fact that every time there is a transition or a transfer of wildlife, carnivores come into it and predators come into it. To give you an example, the discussion we just had on the land that the pheasant are going to be put on this pheasant program. It's only a matter of time with the attitude that the current senior land management at FWP has. It's just a matter of time when we start losing pheasant to coyotes, foxes, and wolves. We need to kill them too because they're killing our pheasant. What do you expect these animals to do? Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak to this motion? Okay. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh, Madam Chair, I apologize. Someone just raised their hand.
Okay.
Chuck Alvarez.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Alvarez.
Hi, once again, I'm sorry I just got off my machine, but anyway, I don't like the bottom line is I don't agree with what they feel is the health of the population and the movement of the wildlife. And I just want to say that it's really important to understand that I don't think predators are the problem. I think it's more or less, our climate. So thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Any further commenters?
Madam Chair, Tasha raised their hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I would also just like to agree. I don't think that these predators are the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with no further comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the non-game checkoff work plan, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division. This next item is we're seeking your approval for the annual non-game checkoff work plan. Just typically the non-game checkoff, which is a voluntary tax or checkoff on your tax form, generates about $30,000 to $40,000 a year from voluntary donations to be dedicated towards non-game wildlife management and conservation. This year, it's a little bit different in the sense that House Bill 701 passed the last legislative session. That's the bill that
dealt with recreational marijuana. And that bill specifically allocated 4% of the tax revenue for non-game wildlife and directed that it be deposited into the non-game checkoff account. So the issue before you today, the work plan, is quite a bit larger than what you've seen in the past. And that's because the revenue from that 4% of the revenue of the marijuana tax amounts to about a little over $1 million. So the work plan in front of you is for about $1.1 million for work to be done in this current fiscal year. A little bit about, so what we're asking for in the work plan, we've broken it down into some fairly large categories, and then I'll give you some examples of what that means. So the first category was species habitat restoration and conservation, $445,000. Where that money would go would be the first and foremost is a need for staff to help complete work on non-game species conservation work, with a focus this year on bats and surveillance of white nose syndrome in bats, which is a fungus or a disease that is impacting bats across the country and causing a severe decline. We detected it in Montana a couple of years ago and have seen primarily in eastern Montana. So we're trying to maintain a handle on that. That white nose syndrome has led to, proposals for listing of bats in several areas. So getting a handle on bats is a high priority of ours. We have potential reintroduction of northern leopard frogs in northwestern Montana. We're partnering with our Upland game bird program for enhancement of habitat important to non-game birds, especially grassland species, with the intent to help avoid the need for ESA listing of those grassland species. We've been partnering with some conservation organizations on what we call partner positions, habitat biologist partner positions. That includes, like an example is with the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, who are helping deliver conservation on the ground. We've got some incentive programs to help maintain prairie dogs with the intent of hopefully maintaining habitat then for black-footed ferrets. And also looking to develop a homeowner assistance program for non-lethally excluding bats from human dwellings. So that's the first category. The second category is inventory and monitoring work, species of greatest conservation need, about $403,000 towards that. One of the primary expenditures will be for staff to help complete surveys and inventory of non-game species, for which we have very little information. And that lack of information is being used a lot of times as a reason to petition for listing of species. So having information helps us better manage those species and understand them. Examples include boreal owls, 2 species of cuckoos, porwills, some bat species, harlequin ducks, greater horned lizards, and Coeur d'Alene salamanders. Having information helps us then address petitions that get sent, and also helps us look at what can we do to help improve the status of those species if they are indeed declining. We've got to focus on, again, bats, inventory of bats in high wind energy development areas to help ensure mitigation plans are in place. We're collaborating with some partners on comprehensive bird monitoring throughout the state and all different habitat types, with a focus on grasslands, sagebrush, and some other priority habitats. We're trying to monitor all amphibians in a 5-year cycle to, again, understand the status. And one of our big projects this year and future years is establishment of what's called the MODIS system, which is a passive detection system for these little MODIS tags. Are small. Think of them like radio telemetry, but they're small tags that you can put on birds and bats, so very small. And if they pass the station will pick it up. And having a series of those will help us understand habitat use and migration. And we're establishing these MODIS stations in association with a lot of other organizations that are doing similar, with the idea of over time, having a pretty comprehensive system that will help us understand migration of animals and habitat use of animals that we don't have a lot of information about. The next category is research and data analysis, about 180,000. The initial expenditure of funds for this will be towards a multi-state harlequin duck monitoring effort to be informed by a graduate student with the focus on determining the most cost-effective ways to monitor that species. We also are looking at hiring a graduate student to evaluate whether birds marked with those MODIS tags can be tracked with sufficient precision to understand habitat use, and looking at analysis of habitat conservation work to ensure on-the-ground efforts are benefiting species in the most cost-effective and efficient manner. We're looking at $50,000 for an internship program. That's just an expansion of a program that's already in place to utilize college interns, help our field folks with all those things I've just described. And in the meantime, they get experience working for the agency, working on a lot of different topics. And hopefully that turns into potential employees for us down the road. And then we're also looking at $50,000 towards a K-12 education and wildlife viewing program. The idea being to work with staff at Montana Wild to design and deliver distance learning programs on non-game species and important habitats. And then also under that category is increasing opportunities for wildlife viewing and outreach projects to encourage more Montanans to appreciate wildlife and some of our habitats. An example of that is a development of some viewing areas. We're going to be bringing you one in the near future for approval, hopefully, where we would be having a small access easement to a viewing area on a property that's in another easement held by another organization, but gives you an idea of a partnership and making some of these areas more accessible to folks to come and view and learn about wildlife. So that is, in a nutshell, our work plan for the year. Again, it's a significantly more money than the past because of this marijuana tax, but it's also really an exciting opportunity for us to really expand what we're doing with non-game and really get a handle on a lot of things that we haven't been able to. Happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, so that funding, the way that tax, the marijuana tax, is this something we're going to see this type of volume for the foreseeable future? I know there'll probably be a leveling off, but we'll be looking more along the lines of this caliber instead of what we historically looked at, which were relatively minor dollars.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that is correct. It's that's what's in statute now. So as long as that statute doesn't change, the projections are, at least $1 million a year, could increase depending on the tax revenues.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Go ahead.
So it kind of makes me think a little bit about how the fishing dollars come together, for all the different projects and where various groups might be able to apply for funding, or there could be an avenue of maybe having a committee look at a variety of different projects. Like I'm wondering now if this opens up opportunity for certain groups. One that just came to mind when you're talking about is Audubon and whether they have some ideas or things, because I would suspect we're going to have a point in time where we're trying to identify different projects. So I would just ask maybe that the department come back to the commission about other ways, looking at this long term, that we might start looking at ways to bring up projects and ways to partner, much the way that fishing project works, because that seems we get a lot of success with that. We get a lot of good partnering. Be fun to see something similar like that happen with these dollars, especially since they're getting pretty meaningful. So
we will follow up with that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion then. Okay. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed non-game tax checkoff work plan for fiscal year 2023 with emphasis on finding ways to minimize impacts of the Endangered Species Act listings on landowners, recreationists, and other user groups.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you, Mr. McDonald. And then I'll go out for comments and we'll see if there's any more questions.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. And I really am trying to get out of your hair today, but this is the last item. Rare for me to be in the wildlife section, but I'll make the connection here. And it goes to Mr. Tabor's or Commissioner Tabor's question about partnerships. And the non-game program has been an important partner in a lot of the work that we do. My mind goes immediately to Southwest Montana and the Centennial and the Big Hole and Grayling. This is a really important program. You know, our mission well, don't quote me on this, but our unofficial mission is to solve problems. And one significant problem is potential ESA listing. It has a negative impact on a lot of things. And this non-game program, through the projects, the work, the habitat restoration work that we've been able to partner and do on this, helps keep species off the endangered species list. It helps keep working agriculture on the landscape. And it benefits fish. And I would also say a variety of other aquatic and terrestrial species that often have a cascading effect. You know, what's good for a lizard can often be good for aquatic habitat that benefits rainbow trout or brown trout. And so anyways, the cascading effect of these dollars are significant. I too am excited to see a significant increase in the revenue through statute that came as part of the ballot measure on recreational marijuana. It's good to see more dollars here because I think these investments pay huge dividends in the end in preventing some worst case scenarios, but also helping from my organization's perspective, make fishing better in Montana and improve cold water fish habitat. So we are a partner. Audubon has been a great partner, as well as Commissioner Tabor brought up, in helping design these projects and work closely with the staff. I want to highlight the Ms. Sanuska Brown, who's on staff at FWP in the non-game program. Staff is great to work with here. And once again, just want to commend them. So always enjoy this agenda item every year because I think it's a little known program at FWP that really pays tremendous dividends. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Lost my voice for a second there.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warshak, Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies. We stand in support of this bill, this proposal. It's a win-win. What we would ask is for the department to consider rolling funds into non-lethal measures to reduce conflict reduction for livestock producers and others. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana. While we're in support of this, there's some very important things that are amiss. As FWP stated in their cover letter for the proposal, they're responsible for managing about 500 species, the majority of which are non-game wildlife. The Montana Fur Bearer and Trapping Regulations Handbook defines non-game as any species not otherwise legally classified by Montana statute or regulations. Some examples are badger, raccoon, red fox, whom trappers often target. There is no resident trapping license required to trap non-game. They can be trapped unlimited, unreported, year-round by residents and without trapper education. Only those trappers who purchase a trapping license receive the trapping survey. Roughly 1/3 of licensed trappers bother to return the voluntary survey. The overwhelming majority of non-game species are not listed on the survey. Thus, the trapping of non-game wildlife is highly unregulated. So how does this unregulated trapping fit into the planning and monitoring of non-game populations, the recovery of sensitive species, and avoidance of the ESA? The long and unregulated trapping of beaver also plays a role. Beaver are nature's hydroengineers creating habitat for these very species. And for water resources and providing fire breaks and battling climate change. 50% of North America's threatened or endangered species rely on beaver-created wetlands for survival. To continue this protocol and ignore the non-trapped wildlife is disingenuous to the goals of the program. In closing, the work plan states that to put emphasis on finding ways to minimize impacts of endangered species listings on landowners, recreationists, and other user groups. This should not be the focus on the non-game. It should be on preserving wildlife for future and for present and future generations to the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Capra with Footloose, Montana. Listening to the potential windfall here, I was struck by the concept that in our evaluations of wolves in this state, there's a lot of criticism about counting the numbers and how those numbers are counted. And it strikes me with such a windfall, we could do a more accurate job of perceiving how many wolves we really have in the wild. And it strikes me that the time is long overdue for that, because based on a number of papers I see, there's a lot of questions about the IPOM and how this agency and the agency in Idaho are using the IPOM to really create problems in the counts that are being multiplied by the actions in the field. So it's a consideration since you have a windfall that's only going to continue in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you very much for making it possible for me to be here. I appreciate it. My name is Michelle Dietrich and I live in Hamilton, Montana. I am all for increasing the budget of the non-game program of FWP. They are known for doing great work with science. I have reservations about the emphasis, because I think the emphasis on this should be science, and it should be accurately looking at these species and understanding their beneficial effects to the ecosystem. So I am all for increasing the budget for the non-game program. It's an excellent program. But I would like to see, when I look at the budget, an increase in internships to get more students and future biologists involved, and also an increase in education K through 12 on these animals. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay, do we have any comments online?
Madam Chair, we have 3 hands raised. First, we have Chuck Alvarez.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Alvarez. Doesn't show that you're muted, but we can't hear you on this. Oh, yes, you are muted. *6.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
There we go. We good?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Just got off my machine. I have lung disease, but again, this is something where it affects a lot of biodiversity. I just want to state that, and I support Mark of Wolves of the Rockies, and I'm sorry, but I don't agree with everything that is stated. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Courtney.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. You go ahead. Yep.
Hello, my name is Courtney Mars, and I need to speak about issue of wolf trapping and hunting.
Okay, that issue will be after lunch.
After lunch. Okay, sorry, ma'am. I just
thank
wanted to
you.
make sure I get to hear what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have the Wizard.
Okay, go ahead.
Billy, the Wizard Angus, in Hamilton, Montana. First of all, I wanted to say, make it perfectly clear that trophy hunting and trapping has no place anywhere in the 21st century.
Okay, that is not the motion that's on the table right now. That will be after lunch.
Okay, I'll check that out and shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, that is all.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? Okay. All right, all those in favor of the non-game checkoff work plan, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
You want one more?
Yep, one more. Yep, perfect. And this one will not go out to public comment because it is the final on it.
So, Madam Chair, this is going to sound like deja vu, but we're here asking for approval of ARM 12.9.1403, which is the grizzly bear demographic objectives for the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. This is one you actually approved back at your April meeting, similar to one you heard earlier today. It missed the filing deadline, so we're back asking you to reapprove it. A little bit about it. This is a ARM that we put in place back in 2018 with the primary objective to demonstrate there's adequate regulatory mechanisms in place should the NCD grizzly bear population be delisted. And the adequate regulatory mechanisms is one of the criteria they assess when they're deciding whether to list or delist a species. In conjunction with a lot of the Fish and Wildlife Service and other agencies, we've developed a conservation strategy that includes demographic objectives, basically how that bear population will be managed if they're delisted, and that includes mortality thresholds. We're basically saying we won't go below a certain number of mortalities of adult males or adult females or cubs. And so we put those in ARM. And then since that ARM was developed, there was a question about whether hunting counted against those mortality thresholds, or if we moved bears from, for example, to Yellowstone from the NCD, if the removal of those bears from the ecosystem counted as mortality. So the primary thing this amendment does, that makes clear that hunting and transplant out of the ecosystem count against those mortality thresholds. And then the other thing it includes are some language about hunting, and what we say in there is it makes clear that hunting of grizzly bears would cease if the population falls below the established level in that ARM, and then also that if mortality levels are exceeded in a certain year, no hunting would occur in the previous year. This is, again, exactly what you passed in April. The main comment we got, both on the previous time and this time, was concern about we had the word in that section 5 about if you had to, it was an and or an or question. If the mortality thresholds exceeded for males and females or males or females, in response to the comments, we changed it to or and addressed that main issue. The one other one that came up in this last round of public comments was asking for a commitment to recalibrate these thresholds if the science says, if we have updated science that says, for example, there's a different way of counting the population. We didn't feel that was necessary. If the population estimates change, we would look at that and it would require a rule change. It would require amending this rule, which we would likely do. So didn't feel it was necessary to make that commitment in this document at this time. So that's where we're at. Again, we're asking you to reapprove the amended rule, and we will be sure to get it filed with the Secretary of State on time. Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Byworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, I see that you changed the and to or in subsection 5. There was a lot of comment about changing the 3 factors under section 3B to or. What's the implications or significance of having and or in there to shift those 3 factors from conjunctive to disjunctive? What's the practical application or difference?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, I think in this case, the and is more conservative. So it's basically saying that we're gonna manage mortalities from all sources against this 6-year running average. And those sources include the survival of independent females, mortality of males, and let me get it right again here. So it'll be maintain the annual survival rate of independent females of at least 90%, limit annual number of total reported and unreported mortalities of females to 10%, no more than 10%, and limit estimated number of total reported and unreported mortalities of males to no more than 15%. So the and is, it makes it more inclusive versus an or. So we left it as it was.
Any other questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I propose that the commission approve the amendments to ARM 12.9.1403, the grizzly bear demographic objectives for the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem as proposed by the department.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. This will not go out to public comment, so I'm just going to ask one more time if there's any questions or comments. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we will convene at 1:15. And the only item we have left on the agenda is the winter 2023 fur bear and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas. I know we have a number of people that want to comment. We will give lots of time for comment, but I would just suggest that you try to compile your comments. We're probably going to have a shorter time limit for the comments just to make sure that we get as many commenters as possible. So we don't have the motions on the table yet, but I would just ask that you keep your comments to the motions, and we will get more information on how we're going to go through the comments when we get back. But 1:15.
Can you folks out in the lobby hear me? I'm gathering that's a no. Can you hear me in the lobby out there? How about now? Can you guys, is there anything coming from out there? Mic check.
I do have one. Okay, if we could have everyone take their seat, we'll go ahead and get started. I think we're going to have to close the doors back there so we can hear. And once we get the motions on the floor, we are going to limit the each person to 1 minute. I'm going to go 2 hours, see how far we get. And then from there, we'll decide if it's oppose or support of the motions from there. But I want to get as many people to comment in the 2 hours. So if everyone could be respectful of that. And I'm going to start with the people that are in the room, and then we will bring in, I just want 6 people at a time in line. And so if we can just keep going so that the faster we can get up to the podium, then it gives more people time to speak. So we'll start our presentation and then I can repeat this later. So thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Director Warsek. Before we dive right into the presentation, I did want to make a couple of introductions to the commission. We did have some personnel changes within the Game Bureau, and Bob Inman, who was our fur bearer carnivore coordinator, has left the agency. And since that time, we've hired a couple of folks to help replace him. Molly Parks is our carnivore coordinator, and Nathan Klug is our fur bearer coordinator. Nathan's been on the job for like 2 weeks and 30 seconds. So any really hard questions, we're going to defer to him today. We've also got some other staff here this afternoon that may, we may need some assistance with a question or two. But Warren Hansen, who's our Region 3 Wildlife Manager, is here, and Justin Goody, our Research Branch Chief and Research Bureau Chief. I'm going to do everything I can to try to lay this out as clearly as possible, and we'll go from there. So the first thing we're proposing, and it's actually something the agency's incorporating in our management this year, and part of our simplification effort is to take the wolf regulations and take the trapping regulations, and we're combining those into a single document. So all of the information will be there. There's a lot of redundancy has been in that historically. And now that, we're working with both of those, we want to make that as clear as possible. And so we'll have that into a single document with all the reference with there. There's several changes we're recommending. First one deals with some of our bobcat quotas. 2 of those, one in Trapping District 1, we're recommending that go from 275 to 225. In Trapping District 5, we're recommending that be reduced from 200 to 100. Trapping District 5, it wasn't like we were harvesting 200, but just looking at the characteristics of the population and what we were harvesting there recently led us to believe that the harvest was greater than what we wanted for the population for sustainability. And so we're recommending both of those to be reduced. Another item was within the legislative session this last year, 2 years ago, there was a C4 license that was part for a bobcat hunting license, and that has been incorporated into the recommendations so that that's explicit. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when we addressed the trapping regulations, we eliminated the need for tagging martins. At that time, it was part of kind of in response to some of the issues we were having with COVID. It was just one extra species that we didn't feel that we needed to have tagging on so long as we had mandatory reporting. However, what we saw was a decline in the number of reports that we were receiving. And so actually in conversation with some of the trappers is where the idea generated, and it said, you guys really need to reinstitute that martin tagging requirement. And so our recommendation this year is to reinstitute that, also reinstitute the need for fur dealers to actually, they can only process tag pelts. And so a question comes up possibly from, what if someone from a year ago hasn't sold their pelt yet?
We have a process in place whereby if a trapper has a pelt from last year and can report to us and say, hey, I reported this under the mandatory reporting last year. Can I get a pelt tag for it this year? And we can accommodate that. We'll be able to verify that they did indeed report it and be able to accommodate that. So along with the kind of looking at trapping districts and how we've been managing fur bearers, the way we've approached wolf management to a large part has been along those same veins this last year. And so we wanted to go ahead and take all of our trapping districts and adopt that for wolves as well as for most of our fur bearers. So just looking at the wolf regulations, probably a little bit of overview of the wolf population before we get into some of the details there. We're estimating that the wolf population model or the wolf population is not very different from what it's been since about 2011. That population has stayed fairly stable over the course of time. This last year is 1,144 wolves and 192 packs. And we've got a credible confidence interval that we put around that. We don't expect that we're exactly at 1,144, but that's the point estimate that's generated by the model. It's also important to point out that that model is based off of empirical data that we're still collecting. We're still getting pack sizes. We're still taking a lot of empirical data that we collect, using it in the model to help us come up with a point estimate and the credible interval that goes around it. It's also important to recognize that that point estimate occurs on December 31st. December 31st occurs in the middle of our license year, and so we're harvesting wolves earlier than that and after that. And so trying to compare, it's important that when we make those comparisons between harvest and overall, when we're looking at the population estimate, we keep those numbers in mind and we compare apples to apples. What that means, of course, is that even after that, we still have some harvest ongoing, but that's not new. That's something that's been in place for since we've been estimating that population. We've been using that December timeframe. So last season, we harvested 273 wolves. 148 were taken by hunting and 125 by trapping. Of that, 139 were taken before January 1st and 134 were taken afterwards. Just by comparison, the prior year was 328 wolves. So through the license year, we harvested fewer, but the point estimate of when we looked at that population was halfway through that harvest. So some of the main changes we're recommending this year is that in keeping with eliminating all the multiple trap wolf management units and using trap districts. Part of that is simplification as well. Last year, we had a lot of confusion. People were looking at, especially wolf management unit 390. That one overlapped multiple regions. And so became confusing to the public and sometimes to ourselves when we're trying to report how many were taken in 390 and how many were taken within the region where we had a threshold of 82. At times it was a question. And so again, trying to simplify that, keep it down to trapping districts. And that was largely at the level at which we had thresholds last year anyways. We're also recommending that we do retain a single wolf management unit, and we would renumber that 313. 313 wouldn't be identical to 313 of last year, but 313 would encompass all of 313 and all of 316. So it would combine the two. We're also recommending that would have a hard quota of 10. And so when we try to come up with that estimate, where that, what do you come up with for a number? What we look at is how do we, we use our model, but our model is not designed, nor do we ever implement it on a wolf management unit scale. It's just too small an area to be meaningful. The population model was designed to work statewide and also regionally, but it doesn't work well trying to look at an individual wolf management unit. And so we look back what we've had over time as our practice has evolved. As populations became more abundant, it became increasingly difficult to use the old approach that we used by, counting a minimum number of wolves within an area. And so we ceased using that approach. And the last year that we had a minimum count was around 2015. And so we look at the minimum number of wolves that we had within that area at that point in time, and trying to look at the best estimate we could have, and trying to keep consistent with the legislative direction that we've been provided. And that legislative direction is to reduce the statewide population to a lower yet sustainable level. And so what we saw within that area last year is that we did have a pretty substantive harvest within there. From a statewide perspective, that harvest did not affect our population trajectory. But we are willing to acknowledge that at a local scale, it probably did have a reduction within that area. In order to get a population to decline, you need to harvest somewhere in the neighborhood. The human mortality component of that has to approach 30%. If it's less than that, and there's a wide variety of numbers, you can pick them from the literature, but the ones that are based off of empirical data average right around 29 to 30%. And in order to continue to meet that, we formulated a recommendation of 10 in order to meet that. And we expect that to be less than half of what was harvested at that scale last year, but it still is consistent with the legislative intent. So one of the other changes we're recommending is if the quota is reached before the end of a trapping season for any area or district that has a quota, we would have the wildlife management unit close upon 24 hours notice. All of the stuff that we had last year, we're still recommending retaining the bag limit of 10 and 10 for hunting and 10 by trapping. Season dates unchanged. Still retaining a floating date opener somewhere between the Friday following Thanksgiving and December 31st within occupied grizzly bear habitat. Mandatory trap check of 48 hours and a reporting of a harvest within 24 hours of the harvest. Mandatory check within 10 days of the harvest. While we had in our original proposal that we would retain the thresholds that we had last year, with the difference within Region 3 having a hard quota of 10 within Wildlife Management Unit 313 and a threshold then of 82 for the remainder of that area. Those numbers haven't changed. 195, 116 for 195 for Region 1, 116 for Region 2. As I mentioned, 82 outside of 313, that is a little different. Region 4 being 39, Region 5 being 11, Region 6, 30, and Region 7, 4. So statewide, the original recommendation was at 450 without excluding 313. So a quota of 10 and a threshold of 450. We'd recommend maintaining the same trapping restrictions within the lynx protection zones, which includes a prohibition of snaring on public lands. There's also another component of this that is specifically called out, and I think was a little confusing in the cover sheet. But under Senate, it's MCA 87-1901 is the actual statute, but it's still referred to pretty frequently as SB 200 or Senate Bill 200. And that allows a landowner or a landowner's agent to take a wolf on landowner's property at any time without a license, essentially, when it's a potential threat to human safety, livestock, or livestock dogs. And so the commission has the authority to establish a quota there. This quota is separate from the other. They're two separate items. But what we've always had the commission do, and we tried to point it out this year so that it's really clear, is that we would establish a quota of 100, but only authorize that in segments of 25. So this year we would ask the commission to do that again. And just for reference, last year, we did not have any wolves reported harvested through Senate Bill 200. So that, I think, sums up our recommendation, and certainly glad to have Nate answer any questions you might have.
Okay. So I just want to let the board know we do kind of have a new process. So what we've decided to do is the amendments that were sent in, I will take those in order for motions. And when we vote, we will vote in order of the motions made. So are there any questions for Ken before we move to the amendments? Commissioner Siebel?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did have a question. There was a lot of public comment, and first I want to say I appreciate the passion and the amount of public comment on this topic, and obviously based on the people here and I know online. There was a lot of discussion around aerial hunting of wolves, and I don't recall last year that there was a discussion that we had allowed somehow aerial hunting of wolves. Can you go through what actually happened and why that was taken out of the regulations?
Excellent question, Commissioner Siebel, and Madam Chair, members of the commission. Apologize for not addressing that. But the statute that regulates the take of game animals with the use of aerial hunting speaks specifically to game animals. And so statutorily, if you look at the animals that are classified as game animals, wolves are not there. Wolves are classified as a species in need of management, I believe is the literal statement of it. And so the statute does not apply to species in need of management. And so while we were not trying to encourage people to use aerial hunting in order to be able to harvest wolves, we would not be able to enforce that particular statute if someone chose to do it.
Follow up.
Mr. Kujala, could you follow up?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel. Yeah, so there was a iteration, there was a redo on our regulation booklet last year. And folks responded to that where, consistent with Mr. Wagling's presentations, we pulled that reference to aerial hunting out. That's not to say that aerial hunting, for the absence now of that language in the regulation, is okay. There is still in place a federal prohibition against aerial hunting unless specifically permitted by the state. And I'm speaking in coarse terms. I'll look to Chief Legal if I've got that right enough for the conversation. Enough said, but Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, if that answers your question. So you can't hunt wolves from the air in Montana.
Madam Chair, follow up with that regard. In contemplating how the regulations are written, even though we're not going to be, these are state regulations, would it be prudent or possible to make reference to the federal rule out there that prohibits aerial hunting, even though it's a state law, or excuse me, a federal law versus a state law?
Would that have to be in a motion, or is that just an administrative?
Madam Chair, point of clarification, Vice Chair Tabor, what moment of clarification? Do you mean you want that in the regs, or do you want it in the motions today?
I'm asking whether I need to put it in the motion, but where I want it is in the regs. I understood that it got pulled out of the regs because it's not a state law, but making reference to an extant federal law informs the hunters and trappers and makes them behave more responsibly. And so I'd be inclined to want to see it in there unless there's a prohibition for it.
That would be appropriate for a motion then.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
I think, yeah.
Yep. we've received a lot of comments, even heard a little bit of reference today about IPOM. And I understand we have a specialist here. Would you indulge the commission by giving us a better understanding of how that tool works and, the peer reviewing aspects and virtually everything we ought to know so we can make an educated decision on how the state's creating these abundance population estimates?
So we do have, I think we have the experts here that can probably provide the answer. Molly, would you prefer Justin to respond to that? Yeah.
Sure. Woman Robinson, members of the commission. My name is Molly Parks. I'm the carnivore coordinator for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And so may I just have you restate specifically your question about IPOM?
I was just commenting that we got a lot of comments as commissioners with, a belief that system isn't viable, that it's not doing its job. And so, several of us have asked, your staff and everybody throughout FWP, well, is there any truth to that, or what are our options, everything else? And so I feel like, it'd be healthy to have a good, thorough explanation of that tool. Sure. And everything technically behind it that gives the department confidence that they can rely on it.
Sure. So the integrated patch occupancy model has been developed in collaboration with the University of Montana. And this is an approach that is using a combination of 3 separate models to estimate our wolf populations and wolf packs in the state. It is peer reviewed in each piece. So each model has been peer reviewed and published in a scientifically rigorous journal. And we have a recent publication in Ecological Applications, another rigorously reviewed journal that is the integration of all 3 of those models. So we have an occupancy model that is helping us to estimate the distribution of wolves, that occupied area in the state of Montana. We have a territory model, a mechanistic territory model that helps us to understand the territory sizes and how they vary throughout the state that fit into that occupied area. And then we have a group size model that helps us to estimate the number of wolves in each of those packs. So it's the combination of these 3 models that helps us to generate this estimate of wolves in the state and that number of packs.
Commissioner Walsh, did you have a question?
Just a review question. That is, what was the original population target when we reintroduced wolves relative to this 1,144 wolves?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, it's always challenging when you first initiate a recovery process, when you're trying to get a population to become established, be self-sustaining, and ultimately wind up in a situation where we would consider it to be where it would merit delisting from the Endangered Species Act. And that's typically the barometer that we use to say that something has been recovered. We initially started using what we called minimum counts. And back in 1998, our minimum count was 49 animals. Since that time, that number increased. And by the time we got into the early 2000s, it was at 600. And by the time it gets us to 600, it becomes extremely difficult to enumerate individuals. They're very abundant. It's hard to account for them all. But at the time of the last listing and the listing criteria, the recovery criteria that was associated with that, my understanding is that it's 15 breeding pairs, and a breeding pair is defined as 2 wolves with at least 2 pups on December 31st. And then that would define a breeding pair. So it would be at least 15 breeding pairs in each of 3 states, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, and then at least 150 individuals. And so when we started, started using some of the population occupancy models to try to help us get a better, more unbiased estimate of the numbers that were there. We were already seeing 4 times the number of animals that were required in order to be to reach that delisting criteria.
Oh, Quentin, did you have something?
Chair Robinson, I was just going to connect with some of Molly's comments, but I sense perhaps, right, okay, just wanted to hit the concept of peer review. We think there's some additional flesh there that's worth talking about here. So peer review, that is to say, there's a proposed article that describes our product, how we got there, and that's submitted to a panel. I'll look to Molly and Justin to keep me straight here, and Brian too. It's submitted to a panel of peers. In this case, folks that understand modeling, have worked with modeling, understand the biology, goes back and forth. And when you pass through that is to say, literally a peer review, you have been peer reviewed, you have passed through a significant, a substantive review of your product, your methodology, and your presentation of same. That continues in a manner of speaking. And Justin Goody has shared with me that even as we speak, even since then, Justin, and I don't know if any of our other staff are being engaged by other scientists that are saying, help me understand more. How did you get from here to there? And that's part of the commitment. That's a piece of science, right? Science isn't for real unless it can be repeated. In this case, if we put the same inputs, if someone else puts the same inputs, here are our inputs into the same model, do they get the same results? And so just wanted to add, again, a little more flesh, a little more substance, a little more detail to the thing, the concept, the process, the standard that is peer review, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wakeling, so at the 450 plus the 10, should the state reach those levels in each of the respective regions, does that accomplish what the statutory charge is out of the legislation to reduce population by some measure?
Excellent question, Commissioner Tabor, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So what we have been observing is a total harvest that has varied somewhere between 250 to 325 per year, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we've been seeing that since about 2013. And with that level of harvest and with the monitoring that we've been conducting, we've determined that population has remained fairly stable. So I mentioned earlier that we need to harvest somewhere between 29 to 30% of the population in order to get it to reduce. And so if we were to harvest, if we were to meet the harvest of 450 or 460 based on the way it was proposed, if we were to reach that number, the population would be reduced. The statewide population would be reduced. However, if we were to maintain that level of harvest after that date, the population within 2 to 3 years would start to approach those lower numbers that were discussed earlier regarding listing, just based on those population projections. However, as populations decline, it becomes more challenging to use hunter harvest to actually achieve those levels of reductions. And so the department would likely recommend, based on the inputs that we're looking at, a harvest of 450 wolves would reduce the population. But what it would take to sustain that population at that level would probably be somewhat less than 450 going forward. But there's no number that we're trying to reach at this point in time. We're trying to reach the mandate that the legislature gave us, which is to reduce the population. Once we're able to do that, then we can monitor that population, see what it takes to maintain that. But there is no magic number that we want to keep it above those minimums. We want to manage it above that number. but there is no way to biologically calculate the number that we need to be at, because there's so many complications, so many factors that lead into that: competition with other predators, variation amongst different prey species, how they're doing with various weather and climatic conditions as well.
So, Mr. Wakely, I just want to remind everybody too, this is for 1 year. So we're setting these, whatever we set is for 1 year, so we can look at it again next year and see what the trend is at that time.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty.
For 1 year. It's
Yes.
only for 1 year. Yes.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Any further questions?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Byer?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Wakeling, there's some confusion. I think in your presentation, you mentioned that estimating the number of wolves in the Gardner Basin, the new 313, is difficult at that scale. In the materials, you estimated about 29 wolves in that area. I've seen some other estimates from other literature and other conversations that suggest it might be as low as 12 to 14 resident wolves in that area. How do we rectify the lack of resolution in the IPOM model with what's been seen on the ground to make sure we're not, we're reaching that 29% threshold without going too far?
Again, a very good question, Commissioner Byarth. When we used the data we used from that point in time was based off a time in which we had our specialists on the ground focused on trying to get minimum counts. And so that gave us the ability to come up with a reasonable estimate on the minimum number of animals that were present at that point in time. Since that time, I'm not certain that the challenge with minimum counts is that that's exactly what they are. You don't have a good sense of the number of animals that are present that you're not detecting. And so trying to compare the two is extremely challenging. And when we look at how stable our population has been, and we look at how stable the harvest has been, especially within 313, 316 over the years, up until last year. Last year, admittedly, we did see a substantial increase in the amount of harvest that occurred there. But when we base, again, trying to look at what we thought was there for the long term, the potential harvest that we saw last year, and then still trying to look at, from a statewide perspective, a 29% reduction in order to meet the legislative mandate. That is still biologically consistent with the recommendation that we put forward. It's important to note that part of the challenge in managing or trying to manage at that scale is the fact that a lot of times their home ranges, their territory sizes may well be beyond the scope of a single wolf management unit.
Any further questions? Okay. So what we're going to do is go with the first amendment that was received, and that was from Vice Chair Tabor.
Madam Chair.
Just to clarify, if you're going to, would like you to do we'll do a separate motion at the end if you want to amend this. Let's just keep it clean.
Okay.
Okay.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the fall 2022 winter 23 fur bearer and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas as presented by the department, including the boundary changes and all other aspects regarding prior seasons and regulations included, except those influenced by routine calendar rotations, with the exception of reducing the harvest quota from 10 to 6 wolves total for trapping and hunting in the newly described WMU 313.
Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Siebel, second. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and Commissioner Byers, did you want to go forward with your amendment? Yeah, well, and I'm going to do them together. We're going to go out for comment for all of them. Yep, and then I'll vote in order of motions. Oops.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My motion was, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the fall 2022, winter 2023 fur bear and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas as presented by the department, including boundary changes with all other aspects regarding prior seasons and regulations included, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations, and except that we reduce the quota in Wolf Management Unit 313 from 10 to 4.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll ask again, is there a second for the motion? Okay, having no second, that the motion does not go forward. Okay, Commissioner Walsh.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed thresholds for wolf harvest as quotas that, if reached, would close the trapping and hunting seasons to the take of wolves within specific areas referenced, and that the word region be changed to trapping district to match language used in the fur bearer regulations. Proposed changes: a harvest of 450 wolves, excluding those wolves harvested within WMU 313, shall close the state to the trapping and hunting of wolves for the season. Next point, the harvest of the following quotas would close the corresponding administrative areas to the take of wolves. Trapping District 1, 195 wolves. Trapping District 2, 116 wolves. Trapping District 3 outside of Wolf Management Unit 313, 82 wolves. Trapping District 4, 39 wolves. Trapping District 5, 11 wolves. Trapping District 6, 3 wolves. And Trapping District 7, 4 wolves.
Is there a second? Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd make that other slight modification to the regulations to include reference to the federal law that prohibits aerial hunting.
Okay. Commissioner Lane seconded. Did you get that, Jasmine? Okay. Are there any other motions? Okay.
Chair, if I may ask a procedural question on Commissioner Walsh on your motion, was that I heard Commissioner Tabor and I heard Commissioner Byarth incorporate the department's motion and then add their amendment to that motion.
This would be after we approve or whatever, after we vote on Commissioner Tabor.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Sorry for the disruption.
No, thank you. I mean, we're still trying to figure out this, so thank you. Okay, I'm just taking notes still. Okay. Any further motions or clarifications needed? Questions?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a few comments before we go out. So one of the really important things for me is this sense of trying to get to some level of compromise. I think we have a statutory requirement that's quite clear. We're obligated by law to fulfill that commitment. And I think both the department and the commission are working very hard and diligently to fulfill that mission, that objective. Having said that, one of the operative words was discretion. And, as we look at the Yellowstone area and all the different groups that fed into us, first of all, I'm extraordinarily impressed by the different number of folks that reached out. And for the most part, and I think I can speak for the whole commission, when that's done respectfully and done where you're trying to lead with information that you think we don't have all day long, get accusatory and start getting ugly about it. It's really hard to hear past that kind of noise. And so I would remind you that probably applies to today as well. But Well, what compelled me is, in particular in the Gardner area, I spent 20 years in a career in recreation services. I know what it's like when Mother Nature hits hard, in addition to the impacts that are perceived to happen, although I understand the recovery was quite good year to year. We also know all what happened to the Gardner area. And so if this creates a little bit of reprieve in terms of what will happen from a tourism perspective, I think that, at least for me, that was compelling. And several groups came forward and made very compelling arguments that made me think, okay. But what was important to me, and that's why I asked the department, and I guess, Mr. Wakeling, I'd like you to read the comment that was established when I made my motion. And I think you also made the same comment with Commissioner Byer's motion, is I want to stay true to what our scientists are saying in our department. And so, I'll ask the question specifically about the motion I made, is going from 10 to 6 statistically or biologically within a realm of tolerance where we are not achieving our objective as a result of dropping from 10 to 6. Does that create any kind of condition where we no longer achieve our scientific mission?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, just for the record, reducing that quota will have no biological effect, no detectable biological effect to the statewide or the regional exercise.
Sure. Question?
Madam Chair, I want to call out Park Service's collaborative approach to their comments. And the fact is we have not only 2 states, Montana and Wyoming, we also have Yellowstone National Park that is an important partner in wildlife management down in the Gardner area and actually across quite a bit of Montana. And I believe the biologist Doug Smith is here, and he helped craft this, and he's probably knows more about the park wolves than anybody in the room or in the state. And I'd welcome any of the commissioners to ask Doug questions about how they arrived at their recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Just to be clear, the recommendation was first to reduce the number from 10 to 6, right? Correct.
Any other questions? All right. So like I said before, we're going to start with the people in the room, 1 minute. My plan is to go for 2 hours. If we could get 6 people lined up and just keep it with 6, and then take your seat again. And when we bring the people in from out in the hall, we're just going to bring them in that door and take them out the other door so that we don't get all jammed up in here. So I just want to remind everybody, we did get everyone's written comments and they were read by the commission, and we appreciate you taking the time. And I'm just going to try to get as many in as I can today. And thank you, and go ahead. Thank you.
Chair Robinson and fellow commissioners, my name's Kim Bean and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. What's happened in Montana over the last 2 years has become an international outrage and is threatening $1 billion of revenue, valuable science, and conservation. It's a major black eye in a state that once known for its value of these specific things. Targeting Yellowstone wolves is a direct attack on Montana businesses, tourism, and the non-consumptive community. It will indicate to the world that public lands, economics, and science do not matter to Montana. The consequences of this action will be a continued push to relist wolves, and this fight will continue. The removal of the WMUs is another indicator that accountability and transparency are not important to Montana. And this is simply a way to bury, literally, more wolves that are killed throughout this state. The consequences of this action will be the continued push to relist wolves, and this fight will continue. We ask that you reinstate the 2-wolf quota in WMU 313. Stop attacking, allow us to come together, and let's sit down and talk about wolf management.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Virginia Miller. I'm from Gardner, Montana, and I'm here representing the Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition with respect to wolves on the northern border of Yellowstone National Park. Wild Livelihoods is a coalition of over 150 businesses, mostly located in Park County. As you well know, flooding shut down the northern entrances to Yellowstone Park, where we operate our businesses. Cook City and Gardner are working hard to minimize the bankruptcies, with businesses operating at 10 to 20%. What none of our businesses want is the same sort of marketing debacle that arose last year when 21 wolves from Yellowstone were harvested due to a radical change in the quota, the results of which we are still seeing in terms of reduced in-park sightings. Roughly $500 million in tourism flows through Park County annually. Over 1,000 tourism businesses, mostly small businesses of less than 10 employees, service this industry. Our businesses are not anti-ranching or anti-hunting. Our issue is when this commission is ignoring the social requests of the vast majority of local citizens and businesses.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Chairwoman, Commissioner Steve Capra, Footloose, Montana. You know, you've asked me to comment on the various things you've put on the table, but I just have to step back for a moment. And I've been listening to the conversation. First of all, I thought we were talking about corn or wheat. I didn't think we were actually talking about animals. There's no sense in you at all that these are living beings. They're family units. They work in packs. And when you sit here and say harvest, you're killing. It's murder. It's not harvesting. And you don't understand the impact you're having on those packs when you continue to allow this to go on. This isn't management. It's sickness that is pervasive here and needs to stop. People come from the world over to see these wolves. People in this state care about wolves, not just in Yellowstone, but across this state. We can do so much better, but we need to change the language and we need to change the attitude. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Gary Leach. I'm from Red Lodge, Montana. I'm a big game hunter. As a teenager, I shot a Boone and Crockett record book mule deer in the Pryor Mountains, not trophy hunting, but meat hunting. I'm a veteran, Vietnam veteran, combat veteran. I was a scout dog handler. I walked point with my dog and we scouted out for booby traps, snares, and enemy ambushes. And in doing so, we not only had people killed, but we killed the enemy. But I've never seen such mayhem and tragedy and suffering and misery as traps. The traps they used in Vietnam were considered so barbaric and inhumane that in 1980, the Geneva Convention outlawed traps in war. My question is, how can we as human beings, can we as Montanans continue to trap when an international organization, the Geneva Convention, has outlawed traps?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana. This stack of wolves killed by hunters and trappers this past season. Many include puppies. FWP says there were 273 wolves. These wolves killed individual reports go from 1 to 300. The trapping number keeps changing. Many of these forms are incomplete. Some have wolves were turned in a month after being killed. In here is aerial gunning as a weapon, which is, as you, thank you, acknowledged is a federal offense. This is a reflection on how haphazardly and disrespectfully Montana manages wolves. In addition, at least 19 other animals, including mountain lions, moose, black bear, dogs, deer, were trapped and snared by wolf trappers. Over 1/3 of the wolves snared were in the lynx protection zone, some including on public land.
Thank you for your comments. No, I'm sorry. We have several people Thank you.
I was advised by legal that I would be able to give this. So I'm going to pass this
Sure.
out now. And I'll take up the rest during open mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Helena from Gardner, and I'm the Science and Technology Director with Wolves of the Rockies. The department's implementation of IPOM used to count wolf populations is the only IPOM model to suggest population size can be estimated without direct demographic data. Extrapolating data from wolves killed during one hunting and trapping season through hunter surveys versus an impartial scientific community with trained surveyors results in biased and inaccurate sampling and refutable recommendations. We have seen the surveys and talked with the biologists who stated they have no idea how many wolves there are and plan to use Yellowstone wolf counts in their assessment. Given 96% of Yellowstone lies within Wyoming, Montana's wolf count is invalid. We recommend therefore keeping the pre-existing WMUs 313, 316, and 110 necessary to prove connectivity of populations and adequate breeding between populations as required by the delisting. Set their quotas to the lowest level allowable, 1 per WMU. Anything higher is not a solution, not a compromise. It's extermination. No 24-hour notification, only support fair chase and support multi-use regulations, including non-consumptive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Julie Argyle. Many statistics have been and will be presented here today. While all wolves are important, I am here today in regards to Yellowstone wolves and a small piece of ground that they sometimes travel through, an area where they are allowed to be killed. To put it simply, Yellowstone wolves do not know the difference between a camera and a gun. They don't know what an imaginary line is, and truthfully, they trust humankind. They trust people like you, and they trust people like me. Many people visit the great state of Montana every year to see wolves. You have the power to change the future of these wolves. You have the power to protect what America loves. Sadly, you are choosing to ignore the majority of people when you decide to kill these animals. As far as breeding pairs and numbers go, we can all look to the past for things that were agreed on. But truthfully, life changes, and what would the world be without change?
Thank you.
My name is Sherna Gilbert. It does not make any sense to ask for aid for Gardner because flooding has impacted their economy, which relies heavily on tourism, and then turn around and have the level of wolf hunting in Gardner area as if that will also not have a negative impact on their economy. The reason we are focused on Yellowstone wolves right now is because hunters and trappers is a byproduct of 25 wolves being removed from Yellowstone this past season. Can you honestly look at this room and say tourism is irrelevant here? The quotas next to the park should be in consideration of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Madam Chair, my name is Nancy Ostley. I'm with Gallatin Wildlife Association and Great Old Broads for Wilderness. I worked very hard to advance the trapping ban initiative, got thousands of signatures along with my colleagues. I'm going to just quickly list a few reasons that I feel like the quota in 313 should be 0. And then I would like to say that I certainly hope that you will take the advice of Commissioner Byorth and rely on wolf biologist Doug Smith, as he said, knows these issues better than anyone in the room. And I would gladly cede my time, but I'll give the last 30 seconds too. I believe in fair chase principles.
Just to be clear, we can't give time to other people.
All right. Fair chase principles are being ignored here. Incidental take is a huge problem with trapping, and you're going to get grizzly bears. Livestock predation is minimal. Restoring wolves was expensive. Scientific rationale for predators says that they keep ungulate populations and the ecosystem healthy. The tourism value is very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Chris Morgan. I'm from Helena, Montana. Obviously a pretty heated topic. I appreciate you guys hearing our side, both sides. I would like to point out that I believe we should reinstate the 10 quota in Region 313. Reason being, as far as Montana Code 87-1-217 states that when we manage large predators, there's three key factors that we need to take into account. I won't bore you with the first two, but the last is to provide management for big game hunters. And we are not seeing any more opportunities added for big game hunters if we are taking away parts of the quota. I would question to maybe think of that for a little bit. Also, patch occupancy modeling has been in place before everyone sitting at these tables here. I would just question why now it is becoming a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Thurston. I operate a wildlife guiding company out of Gardner. I have for 15 years. I wanted to express how important each individual wolf is to our area. Since we can watch them so easily, the captivating stories of their lives keep our guests coming year after year. Taking these individuals in a hunt hits our business and our community very hard. I applaud you for proposing to reinstate the quota system in our area. Please keep WMU 313 and 316 as 2 units. By combining them into one, the likelihood of all the wolves harvested coming from the same pack is much higher. Thus, once again, wiping out an entire pack that's so critical to ecotourism and our economy. Please keep a quota of 1 wolf in each of WMU 313 and 16 for a total of 2 wolves. Please reconsider referring to them as wolf trapping units and keep them as wolf management units. Semantics matter. And this caters to a very small percentage of people in the state that do trap, and way more management is occurring in these areas than just trapping. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lil Erickson. I've lived in Livingston and Park County for over 35 years. I urge you to take with a grain of salt the current hunting levels proposed by the department as being relatively stable, and rely instead on the 20% of Yellowstone wolves, including a whole pack, that were killed last year. These are very valuable wolves to the tune of over $82 million, which you would have heard more about had Doug Smith been able to speak today. Please understand also that a continued assault on wolves, for that's what this is, not only affects Montana's recreation business, it will likely have repercussions for Montana ranchers. If wolves regain endangered species status, they will come under the full protection of the law, and the tools ranchers now have to deal with wolves attacking livestock will be gone or curtailed. Lastly, I urge commission and members who benefit financially from increased wolf quotas, including Mr. Tabor, to recuse yourself from the debate and the vote because of this serious conflict of interest.
Thank you for your comments.
If you continue
Thank
this
you.
reckless conflict of
Ma'am,
interest,
we have other
is
people that are trying to
self-serving
speak.
and violates the public
Thank
trust.
you.
My name is Bill Hoppy. I live at 172 Jardine Road, Gardner, Montana. I've lived at that address for over 70 years. Between the years of 1976 and 2000, my family owned and operated a very successful outfitting business in Hunting District 313. Because of a rapidly declining elk population and their eventual collapse, along with loss of many of our hunting seasons, we decided to move our operation to private land away from Yellowstone Park. Over the past 27 years, the hunters, sportsmen, and outfitters using Hunting District 313 and 316 have lost so much. At this time, it seems unlikely that we will ever get any of it back, especially if Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the state of Montana continue to buckle to the pressure of Yellowstone Park and the huge number of special interest groups. During the 6 months, 21-22 wolf season, there were 21 wolves harvested in the Hunting District 313 and 316. Yellowstone press with the special interest groups portrayed this as a slaughter. This was by no means a slaughter. It took about 150 days to close the entire 3 hunting region. This a total of 82 wolves. During this 5 months, there were thousands of recreational hunts hours spent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Isley, and I've lived in Park County, Montana for over 40 years. Yellowstone Park wolves account for more than $80 million worth of revenue for guides and services in the greater Yellowstone area. This revenue is directly correlated with healthy wolf packs. Jobs and livelihoods created by seeing a solid number of healthy wolves alive are every bit as lucrative and viable as businesses that make a living seeing wolves and other big game animals dead. Legislation initiated by Paul Fielder, House District 13, Thompson Falls, in 2021 were initiated out of a backlash to the reintroduction of 20 years prior. The bills were voted into law by the same backlash agenda, disdain for wolves. This was done without any consideration of the families, communities, and individuals who make a living off of wild and healthy wolf populations. As we approach the decision-making time for quotas again, I appeal to you now to not make the same mistake twice. The area surrounding Yellowstone and Glacier Park should be considered differently than other parts of the state.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Houlihan. I've worked in Gardner for about 15 years now. I'm a guide for Yellowstone Wolf Tracker, and Yellowstone National Park is not only the best place, it's one of the only places on the planet we can see wolves in the wild. And I make a living guiding people into that park. Killing wolves in 313 poses an existential threat to the job that I hold. And so I'm asking the commission to reinstate the 2020 harvest quota for 313. Protecting wolves in that unit protects our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Lanzak. I live in Trap in Marion, Montana. HB 224 is passed and it clearly states the commission shall establish by rule hunting trapping seasons for wolves. Trapping seasons must allow for the use of snares by the holder of trapping license for their game management purposes. The commission may authorize the trapping or snaring of more than one wolf by the trapping license holder. The way it is set up now, wolf trapping and wolf snaring is combined. Okay, the foothold trap and the snares are two different tools for trapping, and they should be treated as such, and they should be separated in the regs. Our neighbors to the west and to the north in Canada, they know this for good reason. I believe the floating start date was implemented because a snare was introduced. The commission has the authority to separate the foothold and the snare in the regs. With this, we can have floating start date for the snares and starting date for foothold trapping per legislative intent, which is the last Monday in November for Region 1 and Region 2. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have written comments you want to hand it to this side of the table, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Madam Chairman and Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. A very important issue to us. For the record, my name's Lon Ottosen, O-T-T-O-S-E-N. We traveled about 320 miles from Eastern Washington just so we could be here in person. Now, I appreciate the fierce independence and state people wanting, what are you doing coming into our state talking to us about these issues? But it's an actual federal issue. I worked for Department of Interior for 20 years, working to preserve and protect the resources for all of us. And Yellowstone, Glacier, national parks, and their resources belong to all of us. 325 million of us can claim all those lands and resources for our own, yet no individual can say they're theirs independently. I'm not going to be redundant. Everybody's doing a fine job. I just want to thank you again. Please considerate everybody's comments, both sides, and make the right decision for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Hoppy of 201 Yellowstone Street, Gardner, Montana. I've been a resident of the town for nearly 69 years. I've actively hunted District 313, 316 since 1967 and have witnessed a drastic decline in elk, deer, and almost no moose left in our population since 1995 when wolves were introduced to Yellowstone Park. Since 2000, we as hunters have given up many hunting opportunities, such as the once popular late hunt, which was an economic boom to the town of Gardner, shortened hunting seasons, and decreased cow tags for meat hunting sportsmen. Since 2009, when wolves were removed from the threatened and endangered species list, we have endured a roller coaster of wolf quotas and regulations. Even though wolves have met and exceeded all required numbers in the original EIS, Yellowstone National Park and environmental groups that convinced Montana State Fish, Wildlife and Parks and commissioners to reduce quotas around the boundaries of the park. This has happened at least 3 times. And you must realize that if you reduce quotas to 10, 4, or somewhere in between for the next year, they will continue to pressure Montana until no wolf hunting is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want this side, you said?
Yes, please. Mhm.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bart, B-A-R-T, Holt, H-O-L-T. I'm a native Montanan from Missoula. I don't really have a horse in this race. I'm not a rancher. I'm not a hunter. I'm not an activist. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a politician. But I have looked at this issue and it does concern me because I don't see any justification for the take of wolves. The elk population really hasn't decreased from what I have read in the literature. And there doesn't appear to also be a threat to livestock, and whatever livestock has been lost, the ranchers have been reimbursed. So it doesn't appear to be an economic issue. As well, I just really don't see why this needs to continue, and they should be simply relisted and left alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name's Tim McKenrick. Look forward to meeting a few of you. I'm here today to represent Montana Trappers Association, and everything you're talking about has to do with what's going on down in around the Yellowstone. I realize it's a hot spot. You guys have probably already got your minds made up which direction it's going to go. I'm not overly concerned about that. The floating date was implemented, as Mr. Anzik pointed out, okay, because the snares were put into place. And we always had a start date of December 15th. There was never an issue with that. What I just don't understand is how we're supposed to have the ability to reduce wolf populations in the rest of the state. Let's just forget about the Yellowstone area for a couple of minutes and look at the rest of the state. How are we supposed to reduce the wolf population in that area, okay, in the rest of the state, if you take away our opportunity? And I did hear this gentleman here state about the grizzly habitat, okay, and
yeah, thank you.
I'll finish.
Hello, my name is Edward Copeland. I work for Yellowstone Wolf Tracker, and I've lived in Montana for 27 years now. Seems the argument against wolves has not changed in all of this time, regardless of how much more we understand about their impact ecologically and especially economically. It's as though we are arguing against myth. The very packs of wolves we show our guests every day, and the very wolves people travel from all over the world to see, risk being trapped or shot just mere miles from where we observe them and study them as well. Doug and your team. Please tell me how this is not a conflict of interest, and please tell me how this is considered sport. The 2019 quotas from 313, 316 seemed fair, taking all sides into account. The radical changes last year seemed out of touch with reality, and I implore this commission to manage these units with what we know and not myth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner and or Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Michelle Dietrich and I live in Hamilton, Montana. I would like again you to focus on the science when you look at these amendments. When you lump and get rid of the wolf management units and you lump everything, how are you going to really analyze the effects of wolves on elk and also the beneficial effects on riparian areas? If you've got this big area, you could decimate one area completely. As far as Yellowstone is concerned, you've decimated a pack there and quite a few other wolves, and you've set back science. I mean, that was an ongoing study. If I were to have a say, I would say bring it down to the allowable limit of 1 in that area, at least until there's time for that area to come back and recover. I also am in agreement with having a quota versus a threshold. I think that's very important. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If you guys want to go out the side door, that would flow better. You're fine. You're fine. I just wanted to remind you guys that if we go out the side door, it will just flow better. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Steve Kelly. I'm from Bozeman. I'd like to just consider the sanctity of life in general at this moment. I mean, we all are creatures of the universe, the creator, mother nature, God, whatever word you want to put to it. I fail to see why we can't treat wolves with respect and dignity. They're not a commodity. They're not worth money. They're worth their own worth. They exist like everything else in the universe. And it just seems to me this whole idea of converting wildlife to money resembles what's going on in Texas with pay-to-play game farms. We might even be violating the RICO statutes if we turn it into a business and have interstate commerce without some sort of consideration for compensating wolves for their taking, their loss. I just think we're on the wrong track. We should look at this thing again with an open mind. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Clint Nagel. I'm president of the Gallatin Wildlife Association, volunteer president of the Gallatin Wildlife Association, located in Bozeman, Montana. We represent about a couple hundred members and supporters across the state, Southwest Montana, and across the country. We have commented many times in the past over the issue of management of wolves. And we do so because we are wildlife advocates. We support wolves. We are not extremists, even though some people like to make us out to be, but we are just people who appreciate wildlife or being wildlife. And I still find myself having to come here and talk about the same old stuff, and it gets frustrating. I know my time is limited, so I'm going to say that I urge you to follow your statute 87-1301-1A.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Robert Lindstrom from Hebgen Lake. I've been a member of the West Yellowstone Chamber of Commerce since 1979. I'm a small business owner, and I'll have to say that a cabin that used to rent for $50 a night now rents for $350 a night. And this is the value of ecotourism in the Yellowstone region. And for this reason, most of our guests come here, they want to see wolves and bears. And if they don't see them, they have to go to the Grizzly Bear Discovery Center and pay $20 to see the wolf. So that's their primary reason for a lot of our guests is to come here and see the wildlife, and this wolves especially. The other reason is, as a biologist, the wolf is the only natural control for chronic wasting disease. And one of the reasons we're seeing a vast decline in the elk populations and the elk hunting, I hunted for many years on Hebgen Mountain. They're gone now. And the wolves we used to see wandering across the frozen lake and howling in the mountains behind us, they're gone. For the last 5-10 years, those wolves have disappeared. Thank you very much, but bring the wolves back in the Yellowstone area. I don't care about.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and members of the commission. My name is Mika Costarus, and I agree with what others before me have said in support of wolves. As a Montana resident, I think wolves deserve to be on the landscape. Humans have taken over much of their prime hunting land, and selfishly, we keep taking land and limiting their numbers. Clearly, human supremacy plays a role in these decisions. We need to learn to live with wolves and other predators. We all know there are a multitude of non-lethal ways to prevent wolves from killing livestock, and elk numbers aren't an issue. I think the reason you weren't able to kill 450 wolves this past hunting season is because there aren't as many wolves in Montana as you've estimated with IPOM. At what point are you going to take into consideration the voices of non-consumptives? You allow our written comments and verbal comments as a formality, but you don't take us seriously. Why can't we work together to come up with a plan where we can meet in the middle? I hope you're listening because my voice matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. My name is Katie Cleary. I'm the president and founder of World Animal News and Peace for Animals out of Los Angeles. I'm the director and producer of the documentary Why on Earth featuring Clint Eastwood. Just came out. I'm here to speak on behalf of a species that has been misunderstood and persecuted for hundreds of years. In March, the state's game agency reported 273 wolves killed. The National Park Service counted 25 Yellowstone wolves killed. Among the dead, 19 were killed in Montana. The most killed in a single season since the animals have been reintroduced to the region in 25 years. What are we doing? Why are we playing God? There's hardly any left. And you want to put a quota on these animals? What are we going to be leaving for our children? These animals are worth more alive than dead. In my film, Clint Eastwood has an amazing quote. Why not just enjoy looking at these species? Enjoy future generations to look at them. We can all enjoy what's left on this planet and leave something for somebody else coming along the way. By Clint Eastwood. Thank you so much. There should not be a quota on these wolves. Let them live.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Richardson. I'm an actor, filmmaker, photographer, and an advocate for animal welfare and conservation globally. As you can probably hear, I'm from Great Britain, the land of James Bond, but in this context here, license to kill takes on a very different meaning. Some may think me naive for saying this, but I dream of a world where animals aren't commoditized or thought of something to be harvested, as I keep hearing, a world in which it's not quotas or limits that keep animals safe, but rather a lack of desire or willingness to end these precious lives. But back in this reality, while profit and revenue is the priority, I'd simply ask the Commission to recognize and consider the demonstrable fact, proven again and again globally, that particularly where iconic species are concerned, by the way, such as wolves, that both financially and ecologically, these animals are worth significantly more alive than dead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director of Commissioners, I'm Justin Webb with the Foundation for Wildlife Management. There is no biological justification for quotas or reduction in wolf harvest. The 2009 delisting rule by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service states 300 total wolves as the recovery goal for the entire Northern Rocky Mountain population segment. That encompasses the entirety of Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, the eastern 1/3 of Washington and Oregon, as well as a portion of Utah. It also suggests 1,500 is the max long-term carrying capacity for that entire area. Today's documentation for wolves here surpassed 3,500, more than double the carrying capacity suggested by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Nobody seems to be asking the question, why are the wolves leaving the park? If you read the 2021 Yellowstone Wolf Report, you will see disease and food stress impact dispersal from Yellowstone. Your mission to provide stewardship for wildlife and contribute to the quality of life for future generations need considered in decisions that may lead to overabundant wolf populations. Facts, figures, and data do not lie. Science-based conservation need implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jim Bell, Bozeman, Montana. I'll make this brief. I know you all read the comments that came from around the country. Many of them came from enraged out-of-state tourists that refused to come back to Montana until we institute a reasonable policy for wolf hunting and trapping, particularly around Yellowstone National Park. Second reason that we should institute a lower quota would be to bring Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' tarnished reputation back to a reasonable point. A third reason is to protect the world-renowned scientific research program of the Yellowstone National Park Wolf Project. Please consider a quota of 2.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm Jeff Dara. I'm from Stevensville, Montana. I'm here today as the executive director for a sportsman's group called Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife supports our hunting and fishing and trapping and our rural heritage. I'm here today to say that Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife supports Montana's wolf hunting and trapping season. We've been trapping wolves in Montana now for over 10 years, and we feel that Montana FWP has more than proven that they can manage this species. We are not against the 450 cap amendment that Commissioner Walsh is proposing, but we would like to see this cap revisited again next year, like you said. We're in support of going away from WMUs and going to trapping districts. Biologically, we're not in support of lowering the wolf quota in WMU 13. Montana SFW hopes that next year this quota can be raised back to an appropriate level. Montana SFW understands the political ramifications of this situation, but we cannot lose our focus of state wildlife management due to the constant pressure of threats, litigation by anti-hunting groups and anti-trapping NGOs.
Thank you.
Tom Daniels, Big Creek, fifth generation. Thank you, Commissioner, for having this meeting. Our wildlife in Montana is so important. It's always been here. And without the proper management, it will not be around. So I support your effort in trying to manage all of our wildlife. If we don't manage a single species, it will go to pot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Bob Shepard. I live at Ovando, 71 years old, all of it Montana. Been trapping for over 60 years. Been around wolves for 30 to 40 years that I've been dealing with them. What I want to say is you hear about follow the science. Well, that works real good until they don't want to follow the science because it's not going the way they're going. What I would suggest is that you follow the science and use the facts, not the rhetoric, particularly the political rhetoric. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having this meeting and doing the job that I really would not want to do. I'm going to keep mine pretty short. On the marten tagging, I request that if you do pass it, that you advertise. Frequently, what happens is something happens in FWP and it is not advertised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name's Rob Henriken. I live up by Sealy Lake. I thank you for what you guys are going through and what you do. I really appreciate it. I just urge your common sense in managing our wildlife. Wolves need to be managed just like everything else. And if you can somehow cut through the emotion I feel in this room, it's just kind of amazing. But I urge you to use biological, scientific, proven wildlife management in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioners. This is Bob Rowland, Ovando, Montana, rancher. A lot of the comments have been about livestock deprivation. 2009, before our first hunting season, there was 524 wolves known to be in Montana. Those 524 wolves killed 309 head of livestock. Hunting season came along, their habits changed drastically. All of our non-lethal deterrents, range riders, flattery started to work exceptionally better. Last year, 2021, 1,141 wolves killed 81 head of livestock. That's what hunting did for us as ranchers. Before the hunting season, we saw the lot of wolves in our livestock constantly. You couldn't legally throw a rock at a wolf because if you hit one and caused injury, you were liable for that. That was what life was for ranchers before a hunting season. Second point I'd like to make, 2008, there were 17 adult wolves killed in Yellowstone National Park, in the park. 10 of those were killed by their fellow wolves.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Karen Occolany from Gardner, Montana. This hunt is not about elk, deer, or cattle. It's just plain old-fashioned hatred, persecution, and cruelty, going back to the Dark Ages. We are asking for a return to a more humane and reasonable approach to these necessary animals. Gardner and the surrounding communities were severely impacted by a natural disaster this spring. I live there. The town is empty. Visitors come to this area to see wildlife, and in particular wolves, in the park and beyond. And to allow another hunt that will further decimate the wolf population, along with the catastrophic results of the flood, shows a callous disregard for the economic health of this area. Bring this quota back to 1 to 2 wolves in units 313 and 316. This is not fair chase on a park boundary. Wolves do not know boundaries, and anyone who can just sit, bait, and wait is not a hunter. They are participants in a shooting gallery. You are the last resort for these animals. Last year, the results of this hunt brought an incredible amount of negative publicity to this area. Please turn it around.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm Carolyn Thornton from Victor, Montana. I live in the Bitterroot. I was here in 95 when wolves were Canadian gray wolves introduced from Canada into the Bitterroots and Northern Rockies. I'm here because we should try to preserve healthy packs of wolves because of a disease discovered in the United Kingdom in 1993 called mad cow disease, which is bovine fungiform encephalopathy, is now becoming common in wild ungulates, moose, deer, and elk. It's more prevalent in elk. It's caused by not a bacteria or a virus. It's caused by a prion that's in all our body cells, a protein cell that becomes devastatingly deadly if it mutates, if it falls over. Wolves can eat and detect animals that are suffering or coming down, and they can eat these prions and they pass right through. They don't affect the wolf at all. If humans or other mammals eat these prions from infected animals, human beings usually from 60 years of age they can become symptomatic. And within a year, 70% of these people die of devastating neurological diseases.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
It's important to keep the packs intact. Thank you.
Lady Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this time. My name is Sylvia Borgonovo. I live in Missoula, Montana. I'm a fly fisherman, a wildlife photographer, and I'm also a voter. It is just disgraceful that Fish and Wildlife are striving for radical, extreme measures to manage the lowest numbers of wolves possible. There is no other animal we try to get to a bare minimum like this. We use bait, night hunting, bounty payments. Wolves deserve to be part of our landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Robinson, members of the committee, my name is Bonnie Rice. I'm the senior representative for the Sierra Club, and I'm here today representing more than 8,000 of our active members and supporters. We're asking you to restore a quota of 1 wolf in WMU 313, to reinstate WMU 110 with a quota of 1 wolf, and to keep the 12-hour closure period. Also, regarding IPOM, we ask you to continue to question this methodology. The accuracy of IPOM is unknown in the absence of any accompanying direct on-the-ground monitoring of wolf populations, and we don't have that. We have monitoring data from years ago. We have self-reported data from hunters on wolf presence, and we have modeling. Moving ahead in the face of that uncertainty without accurate data, especially allowing a harvest or killing of 450 wolves, is damaging both to wolves and the state's reputation regarding wildlife management. As commissioners, you have the responsibility to request and the obligation to rely on accurate information in your basis for decision-making on management of one of Montana's most iconic wildlife species. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Olivia, and I live in Bozeman, Montana. I work for Yellowstone Wolf Tracker, which is a wildlife guiding company in Gardner. Even after the flooding, our company and others like it attract tourists from across the country and across the world just in hopes of seeing wolves in Yellowstone. And after that, they're spending their money at the hotels, the restaurants, and the nearby businesses. So the presence of wolves in Yellowstone is crucial to supporting the livelihood of me, my coworkers, and nearby towns and businesses. I believe the quota in Unit 313, where wolves are responsible for very minimal livestock losses, should be aimed at managing wolves sustainably and should reflect the economical and ecological value wolves bring to the area. Therefore, I support lowering the quota in Wolf Management Unit 313 as much as possible, as low as 2.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jocelyn LaRue, and I'm the Washington and Montana Director with Western Watersheds Project, and I live in Missoula, Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to quickly highlight the fallacy that it's used to call for a reduction in wolves. Wolves are not destroying Montana's livestock industry. For example, the 3 counties that are surrounding Yellowstone National Park that have land in proposed Unit 313 are Gallatin, Park, and Carbon counties. According to the Livestock Loss Board, since 2013, ranchers in Park County lost only 7 cows to wolves, while ranchers in Gallatin County lost 3. Even in Carbon County, where the death toll was slightly higher, ranchers still only lost 20 cows to wolves in a 9-year period. Even when wolves do kill cows, they're killed in retaliation by wildlife services, negating the need for hunting to protect the livestock industry, particularly in the Yellowstone region. I appreciate the proposed reduction to 6 wolves in Unit 313. However, given these facts and the numerous reasons shared by those before me, I'm asking that you reduce the quota in proposed Unit 313 as low as legally allowed to 1 or 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. My name is Lizzie Pennock. I'm the carnivore coexistence advocate at Wild Earth Guardians, and I'm based in Missoula, Montana. The Montana portion of the Bitterroot ecosystem is not subject to the floating season open date that's meant to minimally protect grizzly bears entering dens later in the year. Grizzly bears have been sighted in the Bitterroot ecosystem several times over the past several decades. And as MFWP reported yesterday, grizzly bears are present in the Bitterroot Valley. These bears must be protected from the indiscriminate traps and snares that are placed on the landscape and allowed under the proposed season regulations. To remedy this problem, the Commission should amend the regulations so that the areas covered by currently designated WMUs 200, 250, and 330 are designated as in and near occupied grizzly bear habitat. As proposed, grizzly bears in the Bitterroot, whose presence has been verified as of yesterday, will not benefit from even the small amount of protection potentially offered by the floating season open date. This will impede recovery of federally threatened grizzly bears and subject anyone placing traps and snares in these areas to ESA liability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deborah Slicer. I've lived for decades in the 9 Mile Valley, west of Missoula, peacefully with wolves. I'm advocating for a legal minimum quota of 1 in the new Unit 313. I'm also a Montanan, and I want to welcome people who are here from out of state and from around the world. Contrary to what our governor and some other Montanans believe, you do have a horse in this race. If Wyoming were pumping sewage into Old Faithful, or if Montana were paintballing the Roosevelt Arch, the world would be appalled. They'd say the state was being irresponsible and stealing something of immeasurable value from the entire world when they're supposed to be good stewards, responsible stewards of these world treasures. The same goes for Yellowstone's wolves, for all wolves, as far as I'm concerned, who are world treasures too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing our comments today. To me, the 450 wolf threshold is unacceptably high. Night hunting, baiting, powerful traps, snares do not coincide with the words harvest and management. They're more like annihilation, execution, and murder. Please consider the effects of climate change, habitat loss, forest fires, and drought when you're making your thresholds. The non-extractive community needs to be included in wildlife decisions. Bullying by trappers, by those in government, by legislative mandates will not be tolerated. We are here, we're watching, the world is watching, we're not going away. Please remember we're all accountable for our actions and err on the side of caution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce Butch Gillespie,
Senate District 9, my Senate district takes in an awful lot of the mountain front up in the north half of the state. I guess we ourselves have lost calves to wolves since way back in the early 90s, so it's nothing new. Going out and finding blood spattered all over the snow on the landscape is not a fun thing to see. And it happens a lot. There's been a lot of information that say that cattlemen get paid for all their losses. They don't. They don't get paid for a fraction of it. My wife's on the Livestock Loss Board, and there's a real routine there to go through to get paid. And most of them go undetected. You maybe find the bones later on if you're lucky. So I guess I would just urge you to stick with the numbers, the facts and the figures that you know are valid when you're making your decisions. There's a lot more to this than we've heard today. So use your good intuition, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Representative Paul Fielder. I'm in Thompson Falls, Region 1. I drove 450 miles round trip at the end of this day to testify here. I'm a retired wildlife biologist. I'm also the representative that passed several bills with the intent to reduce wolf populations in the state. I also refer to your wolf management statute, this 87-1-901, where it says that the commission has the intent to reduce wolf populations in the state. And it also goes on to say that the most liberal harvest regulations shall be applied to the regions with the greatest wolf populations. Region 1's got 45% of the wolves in Montana. Region 2's got 25%. Region 3's got 20%. The rest of the state's got 10%. But in Region 1, 2, and 3, we're dealing with these areas that are defined as in or near occupied grizzly bear habitat. That was not the intent of the legislation when it was brought. And I'm opposed to using that language.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and Commissioners. My name is Dorothy Filson. I live in Bozeman, Montana. Wolves are a keystone species. Their presence allows other species that rely on wolf kills to thrive. Ranchers are compensated 300% for the small number of livestock killed. Such a small number, it's not even considered a statistic. None of these killings of wolves are warranted or science-based. Elk herds are now at 50,000 over elk management objectives, leading to special hunts. Thus, wolves are not a threat to elk numbers. Trapping is cruel and indiscriminate, killing an unknown number of fragile and endangered species. The current Montana laws and policies are anti-science, supported by flawed data, estimates that are not even peer-reviewed and lacking any logical or ethical foundation. I was raised on a cattle ranch that my ancestors homesteaded in 1864. To have the knowledge of bountiful wildlife and stewardship from that era is both a blessing and a tragedy. So I would urge you to be good stewards for the wildlife that remain and the gateway communities around Yellowstone National Park.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and Commissioners. My name is Suzanne O'Connor. I live in Bozeman and I'm a fourth generation Montanan. I'm here today because it appears that the current state government is bent on exterminating wolves. I find it abhorrent that we're discussing quotas of how many wolves should be killed when the number should be 0. Leave the wolves alone. No hunting, no trapping, no snaring, no poisoning. Wolves just do what nature intended. If Montana had a healthy wolf population, there would be no brucellosis elk problem. Wolves are nature's way of keeping our wildlife healthy, and all they ask for is coexistence. And all I ask for is the right to show my children and my grandchildren wolves in the wild, to hear them howl in the night when we're seated around a campfire. And abolish trapping altogether. And the public should be able to, this is the 21st century, for God's sake, and the public should be able to hike and recreate safely on public lands. The current state government's policies and actions on wolves and wildlife is a national disgrace.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your time. My name is Brooke Schifrin. I'm the Wildlife Conservation Coordinator for Greater Yellowstone Coalition. And on behalf of my organization and our Montana supporters, I just wanted to express my support for amending the 2022-2023 wolf season proposal to include a lower quota for the proposed WMU 313. I appreciate the commission's consideration of lowering the quota. In response to the amendments proposed by Commissioners Tabor and Byorth, FWP has stated that a reduction in the quota from 10 wolves in 313 will not biologically influence the trajectory of the wolf population in Montana. So this gives the commission an opportunity to account for the social and economic considerations at play in this area, just north of Yellowstone National Park. And from our perspective, a quota of 2 wolves in that combined unit is really representative of a moderate approach that balanced the needs of many Montanans for many years. So would really appreciate you considering that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition. On behalf of our more than 2,000 members and supporters in Montana, we're requesting that you restore the previous WMUs and quotas adjacent to the park, which were set at the lowest allowable quota by law. While we appreciate the commission's consideration in somewhat lowering the quota, we don't see a reason to hunt and trap any wolves that spend 95% of their lives inside of a national park. In fact, I attended most, if not all, of the legislative bill hearings that bring us here today. And never once did I hear bill proponents talk about the need to kill wolves in Yellowstone in 2021. While we would prefer a quota of 0 adjacent to the park, we recognize that you lack the statutory authority to do that. So we would further urge the department to seek such authority in the next legislative session. Finally, we don't support the conversion of managing the season by trapping districts instead of WMUs. As you know, that will result in a much coarser scale approach to collecting data from the hunting season, 8 units versus 18. So we would oppose that as well, and we would like you to retain the WMUs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Pfeiffer and I'm from Bozeman. And first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming this way. I know it's not right out your back door. You do have to drive a ways to get here. So I appreciate you coming here and sitting through these meetings and hearings. And some of what I heard has led me off track on what I really wanted to tell you. I don't know how many of you have ever pet a wolf or held a wolf or known a wolf personally. I know some have, but it is a wonderful experience and I feel truly blessed to have been able to do that. And shooting and trapping a wolf is, in my opinion, akin to shooting your neighbor's dog because he walks through your yard. So one other point I do want to make is that I know that legislatively you cannot eliminate a quota next to a park. However, 0 is a number. If you look it up, it is something we use in our computer language, and it is a valid number. So you can reduce the quota in whatever district you want to call it, 313, around any of the parks. You can reduce any of the quotas to 0. And I printed out for all of you a little brochure with the information on the economic impact of wolves and the number of hunters. And I think you will find out it's a minuscule part.
Thank you for your
our
comments.
state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson and fellow commissioners, my name is Brian Burris, and I work in the Yellowstone National Park at the gift shops for Xanterra. And I'm here today because I see many people coming through the gift shops and what they're looking, the kids go straight to the wolves. They hold them and they take them to their parents and they just want to have one. I just want to ask that you to put the quota back down to 2 in the areas surrounding the parks. And this morning on my way here, on my way out, I heard a wolf and I just want to be their voice. So howl for life.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trish King. I have family and property here, and we came here to see the wolves and the wildlife. And I don't approve of trapping, snaring, hunting, not hunting. I don't approve of any animal being taken if it's not for sustenance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair Robinson and Commissioners. My name is Brett Haverstick, and today I represent the comments of Wilderness Watch in Missoula, Montana. I'd like to firmly state that Wilderness Watch opposes the killing of all wolves, Yellowstone or not, through hunting, trapping, snaring, or any other methods, including baiting and bounties. Best available science points to gray wolves as family-oriented. I'd like to point out possibly more family-oriented than our species. Best available science points to gray wolves also as self-regulating. Certainly the human species is not. I also like to point out that wolves are crucial to healthy ecosystems. Wilderness Watch is particularly concerned with the impacts of the proposed rules' effects on wildernesses in Montana. Aldo Leopold, the father of wildlife management, summed it up best when he wrote, "One of the most insidious invasions of wilderness is via predator control." We also remain concerned about the possible harassment, harming, and/or killing of endangered grizzly bears and Canada lynx.
Thank you for your comments.
Therefore, please close the wolf hunting and trapping season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Michael Storger, Livingston, Montana. Thanks for the opportunity. Wolves consume and remove chronic wasting disease prions from the ecosystem before the disease can spread to the larger elk herds. Anyone with connective brain tissue can see clearly that there's a concerted state-sanctioned effort directed by the governor to eradicate wolves from our landscape based on myths of declining elk numbers and exaggerated claims of livestock depredations. Without wolves to control disease, your policies to decimate them are actually creating weaker, diseased herds. My second point, I won't go on about IPOM, it's been spoken about, but with respect to arriving at quota numbers for fur bears, it appears your method to arrive at those numbers have been simply to have discussions with trappers and take a vote on whatever number sounds good. Really? So we're going to ask the fox to tell us how many hens are in the hen house? Lastly, I would just like to thank Commissioner Byorth. Personally, I've followed your voting record for several years, and thank you for showing some spine. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Glenda Meyer. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am part of the 96% of Americans who do not support the hunting nor the barbaric practice of trapping and snaring any wildlife. We have evolved as a society where these practices are no longer necessary. I am asking that you reinstate what little protection was afforded the wolf population, especially around Yellowstone and Glacier National Park. We all know if the state continues their aggressive assault on wolves, the federal government will reinstate their endangered species status. Please enjoy the tax revenues and tourist dollars spent here to see wildlife, which is in the millions, as you know, quite a substantial amount compared to the revenue received from hunters. Please make the right choice, not only for wolves, but for the livelihood of all of those who support wildlife, public lands, and national parks. Please roll back last year's aggressive hunting, snaring, and trapping regulations and vote with the majority to stop this war on wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Leslie Van Stavern Millar, and I'm from Arlene, Montana, and I've lived in the state since 1972. I have a background in biology and studio art. And when the wolves were reintroduced, I became very excited and I followed their progress. So when this particular group began considering allowing the hunters to kill the wolves, I began attending those conferences and open public hearings, both in Missoula and here in Helena. And I just want to say that it's really interesting to me when I look back at that very first meeting that I went to with my elderly mother, where we were the only two individual citizens, not employed by a nonprofit, not a rancher, not one of the trappers and hunters that would benefit financially from allowing the death of the wolves. We were the only two individuals. Fast forward, I don't know whether that was in 98 or 2002, but it was a long time ago. And you have to look at the number of people that have come from great lengths around the state and across the world to talk to you about this. So the tide has turned. The tide has turned. My consideration as a citizen of the state is as important as the trappers.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the Commissioners, my name is Dan Thingelstead. I trap from November to February every day, all winter long. I can tell you right now, the wolves aren't going to go away anytime soon. We're not going to get rid of them. I can also tell you, I can see a lot of devastation that happens to the wildlife out there from these animals and other species as well. Farmers and ranchers, we trap on their lands. I can tell you what happens to their calves and their steers. And to say that you don't care about a farmer and a rancher, well, I don't know where your food comes from, but mine comes from them. Theirs might come from the grocery store. I don't know. But anyway, have a good day.
Thank you.
Dear directors and commissioners, my name is Tom Fieber, president of the Montana Fur Harvesters. I do have a couple concerns about the proposal. One of them is the managing wolf on a statewide basis. We've worked for years trying to get it managed in each unit that needs. Another one is the exact location of wolf harvest is on our reports when we turn them in. That's been a violation of some of our protection. Another one is the floating start date. Does seem unnecessary. We've done that for all the years that it's been legal and we haven't had any problems with it. If we need to separate the snaring from the traps, we're more than willing to work with the commission on that. FWP has done a good job of managing all wildlife in Montana. We may not agree with everything, but we still have a healthy and diverse wildlife populations. Thank you, commissioners, and we support you.
Thank you.
Millie Carson, former backcountry law enforcement ranger for both the Forest Service and the Park Service. I spent most of the time backpacking all over these areas solo. I think the biggest issue we have is the devastation that occurred in Gardner and the economic loss in Gardner and Cook City. And to put quotas at 10 or 8 threatens to wipe out more wolf packs. I think it's an insult to those people to keep the levels that are at what they are now, as opposed to 1. In addition, it's easier to just make big units. There's less accountability and less accuracy in wolf numbers, so I disagree with that. Also, there's a couple programs here that promote non-lethal management of predators and livestock, but really not promoted in Montana and should be. And one is just through the MSU Extension Service. So I think it's imperative for the economic benefit of Gardner and Cook City to maintain wolf numbers as they are, not the current quotas.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, directors, my name is Christine Weaver. I'm a resident in Clancy, Montana for the last 18 years. And I am really impressed with the quality of this meeting, the ability of you to listen to a lot of different viewpoints. I've been on the other side and it's not comfortable. And I really can't add anything to what a lot of these people say, except for an antidote against neck snares, which is watching your dog get asphyxiated in one on public lands. I beg you to take that part out of the law. My dog ended up living. My husband and I were able to save him, but other people haven't been so lucky, and no one should have to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nathan Varley. I live in Gardner, Montana. Wear a variety of hats, owner, co-owner, and operator of Yellowstone Wolf Tracker. You've heard from some of our guides today and employees. I also am the chair for Bear Creek Council. All a nonprofit grassroots organization representing 130 people in Paradise Valley and Gardner. We all are aligned with low wolf quotas around Yellowstone. I don't think there are any resident wolves in 313. I'm a wolf tracker. I'm a wildlife biologist. I think it's just too hostile of an area to keep residents. So all we're talking about with a quota in 313 is those that disperse in there from somewhere else, mainly Yellowstone Park. And those are the packs that we rely on for our livelihoods. Speaking of our livelihoods, we helped start the Yellowstone Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, which you've heard about. We conducted a study of $82 million that come in annually through the gateway communities, include Montana. So lastly, I'd just like to say thanks for your conversations with us and engaging with us. It really was very meaningful that we could have these discussions in a thoughtful way.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Escobar, and I came all the way from Los Angeles, California, to film and to photograph wolves. And I haven't been able to see one, mainly because we're living with myth versus fact. And I come from a state that is banned for trapping because we've actually gone to the facts and disregarded these myths. As someone who's spent time at sanctuaries, these animals are more like us than we ever would know. Everything plays a part. Wolves are here for a reason. Moose are here for a reason. All the animals play a part. These animals improve habitats and increase populations of countless species, from birds of prey to even trout, which we fish every day here in Montana. The fact that we kill pups and collared wolves also prolongs our studies and also doesn't help develop healthy packs. At the end of the day, everything plays a part. Let's play ours and stop killing these wolves.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Chuck Strong, and like the former person here talking, I'm from Los Angeles, a refugee. I moved here 36 years ago. And one of the things I was looking for here was clean air, clean water, and intact ecosystem, meaning all the predators and all the ungulates all working in balance. I just asked you to let the wolves have a break, will you? Because I've been here 36 years and I've been in backpacking and climbing in every mountain range west of the Missouri here. Bitterroots to the Beartooths to the swans. And I was just up in the swans and there's beautiful huckleberries and I saw bears everywhere. But I have never, ever heard a wolf in Montana in 36 years I've been here. And I average at least 30 days in the wilderness every year. I just want to hear a wolf someday. And I don't think we have enough wolves here. Bring the balance back, please.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Dave Borgonovo. I'm from Missoula. I'm an angler. Trout live in great neighborhoods, and we live in a wonderful neighborhood. We have been blessed. We are the treasure state, not for what we can mine, but for what grows here, what walks on the earth, and what flies above us. Let us respect what God has given us. I know deep in my heart that we can all do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Sherry. I work for NRDC as a wildlife specialist, and I'm from Bozeman. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to the public, and I hope you take to heart your responsibility to make decisions on behalf of all Montanans and to make decisions in the spirit of a democratic process. I have been listening carefully to comments. I've been counting. I've found 50 people who spoke up on the value of wolves and only 13 who spoke up in support of wolf hunting and trapping. And of those 13, I only heard a couple even mention the quota issue north of Yellowstone. Last year's commission decision to take this aggressive approach to wolf management and to go from one quota to no quota at all, that unleashed this wave of frustration from people who are watching Montana's wildlife decision makers and feeling like they're ignoring the voices of science and reason and the moderate majority. This mentality that if you kill more wolves, you solve more problems, that doesn't work. And it's out of step with the lessons of modern ecology and the views of modern society. Please take a more moderate approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Gail Richardson. I'm from Bozeman, and I guided in Yellowstone for decades. I was lucky enough to be there in 1995 and see the first of the Yellowstone wolves after they were released with visitors and hear them. And I remember so well the tears and the joy that people felt about finally having this apex predator back in our premier national park. And the wolves of Yellowstone, the wolves of Glacier, actually the wolves of all of Montana are important for our biodiversity, for maintaining that in this era of climate change, and also kind of the war on carnivores that seems to be going on in this state, and the wolf being the primary object. I urge you to moderate your views. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Mary Von Hoffman, and I'm from Missoula. I'm a field biologist, and I oppose killing wolves. A lot of the reason I do is because we are losing our wildlife all over the planet. All of the land mammals that are on the planet right now, of that, 96% are us, our livestock, or our pets. Only 4% in the whole world of land mammals is wildlife. And we are blessed here in Montana with a good portion of that 4%. Please keep what's left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Linda, and I class of 78, Go Bobcats. I've been living on the Anatolian Plateau in Turkey for over 20 years, proudly serving my military families on our Air Force base there. And I just wanted to point out, when I'm sitting here since 8 o'clock this morning, that Turkey is about the same size as Montana, and they have 7,000 wolves and 750 million people living with the wolves. And about 15 years ago, President Erdogan came up with a really great program, and it's something I would love to be able to talk, because I only have 1 minute, probably 20 seconds left, to share with all of you. And for the people that have implemented that program in Turkey, they have seen such a wonderful coexistence with the wolves. And they went back to, we've been dealing with the wolves since 95. On the Anatolian Plateau, they've been dealing with it for over 3,000 years, having meetings just like this. And I'd like to share that solution with someone if you're interested. And I hope you are.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission Chair, Commissioners, and my Commissioner Representative Pat Byorth. Thank you for your stand on wildlife. Okay, I am Dagmar Riddle. I live in Whitehall, Montana. Excuse me, I get all worded out on the stage. But I'm a German immigrant. I came over at 4 years of age to a beautiful country, and we're destroying it. We're destroying the wildlife. Conservation is the preservation of things, animals and good things. And we need to preserve and conserve wolves, not kill them. They have been on this planet for millions of years, coexisting with the elk, with all the other wildlife. If they were such terrible animals, they'd have eaten themselves out of existence. There would be no elk. There would be no wolves. And here we have a situation in Montana where we have too many elk, but heaven forbid if a wolf eats one. I'm against all these propositions you have. And I would like to keep the 313 and 316 with 0 wolves taken.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, commission members, Director Warshett, Jim Buell, Guilford, Montana, Montana Trappers Association. As you well know, the association is in support of regulated hunting, fishing, and trapping. I'm here to support the comments previously by those in favor of the regulations. I will say that I do oppose the one thing that you're proposing, that's a reduction in wolf management area 313. Outside of that, we appreciate your consideration of the scientific facts and the legislative intent when you're making these regulations. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Brian McCullough, Helena, Montana. I want to say I appreciate your efforts to follow the science and try to maintain the populations of all species on the landscape. And wolves are one of those that have gotten out of control. I've seen the population of the elk and out of the park drop from a population of 15,000 to 2,000 elk, and it's moved up a little bit now, but I really enjoyed going down there and seeing all the elk and, quite frankly, hunting down there and bringing a lot of people down there to hunt on the late season hunts. By the way, it was all friends. There was no fees or anything involved. And I'd also like to say that I appreciate your efforts relative to continuing to follow the science in that you are maintaining the wolf population over the levels that was required to keep it at its scientific levels as identified by the federal wildlife and necessary to keep it off of the endangered species list. These actions that are laid out in this proposal will maintain that effort, and I applaud your ongoing efforts to try to accomplish that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warshak, Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies. I'm a veteran and I'm retired from the Missoula County Sheriff's Department. I echo all the comments from the pro-wildlife, pro-wolf community. Putting that aside, Commissioners, we're at a crossroads. You need to acknowledge and start listening to the non-consumptive community because we're not going away. As you look around, just look. You need to acknowledge us. Secondly, your decisions today are going to have an impact on relisting of wolves. If you make the wrong moves and you fail to do the right things, it's going to be more energy towards relisting wolves. And what does that mean? That means you are going to lose state management of wolves for up to 8 to 10 years, and grizzly bears will not be delisted. Lastly, and I'll close. You have 2 opportunities today, 2 great opportunities. Lower the quota, acknowledge the non-consumptive community. And Dr. Smith is here from Yellowstone. Take the opportunity to tap into him and ask questions. This doesn't come very often, and he'll give you the straight answers.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, my name is Virginia Aaronsburg from Missoula. Thank you for taking our comments today. I know this has been a long meeting and you're probably all exhausted as we are. I've lived in Montana for 62 years. I come from a family of fair chase hunters. I've never heard any of them complain that they can't find an elk or a deer if they try hard enough. And they generally feel that having wolves has helped manage the herds. I also support the quotas but I would hope that you would lower the quota in 313 to 1 wolf, especially considering what happened last year. And also the quotas, I feel perhaps are based on faulty information, that you're not hearing about all of the animals that are killed and not reported, either shot, trapped, poisoned, run over by cars. So I feel that the number of wolves killed is being seriously underestimated. And as a result, the quotas are too high.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm a 5th generation cattle rancher. And we are having quite a bit of problems with wolves. I live north of here in DePuyer. I want you guys to stick to your guns and stick with the quotas you got set. And the more tools we have to trap these wolves, the better it is. So we can keep them under control. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jerry Black from Missoula. You know, it just dawned on me, listen to everybody. This isn't about number of wolves or number of amount of money that cow growers are compensated for the wolves killing their cows. It's all about Western cultural hate. And that is promoted by the trappers, the hunters, and the ranchers. And it's beginning to look like we got some white nationalists mixed in with them too. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Doug Smith from Yellowstone Park. I'm a little unsure of my role here because I'm a government official. So we usually like to stay in the background and write letters and be respectful. And so I came up here with the intention to do that. So I appreciate talking with some of you. And what I want to say is we've worked a lot over this issue. We're well aware of what's going on with wolves in Yellowstone Park. It's an epicenter for what we do a lot of there too. We have had great interaction with FWP biologists, with commissioners. The discussion's been great. So we appreciate what happened last winter was hard for us. And it was unacceptable. And the reason why it was unacceptable was because like FWP, we have a mission too. We have objectives, and ours are preservation, yours are conservation. And those are both worthy. And what happened last winter was, we think, not a compromise. So we appreciate it being moved to 10. And you did, because that is a limit. And you accepted our letter, which is 6. But I too monitored the conversation of the room and the points made. And I just want to make a couple others that weren't.
Well,
because this was hard.
Your time is up and we did receive all of your written comments. I'm sorry, but I am being across the board. Okay. All the no. No, I'm sorry. You're on camera. So, are there any further commenters? I know, and I have possibly 50 people on Zoom that want to speak to. Is there any other speakers that are present who would like to speak? No, we are not allowing that. So is there anyone present who would like to speak? Okay, I'll go to the online.
Madam Chair, first we have Christina Gaylor.
Okay, just a reminder, everyone online, it's a 1-minute time limit. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm opposing this wolf hunting tramping plan Please start a kind of management which is not only working together with hunting, trapping groups, but truly base your decisions and actions considering real science and the healthy ecosystem which you are so lucky you can have. Thanks for the wolf reintroduction. Please listen and work together with the majority of Montanans and residents of other states, voters, because wildlife, public lands are belonging to all of us. Wildlife is not only for trappers, hunters, especially not for predator haters. Targeting Yellowstone wolves is targeting your own tourists and local businesses. They are not doing any harm. Please reverse the quota in Unit 313 and 316 to 1 or maximum 2 in north of Yellowstone. 10 is still too many. Can wipe out a whole pack. Increasing the reporting time is giving more time to hunters to kill more wolves as it has happened always over the years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Francine Amari Faulkner.
Hi, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll speak quickly. First of all, wolves don't overpopulate. They reproduce solely based on available food and territory, so they do not need to be managed. But most importantly, I want to make points about wolf pack composition. And most people would think larger packs are more successful. But what the scientists at Yellowstone learned was it was the packs with more elder wolves that were more successful. And that's because the elder wolves guide and teach the younger wolves and keep them in check. So when someone kills a wolf, it destroys the pack. It destroys the composition of the pack. And those are the wolves that then disperse and go off and get into trouble and prey on livestock. It's like leaving teenagers without parents. So it's so critical to keep these packs intact. No, killing any wolf is not acceptable. These quotas, I don't know where people are getting these quotas from. If I understand the population studies, but where are these numbers coming from? They're totally arbitrary. If you really look at the science, you keep the packs intact. That is the best way.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, next we have Jeff Reed.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for calmly addressing this tough topic. My name is Jeff Reed. I'm a native Montanan from Paradise Valley, an ag producer who, as you know, argues for fewer, not more elk in HG 313 and 17 today, a hunter who knows that we are above elk objective near Yellowstone, and I'm thankful for the higher bull to cow ratio that Yellowstone sends us, and my wife and I run a lodging business. I'm just a simple businessman. Our small mom and pop businesses annually service $500 million with a B dollars of in and out of state tourism to Park County, and we generate $8 million in bed tax for Montana. With that type of revenue, we can fully compensate ranchers like they deserve. But we expect the same consideration of our local tourism economy. We encourage you to vote for the lowest possible quota in 313, commensurate with all forms of public use. Most importantly, we want to keep the dialogue going and work with you going forward to ground truth the accuracy of your resident wolf population estimate in 313. Accurate counts that result in accurate quotas matter. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, next we have Mary.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, America lost 25 Yellowstone wolves during the last hunting season in Montana, a hunt on a keystone species that was neither science nor conservation based. Yellowstone wolves spend the majority of their lives on federal lands where protections are intact. Unaware of the invisible boundaries, these wolves were killed once they stepped outside of the park. I asked this commission to protect Yellowstone wolves, America's wolves, by not combining WMUs 313 and 316 and restoring the wolf quota in WMU 313 to 2 wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Keith Kubista.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I am Keith Kubista from Stevensville, Montana, and I oppose Commissioner Tabor's amendment. I don't think decreasing the 10 wolf quota makes any difference in sustaining a viable wolf population, as you've already heard. However, it may likely have negative consequences for elk, deer, and moose. I do support Commissioner Walsh's amendment setting the statewide quota for wolves because it's consistent with legislative intent, is analogous with other practical management prescriptions for harvesting surplus wildlife the department's implemented. Additionally, if a 460 quota is reached, there's no credible evidence that it would imperil the wolf population. Lastly, some theatrics displayed today should not trump scientific management decisions that uphold legal harvest of wildlife enshrined in Article 9, Section 7 of our Montana Constitution. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Jamie Hamilton.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Jamie Hamilton. I'm from Ada, Oklahoma. I'm not a Montana person. I do travel there every year, and all I want to do is see the wolves. I spend my hard-earned money every year trying to just get a glimpse of them. Although all the wolves are extremely important to me, I'm focused on the Yellowstone wolves for now, and 313 and 316 should stay separate, and the quota for 313 should be 0. Both for the safety of the Yellowstone wolves and for the safety of the surrounding communities. I think the boundary buffer between Yellowstone borders and the beginning borders of allowed hunting should be widened. And I think you should prohibit the killing of collared wolves and baiting near the Yellowstone borders. Elk are not declining, they're running to Yellowstone because they're less likely to be killed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Stephanie Farrock.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie. I visit Montana, mainly Glacier and Yellowstone National Park, every year with my family in hopes to see wolves and bears. To this day, watching the Wapiti wolf pups playing in the on the banks of the lake with the sun rising behind them is one of my fondest memories. My husband had never seen a wolf in the wild, and he described it as a magical moment. And I want my children to be able to experience this. Montana is a beautiful state and fortunate enough to have wilderness that can support these large predators like bears and wolves. These animals bring in tourism dollars, of which I've spent many of my own, and keep animal herds healthy, which sustains hunting. Last time I was in Yellowstone, I surveyed tourists and asked which animals they are most eager to see. The vast majority said bears and wolves. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to see wolves in the wild. And yet 20% of the park wolves were allowed to be killed by hunters last season. Killing wolves kills revenue. Wolves outside the parks also deserve to be managed sustainably as well. The positive impact that these apex predators have on an ecosystem is priceless. Coexistence is our reality, and it is in your best interest to protect them, and you need to manage and appreciate them as a long-term asset. Wolves are worth more alive than dead. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Chuck Alvarez.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chuck Alvarez. I spoke earlier on other issues, but as a guide and hunter and outfitter and a fly fishing guide for over 30 years, I agree with protecting the wolves. The ungulates are not in threat. I was raised and born in Idaho and northern Canadian border, and we never had a problem ever managing wolves or bears and taking care of our cattle and our sheep. I want you to understand that these animals are an essential keystone part of our biodiversity. Without them, we cannot have wetlands. We cannot have the biodiversity. We need this to protect our wolves. It's very important. And as Doug Smith and Mike Phelps did in 1995, after I spoke to Mike this past year, he's like, they have not fully recovered. You've got to stop doing what you're doing. They have not recovered. He has the science. If you don't believe him, you need to sit down with him. He has all the data. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trina Jill Bradley.
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Madam Chair, one moment. That one was on me.
Okay, Trina, go ahead. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Trina Jo Bradley. I'm a livestock producer from northern Montana, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group. Livestock producers across the state are adversely affected by wolves year-round, and we need every resource we can get to protect our cattle, sheep, and other livestock.
The numbers quoted by some today from the Livestock Loss Board don't represent the whole truth. Wolves are efficient killers and even more efficient eaters. The majority of livestock that are killed by wolves are never found, and producers are not compensated for their losses. Sportsmen and women that hunt and trap wolves are doing producers a great service. Every wolf they remove from the population is one less that we have to worry about. I'm not opposed to having a quota for wolf harvest, but I would encourage you to increase the number from 450 to 600 in order to bring the wolf population down to a more manageable number. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Oliver Starr.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, I'm Oliver Starr. I'm the Executive Director of the Tahoe Wolf Center, and my family was one of the largest beef producers in Colorado history. I represent thousands of wolf advocates from across the country. Hunters routinely claim they thought a wolf was a coyote when they kill one unlawfully. How can you trust this group to accurately track wolf populations? How long do we want deer and elk to be on the menu? I ask because chronic wasting disease infected animals aren't fit for human consumption. Nor will domestic livestock when this poorly understood and incurable disease makes the jump from wild to domestic ungulates. Wolf persecution limits natural processes such as predation to control landscape-wide diseases that have the potential to massively impact wildlife populations, hunter opportunity, and large-scale animal agriculture. Should Montana continue down its current path of unscientific, unethical wolf management, I will work tirelessly in support of the lawsuit to strip Pittman-Robertson funds from the state. A state that condones wholesale, unethical slaughter of a species doesn't deserve a share in these monies. Finally, how dare you cut the mic on Dr. Doug Smith, the leader of the Yellowstone Wolf Project? Who do you think you are? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have John Mark.
Okay, *6 to unmute.
Got what I wanted to say out in 60 seconds, huh?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is John Marchwick, and I'm a 6th-generation Montana, and I heard from multiple speakers about their concerns of their ability to be able to trap and kill wolves, even though in 2021, the passage of House Bill 224, House Bill 225, both sponsored by Paul Fielder, and the passage of Senate Bill 267 and Senate Bill 314, both sponsored by Rob Bout, made opportunities to kill wolves easier, such as an extended trapping season, neck snaring, baiting, and night hunting wolves legal. By the way, none of those decisions were made by current wildlife biologists. The superintendents of biologists in Glacier and Yellowstone that work for the National Park Service, whose perspective you have refused to listen to, such as just now when Doug Smith, when you cut the mic off of him, when making wolf management decisions, they have asked repeatedly for restrictive quotas bordering their parks, which would be a 1-to-2 restrictive quota system, and Wolf Management Unit 110, which borders Glacier, and Wolf Management 113 and 316, which border Yellowstone. Wolf management must incorporate everyone's perspective, and I too ask today that you return a restrictive 1-to-2 quota system to Unit 110, which borders Glacier, and to Units 313 and 316, which borders Yellowstone. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Tracy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Arthur. I live in Florida. I visit Montana 3 to 4 times a year. Thank you for taking into consideration the impact that tourists like me have on Montana's economy in your proposal to reduce the quota. One thing that really concerns me, and I'm going off of my prepared remarks, is that you guys talk about relying on science. You have science sitting right in front of you, ready to talk to you. When you talk about using IPOM, you are talking about using a model in a vacuum. The majority of the wolves that you are counting with that are really Wyoming or Yellowstone National Park wolves. They aren't Montana wolves. And so when you don't take into consideration tourism and other issues, when you use a model in a vacuum, that doesn't work. So stop killing the goose that lays the golden egg and listen to the scientists who know what they're talking about rather than relying on cold models. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Carol Borden.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carol Borden. I'm from Washington State.
here in the San Juan Islands. And I'm hoping that the federal government relists, emergency ESA relists our endangered gray wolves. I've decided not to visit Montana because of what's going on there. I'm boycotting vacationing there. And your definition of harvest is ecocide. Wolves are a part of nature, not a part of it. And wolves are worth more alive than dead. In Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, there's no different than poaching in Africa of elephants for their tusks, rhinos for their non-medicinal use. And so you've pointed out to me today that 610 were murdered in 21 to 22, and you want to take 450, 460 more, so that's 1070. And so where is the limit here? What is going on? And you know, wolves are worth more alive than dead. Such are elephants and lions that are can hunted, and the rest. Oh, quit playing God, will you? And he's watching, and the rest of us across this country is also watching.
Next, we have Steve Hoffman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Steve Hoffman from Ronan, Montana. Trapping and hunting are part of my cultural identity, so I appreciate the chance to comment today. I'm a member of the Montana Trappers Association. I spent 25 years as an instructor for trapper education, hunter education courses. Before I moved to Montana, I'm a retired biologist from a different state. I worked with in that state on fur bearer committees and finally a wolf management committee where I helped establish quotas and work on management plans. And one of the chief things, and you hear this time and time again, and you all know this, is that the key thing is to manage for sustainability. And that's what I think all the stuff I see going on is pointing that way, towards sustainable populations of wolves. The other thing in managing large carnivores, time and time again, you see around the world, is there has to be an option for lethal control. Nobody likes to hear that. A great number of people have spoken today against that. But it's critical for those animals to remain in the landscape. I want to see wolves live here in Montana.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Madam Chair, next we have Alina Maria Rogal.
Hello, Montana. I'm Dr. Elena Rogal, and I'm a teacher in Orlando, Florida. I spend what little money and vacation time I have to go watch Yellowstone wolves. I contribute to the $82 million that wolves bring into your state. I'm asking that you please do not combine 313 and 316. Killing 10 wolves is too many. 6 wolves killed is too many. Please protect all Yellowstone wolves and make the quota for Area 313 0. The Yellowstone wolves are part of our national parks and need to be protected. Please do what you can to save and protect all Yellowstone wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Allison D.
Hello, I'm Dr. Dahlman. Montana makes $82 million a year just because the magnanimous wolf is on the landscape. My husband and I are part of that. Local businesses and economies depend on them. The vast majority of Montanans don't agree with these wolf killing regulations. There's no scientific, ecological, or economic reason to kill Yellowstone wolves. Please stop killing wolves until an accurate, peer-reviewed counting system replaces the inaccurate, unscientific IPOM. Maintain 17 wolf management units. Fewer is unscientific, not done for ungulates, and preempts keeping the eye on wolf kills and therefore timely closure when triggered. Keep the 12-hour emergency closure notice in 313, 316, and 110. Wolves killed in 313 and 316 should be part of the quota trigger review. Instate a 0 wolf quota in 313, 316, and 110, and change the wolf trapping dates to January 2nd through February 28th to avoid the grizzlies. The slaughter is unforgivable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have the Wizard.
I am Billy the Wizard Agnes, freelance rock and roll musician of Hamilton, Montana. And I am speaking out against any type of brutality towards our wolves. Wolves have been on this earth for at least 1 million years or more, and Creator put them here on this earth for a reason. And the indigenous nations respect the wolves as sacred They revere them as sacred. Let them be. Leave the wolves alone and respect nature as it is tended by the Great Spirit, and learn to walk in beauty. Whoop-a-la.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Next, we have Ilona Popper.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm a resident of Gardner, Montana, and a member of Bear Creek Council. My living depends on wildlife tourism and on being able to observe and write about wild wolves. I appreciate your reinstating quotas in the new WMU 313. However, the quota of 10 or 6 is too high. For a single unit, I support a quota of 1 wolf. I oppose managing wolf hunting by trapping districts, which keeps the emphasis on wolf management, not on serving one small interest group, trappers. 15 breeding pairs or 150 wolves was always established as the minimum number by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks managers and by the federal government. It was never meant as a maximum goal for wolf numbers. Elk decline is used as an excuse for lowering wolf numbers, but we are well above state elk population objectives in Unit 313 and in the entire state of Montana. If we did have as many as 1,140 wolves, the population is still excessively low compared with 5,000 cougars, 15,000 black bear. Thank you for this opportunity.
Next, we have Carol Miller.
Star 6 to unmute. Star 6 and not pound 6, it's star 6.
Got it. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Madam Chair and Montana Fish and Wildlife Commissioners, my name is Carol Miller. I live in Michigan, and while my state is home to wild wolves, I travel to Montana at least twice a year, hoping to see wolves in Yellowstone. I'm one of the non-consumptive wolf watchers who line the park roads on any given day. I've watched wolves besides Montanans and people from all over the country. We all have one thing in common. We come to Yellowstone because it's the only place in the world we have a reasonable chance to see wolves in the wild. Denali National Park in Alaska used to be a good wolf watching destination. While Denali wolves were protected, viewing success for wolves in the park was 45%. As a result of hunting and trapping along the northeast boundary, wolf sightings hit a record low, just 1% in 2019. National Park Service reported from 2017 to 2018, there were 48,000 fewer visitors to Denali, and they spent $30 million fewer dollars. Tourists don't want to see what happened in Denali happen to Yellowstone as a result of hunting and trapping at the boundary. We want to keep seeing wolves in Yellowstone and spending our income in Montana to see them. I respectfully ask
Thank you.
the commission return the wolf hunting quotas to 1 wolf per unit or 1 wolf in 313. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam Chair, next we have Cherie Lynn.
Star 6. Yep, go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Sherry Lynn, and I am in Colorado. I'm a former environmental scientist, and now I'm a K-12 principal, and I would like for you to stop the hunting of wolves. Colorado just voted, the voters spoke. We want to have a self-sustaining population with non-lethal management and designation as a non-game status. And why? Because as an environmental scientist, we know that those methods work. So I would like to ask Montana to please stop its cruel extermination of wolves. I've heard a lot of discussion today around special interest groups, and I'd like to bring up one particular special interest group, and that is our kids. As a K-12 educator, I can tell you that Colorado voted to reintroduce wolves for the generations of kids to come because they have a right to experience wolves just as we have. And if you are exterminating wolves, in my opinion, you are violating those students' rights. Additionally, I can tell you that as a principal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Courtney.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Courtney Morris. I'm a docent at Bergen County Zoo, and I'm very passionate about wildlife conservation. Without wolves, beavers would overpopulate and they would clear too many trees, which shades the water. And without those trees, the water temperatures would rise to a point where they would kill the fish. And there is no fair chase in hunting, since humans will always have the advantage with weapons, technology. There needs to be a complete ban on trophy hunting, trapping, and snaring, not just in Yellowstone, but in the Northern Rockies and for all wolf species. I would like to end on these words. When you diminish another being, you diminish yourself and your own humanity. So by protecting these wolves, we are not ensuring just their survival, but we are confirming our own humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Smith.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Michael Smith. I live in Bozeman, Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important meeting. I'm an avid backpacker and cross-country skier. Ergo, I am a sportsman too. And when I'm in the backcountry, one of the most thrilling experiences I have had is seeing and hearing wolves. When friends and relatives come to visit, they have the same experience. And this is one of the reasons why they come here to Montana to spend their hard-earned dollars. I am also a scientist. So, Madam Chair, I found it incredibly disingenuous that you cut off Doug Smith, the premier wolf scientist in the United States. I wonder if you would have cut off Albert Einstein or Jacques Cousteau if they were speaking. This is kin to what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Mitch Monchinsky.
Can I ask how many people do we have with their hands up still?
We have 3 more after Mitch. Well, Madam Chair, we just got to 7 now.
Am I on? Yeah, hi.
Sure.
I question the validity of your IPOM based on some fictitious trial 3 studies that you combined to make one valid study. That is probably a fictitious study that you are basing your wolf count on right now. And real quickly, I look forward for the next Democratic governor of Montana to eliminate your job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will go with the 7 that are left, and then I'm going to close public comment. And first I'll check with the regional offices.
Okay, Madam Chair, next we have Geraldine Clemens.
Yeah, hi. I hope you can hear me. I'm not on my cell phone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you great. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I don't want this to be a us versus them. I want this to be us working together. The state of Montana is privileged at this moment to make decisions on how you want to proceed in protecting not only the wolf, but other fur-bearing animals as well. And I want this to be done with a conscience, not just by numbers. Wolves are living creatures. They are so important in humans' existence. I keep hearing how they are decimating populations, elk populations, et cetera, moose.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Andrea Zaccardi.
Good afternoon, Andrea Zaccardi with the Center for Biological Diversity. Last year, Montana allowed 21 wolves outside Yellowstone National Park to be killed. This year, I think it's time to take a break on exterminating Yellowstone's wolves. We will not support a proposal beyond the one wolf statutory minimum. I also want to express some concerns about the IPOM used to estimate the population. Scientific critique has shown that 2 of the 3 variables used to estimate the population rely on variables unrelated to wolves, making the state's population estimate guesswork at best. Until Montana can more accurately estimate the population, there is no support for the quotas proposed here today. We do not support those quotas, and until Montana has more accurate information and eliminates the cruel methods used to kill wolves, we will continue to push for relisting under the Endangered Species
Thank
Act.
you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Mueller.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Amy Mueller, and I live in Wisconsin. And before my out-of-state comments are quickly dismissed, I'd like to point out that Wisconsin and Montana have a lot in common. This wolf policy and debate runs deep in both of our states. In fact, Commissioner Waller and I both are fellow alumni of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And both being from Wisconsin, we share the honor of being from a state where some of the most famous conservationists have spent their time and changed history, leaving a legacy like John Muir, Aldo Leopold, and Gaylord Nelson. I ask you to consider the personal ethics of those conservationists when making your decisions today, as it will certainly be part of your legacy. Specifically, I ask that you retain the WMUs. There is need for transparency and accountability. Also in 313 and 316, I beg you to limit the impact to Yellowstone wolves, which you have unfairly targeted last year. Make it 1 wolf each. Thank you for your consideration. Please ask yourselves, what would Aldo Leopold do? The country and the world are watching.
Thank you.
Please let Doug Smith speak.
Madam Chair, next we have Betsy Klein.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to repeat what's been said already today, but I will say this. At the beginning of the meeting, it was stated those who treated this issue respectfully were applauded. I would ask for the same respect that you listen to what is being said by the majority today versus possibly having your minds already made up before you entered this meeting. I've been on since 8 a.m. as well, and I'm still listening, and I hope you are too. We have to find a place where wolves can be a part of Montana's legacy, and this is not it. The percentage of people who want to kill wolves and wipe them out is minuscule compared to the number who want wolves thriving on the landscape. We have to, despite all odds in politics, come together on this before it is too late. There are literally millions of us asking this of you. Let the voice of progress and change be Montana's legacy, not the killing of the world's most beloved wolves. I'm ready, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Esther Gonzalez.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Esther. Thank you. I'm calling from California. Yeah, I just wanted to say before Europeans invaded North America, there were millions of elk, moose, grizzlies, and wolves were in every corner of the country. And so, you know, when I hear poachers or what you call trappers saying that they're getting rid of moose or elk, that is just not true. You know, it's the heritage of scapegoating, from what I can tell. So please, you know, do not believe it when you hear 1,000 cattle were killed in a year, because that would mean a rancher who had like millions of cows, you know. So there's like 0.003% of livestock depredation. So I just feel that numbers really need to be peer reviewed. Maybe the model that you have for counting is not correct, because when the ESA was taken out, throughout the United States, 8,000 wolves were killed. So this must mean that it's not stable. So please, thank you for taking my comment.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, our last Zoom commenter is Colleen Hintz.
Okay. *6 to unmute, please.
There you go.
All right, thank you. My name is Colleen Hines, and I have lived in Farron, Montana for 50 years. And while I have never shot an animal, I have benefited from hunting for our food. And I believe the wildlands and the wildlife in Montana are the treasures of this state, and they deserve respect and honor. And I beg you, I would like to see the wolf management units remain, and the quota for 313, 316, and 110, one wolf at the most. Also, the hunting practices of baiting, poisoning, snaring, they are so barbaric and unethical that it is just a disgrace and an embarrassment to Montanans. And I come from Minnesota, and it was always like a badge to say, oh, I've been hunting in Montana, and it was ethical. It was a decent chase. It was not this barbaric trap and kill.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Comments. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Oh, regions. I better check with the regional offices. I don't see anybody stepping forward.
Chair Robinson, there are 2 commenters in
Okay.
Region 2.
Great.
How do I do this?
It's open.
Hello, my name is Claudia Narcisco and live in Missoula, Montana. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm under the impression that the draconian slate of wolf slaughter bills that came out of 2021 was based largely out of Region 1 in Northwest Montana, Fielder, Cuff, and cohorts. So I was really surprised when I saw in October of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks news release last October 2021, where it said successful start to general hunting season in Northwest Montana. And they gave all the numbers and showed that across the board, all the species were up for the hunt. And even though the number of hunters were down. So I think that there's a fallacy for whatever the premise was for which the people from Northwest Montana proposed these draconian bills. The second thing I wanted to point out is the thing about the chronic wasting disease, because and I don't want any of my taxpayer dollars going to fund or support the management of chronic wasting disease when wolves will do it for free. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's John Wilson. I'm from Bonner, Montana. I'm a trapper and a hunter. I support wolf trapping and hunting. I would like to see our wolf trapping start on December 15th this year. I would like to see the commission to follow the scientific data on our wolf management and to do away with the WMU and follow the trapping districts or align with the trapping districts. I would also agree with the 450 quota, as it is a good quota for us to try to obtain, as last year we only were able to harvest 273. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any other regions with anyone who would like?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we have one more commenter here to step in.
Great, thank you.
Hi, thank you guys very much. I appreciate everything that you're doing here. My name is Maddie Jackson, and I'm a wildlife biology graduate student at the University of Montana. I've worked as a research technician studying wolves in Minnesota, Idaho, and Yellowstone, and now I'm pursuing a career in wildlife disease ecology. Like me, there are many other young biologists who pursue professional careers in wildlife research because of their interest in wolf biology specifically, and I ask that you keep us in mind for when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more time, anybody, any other region? Okay. All right, we'll close public comment and
if I may, Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Anja Heister, and there are at least 5 of us who would like to cede our time to speak to Doug Smith. And I would like to ask you to consider of letting Doug Smith speak, please.
If
on
there
behalf
are
of us.
questions from the commission, I will let them ask him questions, but I am closing public comment. Thank you.
You know, this is one of the worst setups I've ever been to. I've been coming here since 2007.
The situation of wild animals here in Montana is worse than ever. Wolves are being slaughtered. You are managing wolves and other fur-bearing animals for a special interest group, hunters and trappers.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
We didn't even hear the monitor in the other room. You have what? 40
Okay,
40
ma'am, thank you.
seats.
Could you please take your seat?
Nothing
Thank
else.
you.
And you need to start to listen to us non-consumptive users of wild animals.
Okay,
Those
thank
of
you.
us who would like to see animals alive and who value animals alive. You need to start listening to us.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to where we were. We're gonna start with the first motion, and I've been asked that if your motions came from public comment, that's fine. But if they weren't made through the public comment, if you could specify the discussions and information that you use to make your motion. So I'm going to start out with Commissioner Tabor's motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
Would you mind just repeating your motion since it's been a couple hours since we did it?
my motion was to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the fall 22, winter 23 fur bear and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas as presented by the department, including boundary changes with all the other aspects regarding prior seasons and regulations included, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations and the exception of reducing the harvest quota from 10 to 6 wolves for the trapping and hunting in the newly described WMU 313.
Okay, thank you.
My decision was formed by a number of inputs. I had several Zoom calls with groups. In particular, Dan Bailey from the NPCA aligned a number of different conservation groups and everything and got them all together on one call with me. I had a call with Wolves of the Rockies, a Zoom call on that. I also took a tremendous number of emails and phone calls. But what was very compelling to me, on July 20th, we got a letter from the superintendent of Yellowstone Park. And specifically, they covered a number of things. And this was after, as I understand it, the biologist within our department and the biologist within the park department, there was a major gathering and coming together with the groups to talk about the issues and all the impacts of that. And then after that meeting, we subsequently received a letter as a commission by the superintendent. And one of the things that was very compelling to me, and I'm just going to read you directly from the letter that was sent to all of us. The lack of quotas during the 21-22 hunting season resulted in one entire wolf pack in Yellowstone being eliminated and the natural dynamics of several other packs being significantly affected. A scientific paper published in 2016 recommended a harvest rate of between 5 and 7% for wolves primarily living within Yellowstone. That was in the Wildlife Society Bulletin. A quota of 6 wolves for WMU 313, 316 would equate to about 5% of the wolves primarily living in the park, while allowing for additional harvest of wolves along other boundaries of the park. This recommendation allows for the quota to be adjusted among years being based on consistent rationale as the number of wolves in Yellowstone varies. So when I read that, and then I listened to the constituents that reached out, in particular, the ones that are affected in recreation, because that's something I understand. I was in recreation for 20 years, retired, no longer have a financial interest in hunting or fishing or any of that. It compelled me to say there is compromise here. I must have struck a good note because I got a personal message from Doug Smith that thanked me for going with his recommendation. And so that's why I put forth this. I felt like it was striking a balance between all parties. Now I'm fully understanding that there's several folks that believe that the number has to be 0 forever. And I get that, but I also understand very clearly what our statutory requirements are. And we have this obligation to manage this species. We can't ignore it by law. So that's why I came up with the recommendation I did in the form of a motion.
Is there any questions or comments about the motion? Go ahead.
I think it would be helpful to hear from Doug Smith if he's still here.
Go here, come on up.
Hello. Good afternoon. Like Commissioner Tabor, I was changed my personal position on this issue based on the letter that we received from Superintendent Shawley, and I suspect you had a lot to do with this letter.
Yes, sir.
You support the revising the quota to 6 wolves for the now combined 313.
Yes, sir. We did state in that letter too, we liked keeping the districts 313 and 316, but yes, we did comment publicly that we wanted the quota to be 6. Yes, sir.
And then respecting that Chair Robinson was doing her job to live with the rule for public comment,
Sure.
I just appreciate any other comments that you'd like to add this afternoon.
Well, thank you for that. And I was unsure of my role here. Again, as I mentioned, we like to stay in the background and comment through writing. But through some of my conversations with commissioners, FWP, I thought I'd show up, and the park thought I should too. A couple things I'd just like to say that we've enjoyed your responsiveness, FWP's responsiveness, the working relationship we have with you guys on wolves and other things. I think a key issue, and I was trying to monitor the comments throughout the day as well, and I think a key issue is these wolves reside in Wyoming. And so when they cross the boundary and they're harvested by Montana, that's an issue for the state of Wyoming as well. That's an issue for us. So I want to say, yes, 6 was the number we asked for, and you gave us that, and we appreciate it. And that's very important. I think another issue.
We haven't given it to you yet.
Well, okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm not familiar with the process, as you just saw. I was unsure what to do there. I think another thing, because a number of you brought up the issue of best available science. And I think another issue that wasn't brought up this afternoon was when wolves were delisted, the issue of connectivity between the states and recovery areas was very important. The area north of the park around Gardner is very constrained by the landscape. In other words, there's some wildlife travel corridors that make it easy to, in some ways, affect connectivity of the wolf population to other areas. And genetic diversity is a long-term concern of ours. So I think that needs to be an additional consideration for lowering from 10 to 6. That's pretty much, I appreciate you, Commissioner T, for bringing up our paper in 2016, because sometimes you don't think these papers are looked at. So we appreciate that. And you're right, it was 5 to 7% harvest rate that we thought was a compromise, but that's on all boundaries of Yellowstone. And all the other boundaries are fairly remote. The Gardner, the north boundary, is very settled. So that does make hunting their wolves a different situation than on the remote boundaries. But that paper had a 5 to 7% harvest rate for the entire park. Thank you for the additional time.
Okay, hold on and just let me make sure. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Smith, in our conversation, what I found really compelling was your description of there's really more than one class of wolves. There's wolves that are primarily in Yellowstone, there's transitory wolves, and then there's resident wolves north. Would you elaborate on that? I'm not sure my memory is good enough to describe that myself.
Sure, and that is another important point in consideration. Most of the wolves harvested last year, the 19 of 21 wolves harvested that primarily live in Yellowstone National Park, were pack wolves, or they are wolves resident in packs. The territories are 95% in Yellowstone Park. So the park boundary just clips their territory edges. And so they'll come out and they'll be harvested. And oftentimes they'll be more than one wolf will get harvested. The other type of wolf I think that you're referring to is wolves that are dispersing. They're not a pack wolf. They're leaving. They're probably not going to live in Yellowstone National Park anymore. They're going to become a Montana wolf. I think that's a very different type of wolf than a pack wolf that has 95% of its territory in the park. It just clips the boundary versus an animal that's leaving for good. And I think that's a very different distinction. I could say more about it, but I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up, yep.
So the wolves that are dispersers, are they the ones that are providing that genetic connectivity?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair and Dr. Smith, I just, this isn't a question, but I did want to say that how much I appreciated visiting with you. In my discussions, I came in with the idea earlier that, you know, that the number should be higher than the 6 that I seconded the motion of Commissioner Tabor. But I just wanted to thank you because I had a really good conversation with you, and really it helped me understand better the difference in management styles that you're facing versus what we're facing. And that was an eye opener to me, and really trying to understand and understanding some points that you made very eloquently, which was that it's not necessarily about the wolves and the number of wolves. It's even about specific wolves. We talked about rock star wolves as we refer to them. And I understand that. And it's true. And they're, you know, that's valuable to the people who obviously to guide those viewing those wolves for a living. So I just want to say thank you for that. And you know, I did second the 6 motion, and I feel now that, you know, 6 is not 0 and it's not unlimited. It's a good compromise number. And that's why I'm supporting the motion for 6 today. So, but thank you again for your input on it and for all your assistance in helping me understand this.
I appreciate that. And if I may comment quickly, I realize this has been long, but these conversations were very professional. I appreciate them. I have a hard time sometimes with them. It's federal, state. We've had a history sometimes. I want to thank Commissioner Lane for reaching out. I heard that he was interested in talking. He's interested in biology, not politics. He's interested in science. I was nervous about talking with him. It was a great conversation, as it was with you, Commissioner Siebel. And so on behalf of Yellowstone National Park, we appreciate that kind of outreach, that opportunity to comment, that you read the letter so closely, Commissioner Tabor. All of that is deeply respectful and meaningful to Yellowstone, which was a big part of the conversation today. So I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have one other request from FWP. I've heard pretty clearly, and then we read in the data that the elk numbers, we feel confident about the elk numbers down in Region 3, in particular 313. I understand that we'll be visiting perhaps as early as the December meeting a couple of adjustments that are, you know, mid-biennial relative to making adjustments to hunting districts. And I guess I would request that the department consider going back to just a 5-week unrestricted elk season for 313, because there appears to be no reason to have that kind of restriction on the hunters down there, which would be consistent with all the testimony. So if you would take that into consideration for the future.
We have a motion on the floor, so if we could keep the conversation to that, please. Okay, any questions or comments on the motion that we have on the floor? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, our second motion is from Commissioner Walsh, and Commissioner Walsh, if you could speak to, I guess, where your motion came from.
Well, it's through discussions with the department, and
would you mind reading it, please?
repeating the
motion, just, it's been a while.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed thresholds for wolf harvest as quotas that, if reached, would close the trapping and hunting seasons to the take of wolves within the specific areas referenced, and that the word region be changed to trapping district to match language used in fur bearer regulations. It's really a consistency issue. The proposed change, a harvest of 450 wolves. This is excluding those wolves harvested within WMU 313. shall close the state to the trapping and hunting of wolves for the season. The harvest of the following quotas would close the corresponding administrative areas to the take of wolves. Trapping District 1, 195 wolves. Trapping District 2, 116 wolves. Trapping District 3, outside of Wolf Management Unit 313, 82 wolves. Trapping District 4, 39 wolves. Trapping District 5, 11 wolves. Trapping District 6, 3 wolves. Trapping District 7, 4 wolves.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments about this motion? Commissioner Byard?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is a good approach because we left it vague last year that we would meet when we reach the quota. And I think this provides some very clear boundaries that we can rely upon.
Okay. Thank you. And okay, I think, is there any other questions?
There was that minor amendment of mine relative to the.
Nope, that's going to be a separate one. What about the flying or whatever with the aerial? Is that what you're talking? Yes, that's a separate one. Okay. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, and then if you wouldn't mind repeating your motion somewhat.
Jasmine, do you have that?
Kind of similar.
I'm going to stumble through this, but my motion is to ensure that the new regulations make reference to the federal prohibition, referring to the federal prohibition of aerial hunting for wolves.
Okay, is there any questions or comments about that? And that was brought up through public comment, if I remember.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. No further comments. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, what we have left on the agenda is public comment for items not on the agenda. So I will take any kind of comment that wasn't an item on the agenda.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warshaw, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. At a recent Montana Environmental Quality Council hearing, it was brought forward that the department was going to reach out to each region's CAC and discuss incidental captures during trapping season. I hope it's still the intention of the senior management of FWP to do this. It's been a year now, so I don't have a lot of faith that it is going to come forward. And the reason I say this too is because I serve on the Region 2 CAC, and this needs to be discussed. I think it's pretty clear that the non-consumptive community needs to be heard. Okay. It's time for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to deal with the non-consumptive community and put forward a wildlife summit where all stakeholders, including trappers, which I despise, need a seat at the table to discuss where we're going with Montana's management of wildlife. Because clearly now the non-consumptive community is not heard or rarely heard. As wolf populations continue to decline, which is the direction that this seems to be going, we need to start counting wolves on the ground. And what I'm hearing from people within FWP is we don't have the resources, we don't have the funding. Well, I'm here to tell you that the non-consumptive community, the nonprofits in Montana that value wolves on the landscape will come up with that funding. So my challenge to the department is work with us. Where there's common ground, work with us. We are willing to put money forward to count wolves either aerial or on the ground and pay that bill. And if this were not to happen, the perception the public's going to have is that you're afraid IPOM isn't accurate. And that's a bad perception. Let's iron this out and see if it's working or it's not. I personally don't think it is. Lastly, I want to leave this on a positive note. I thank the commission for putting a quota in place. It's not where I would like it. It's not where any of the people from Wolves of the Rockies would like it. But it's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Warsek, once again, Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition. I'd like to thank you for sitting here and listening to all this hours of public comment. We really appreciate it. Having been attending commission meetings for probably 15 years, I would like to make one request. It's really difficult for somebody to make a point in 60 seconds. And we have people who have traveled for hours all over the state to be in front of you today. So moving forward, I would strongly encourage you to, at a minimum, allow 120 seconds, 2 minutes of testimony when people, citizens of the state, come here before you. Thank you for considering that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Tim McKenrick, Montana Trappers Association. I just want to thank you for your time today. And one other little thing, the Martin relocation project never came up today. Haven't heard about it. I'm not even sure some of you are really aware of what has transpired, but FWP, Montana Trappers Association, several other organizations got together and we relocated some marten out in Southwest Montana over into the Little Belts. We were approached again this year to continue that process and move some marten over into the Crazy Mountains this year to help with the conservation efforts that we all try to do. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York, again, it's Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. When elk were on the agenda, you gave them 2 minutes and that went on for hours. I listened to it in hours. They're just as passionate about their elk as we are for wolves. And to cut us down to 1 minute when people have driven this far and we've planned and we've practiced, I can't tell you how many calls I've taken where people asked me, is this good? Is this within my 2 minutes? As was mentioned, we never got to comment on the marten, and they should be tagged again. We never got to comment on the bobcat reduction that was on the agenda. And what I do need to say, though, in addition, that is very important, and you're already aware, is you're in violation of the lynx settlement agreement with the snaring of wolves in the lynx protection zones, including on public land. You're also in violation of CITES in your wolf export permit, which you were advised in June 24th of 2021 by Mr. McDonald that the permit was based on a wolf trapping season date of December 15th to February 28th. You changed that. The wolf export permit also said no snaring and wolf trap setbacks apply. You've changed all that. And you can choose to go ahead and ignore this, but we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Oops.
Hi, Katie Cleary, President of World Animal News and Peace for Animals out of Los Angeles. I just wanted to mention the collared wolves that hasn't been brought up. These wolves, people are spending thousands and thousands of dollars to research these wolves. These are the strongest, the best wolves, and they're being killed. How is that legal? And the collars are just being left in the field. Do you think that that's right? I mean, these researchers are spending all this money from these universities to find out true numbers in biology and how they're breeding and where they're relocating. And it just doesn't make sense. So let's think about that. That should be banned. Collared wolves that are being slaughtered and left in the field for dead, wolves that are beheaded, There's a whole stack of papers that I just looked at over there. I mean, that's at least about how many wolves? 300 wolves.
Ma'am,
it's shocking.
the wolves were on our agenda, so thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry?
The wolves were on our agenda, and this time is for items that were.
No, I know, but this should be on for future agendas. We'll be here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello again, Nathan Varley from Gardner. It has to do with collared animals, but in the last version of the regulations about the fur bearers and wolves, it was left out that it's unlawful to use radio tracking devices to hunt wolves. And I don't know why that's omitted from those regulations where it's included for elk and deer, mountain lions, other species around the state. So we'd like to get some clarification of whether it is legal to use motion detecting, actually use radio telemetry to track the collared wolves the previous woman was just talking about in order to harvest them. I think anyone on your board would suggest that's not fair chase. Yet it was omitted from the last printed regulations of fur bearers and wolves for harvest. So I would love to see the agency and the commission address that for future seasons.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there anyone online that would like to comment something that's not on our agenda?
Madam Chair, we have a few hands raised. First, we have the wizard.
Okay. Star 6. Okay, go ahead. Just a reminder, these are for items that were not on the agenda, please.
All right, I just want to make it clear that trophy hunting, trapping, and snaring have no place anywhere. This is the 21st century. It's 2022, not 1872. Get with the times, man. You dig? Are you my time?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Tracy Arthur.
Commissioners, I would like to commend you. I've attended a couple of these meetings, and I'm also on the board of a number of organizations here in Florida. And the tightening up of your parliamentary procedure, and that may have to do with, COVID scattering everybody, but you're doing a much better job, and I think things are flowing a lot better. But I do agree with other comments that it just doesn't bode well for the participatory and representative process to limit comments to the time that they are limited. But thank you again for tightening up these procedures. It helps with those of us who are looking and watching remotely.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have John Marchwick.
Okay, go ahead. Star 6.
Hi. For future commission meetings, I would be interested in what Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks intentions are with wolverines, in particular with wolverines in the greater Yellowstone, because I'm hearing more and more about sightings, and I want to know how you're going to respond to wolverine management, considering how concerned I am about how, from what I think personally, just how much of a wrong direction Montana's going with wolf management, in my opinion. I just want to know what your intentions are with wolverines, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Allison D.
Okay, go ahead. Star 6. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. For public safety, use a minimum 150-foot setback from public roads and trails with signs in recreational areas. We travel with our dogs, and knowing that these barbaric traps and snares are on the landscape just discourages us from wanting to come. And like I said, we are part of that $82 million that come to see wolves and the amazing grizzlies in your landscape. There should be no trapping or snaring allowed in grizzly bear and lynx recovery areas.
Do you have any comments of items that were not on our agenda? All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Carol Borden.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, just a couple things. Trapping and harvesting bobcats for their fur. Who's cashing in on their fur? Because most people don't want to wear it anymore. Fur is not the in thing. So stop murdering bobcats. They are not a nuisance wildlife. They don't need to be murdered. And then grizzly bears, quit killing keystone predators that keep Montana wild and beautiful. Quit killing our grizzly bears and in turn their cubs. And snaring and traps is barbaric, and companion animals have died.
Marion was
in
already
those
on our
traps.
agenda. Is there something else that you'd like to speak to? Yeah. Yes. Is that it for commenters? Okay. Is there anyone? Okay. I want to thank you, Heather, again for your help through this. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to something not on the agenda? Okay. I just want to assure everyone that your written comments are read by all of us. I appreciate you coming. I think that your comments were very well done today, and I appreciate you coming and commenting for our meeting and participating. Thank you, everyone. And is there anything else that the commission would like to add? Okay, meeting adjourned.